001 Come, call uncle. Master Fugaku is back, Master Fugaku is back. Quickly notify the clan leader, Master Fugaku is back. This is the Uchiha clan land. A black-haired young man looked helpless as he looked at the clan members who were suddenly busy because of his return. Finally, he shook his head, sighed, and ignored them. He took off his shoes and walked into the old Japanese wooden house. He stepped on the tatami and looked at the serious man in front of him with his hands folded. He sat directly opposite him and shrugged. Brother, don't keep looking bitter. This expression is really scary. However, his words did not change the man opposite him. He still had a straight face, a cold and handsome look. Uchiha Fugaku. His brother. The current patriarch of the Uchiha family. He has been a serious, earnest, and expressionless person since birth. Of course, those who are familiar with him know his brother Uchiha Fugaku is just a guy who is not good at expressing his feelings. And most of the Uchiha clan members have this arrogant expressionless look. Except for the inherited mental illness, there are no big problems. As for him, Uchiha Fuyu, a poor guy. Originally, when he first arrived, he found out his identity and thought about defecting directly, so as not to become the soul killed by his nephew. What a pity! He was young and ignorant, and he was unfamiliar with life and the place. Without the strength of a cage, defecting was a piece of cake. At least in Konoha, his father was the head of the Uchiha clan. After his father left, his brother was also the head of the Uchiha clan. Although he has been expelled from the clan tree now. Why did you come back? Uchiha Fuyu snorted coldly, folded his hands and looked at Uchiha Fuyu, with some complexity in his eyes. Although there was a difference of nearly 10 years, he was still his younger brother. He remembered that day his younger brother had just graduated, and as an older brother, he had already prepared a graduation ceremony for his younger brother, but in the end, being a ninja can't save Uchiha. He roared at his father, voluntarily removed himself from the ninja system, and then resolutely ran away from home and embarked on a business route that ninjas despised. This is the shame of the Uchiha clan. You have been expelled from the Uchiha clan by your father. You are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Get out of here. Brother, don't be so cold. Uchiha Fuyu shrugged, and didn't care. He poured himself a cup of tea and also poured a cup for the poor man in the future. He didn't die in the assassination team in the village, but died at the hands of his own son. Although he didn't complain at the time, but felt relieved, or was willing to die in the hands of his son, it was a family tragedy after all, comparable to the Otsutsuki clan's mother imprisonment tragedy. And when he was expelled from the Uchiha clan, he didn't have his eyes gouged out, but just crossed out his name in the family tree. Who doesn't know the situation of the Uchiha family? Although the Uchiha clan has been sending ninjas to the battlefield in order to be accepted by the village again, and now even children are taken to the battlefield, the Uchiha clan was directly defined as an evil clan after the second generation took office, and even isolated the Uchiha clan. Therefore, whether the Uchiha clan will be exterminated now does not depend on how many people they can die, but on whether their bloodline limit is still there. So, isn't being expelled from the Uchiha clan a kind of protection? My brother also knows my situation. Now I have made some money, and the village is not peaceful. The ninja world is also in chaos during this period. So, I came back to see if there is anything the clan can help me with. Although there are too many pitfalls in the Uchiha clan, especially the hawks are sharpening their knives to become the Hokage, dreaming that the clan can produce a genius, reach the strength of their ancestor Uchiha Madara, and then kill the Hokage and become the Hokage themselves. Once a genius appears, they will shout that the Hokage will take turns to sit. This year it's my turn. What can I do? The powerful ones all became traitors in the end, and the Uchiha clan was also killed by their own clansmen. After all, my last name is Uchiha. If the Uchiha clan is also finished in the end, I guess I won't feel good either. Uchiha Fuyu vaguely remembers that time when he graduated. He got a large graduation gift, and the system was activated. The game The Richest Man is Coming that he played when he was a poor guy and dreamed of becoming a rich man. A game about doing business and making money to support the family. It has become a system directly. Making money and upgrading can increase the increase, such as physical strength, energy, business ability, etc. So, maybe his ability will definitely be improved when he reaches level 100, and the improvement is even quite optimistic. Therefore, under the temptation of working hard to make money and upgrade, getting rich and improving money ability, he immediately gave up his original dream of practicing hard to become the new god of the ninja world. Of course, there is also the reason that there is no suitable gold finger. According to the speculation of the clan, he can reach the elite Jonin or something, but he is far from the Konoha Genin. The strength is still too far away to become the god of the ninja world. No cheating. Elite Jonin just a dish. At that time, he can only watch his brother's family tragedy happen, and then he will live a wandering life. The Uchiha clan has been viewed with a colored eye by the upper class since the beginning. Unless someone reaches the height of Uchiha Madara, he can shock others and continue for a while. What a pity! Uchiha must not produce geniuses, and geniuses will not have a good end. It's better to go into business. After all, being a ninja really can't save Uchiha. Uchiha is rich. Now I have almost 30 milk tea shops, all over the major cities of the Land of Fire. My income alone is more than that of dozens of S-level people every year. I have hundreds of workers under me, including members of the major families in the village. If the members of the major families cannot become ninjas, or if the ninjas are not talented, their status will be reduced to a level and become servants of the family. There are many in the Uchiha clan. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Fugaku's hand holding the tea trembled, but he still looked at Fugaku expressionlessly. That's your business, it has nothing to do with my Uchiha clan. No matter how much money you have, it's nothing without strength. If you make money, you have to return home in glory and repay the village. He has also seen the consequences of not paying taxes. As for Uchiha Fugaku's ridicule, he simply ignored it. How can a mere ninja understand his great ideals? Of course, there is a long way to go. Come quietly and don't shoot. Otherwise, the business empire you have worked so hard to build will probably be taken away by the Dark Ninja. And now we are in the Third Ninja World War. There is chaos everywhere and business is not easy to do. It is not as simple as you think to make money from the war. So, I heard that there are many orphans and elderly people left in the village because of the war during this period. I have decided. Uchiha Fuyu patted his chest, looking like a rich man who came back to build the countryside. Every year I will take out a part of the funds to help the family raise the orphans. However, Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, my Uchiha clan doesn't lack this little money. The orphans of the Uchiha, my Uchiha clan will. The words have not been finished. At least 1 or 200 million every year. Uchiha Fugaku just finished speaking. Uchiha Fugaku was choked, and then, he was silent, and then he folded his hands again, looking at Fugaku expressionlessly. Virtue. Ninjas fight for money. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly and sipped his hot tea calmly, showing the style of a rich man. Except for life, there is nothing that money can't buy. If there is, it's just that you don't spend enough. You can even buy life with money. Of course I have the right to supervise this money. After all, I know the family situation. A group of hawks, a group of fence-sitters, and a group of traders. Once they are treated unfairly, the fence-sitters will become hawks, and the traders will directly pick up knives and chop at their own people. Therefore, if this money is taken out directly, it will only be used by the hawks to train ninjas. After the words fell, Uchiha Fuyu still had a calm face and said nothing, but from his shaking hands, it can be seen that at this time his heart is not as calm as it is now. 1 or 200 million picked up for free. How many S-level tasks do you need to complete to get this? If you bring it to the third generation, he will definitely ask his old friend to put the money away quickly, and then pat his shoulder with emotion and satisfaction. You are worthy of being the successor of the will of fire. I feel the strong will of fire in you. And then praise him and reward him with a flag. This is reality. No ninja looks down on ordinary merchants, but ninjas serve ordinary merchants for money. At this time, just as the two were drinking tea quietly, a gentle and beautiful woman came in with a tender and cute kid. Uchiha Fuyu's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly took out a thick stack of high-denomination bills from his ninja bag and stuffed it into the hands of the tender and cute child. Come on. Call me uncle, this money is your pocket money. 002 Be a prodigal. This time, in addition to adding happiness to the Uchiha clan and giving money to let the Uchiha clan feel the warmth of family and stop having wild thoughts, another purpose is to meet his nephew Longmi, whom he has never seen since he was born. There is no other reason, nor is it to brainwash him when he is still young, just give him some money to see if he can be trained to be a prodigal. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, why do you have wild thoughts all day long? It's better to be a prodigal and give money. I guess if you give this money, the reputation of the people will be higher than that of you performing an S-level mission. Buy whatever you want, or don't be a ninja anymore. Come to help me, it's easy, you don't have to do anything, just be a prodigal, I'll give you money. As soon as the words fell. As the child looked at the unfamiliar brother in front of him with a confused and puzzled look, Uchiha Fugaku slammed the table hard. You Uchiha, shame, don't lead Itachi astray, he will become an excellent ninja. Brother, listen to me. Being a prodigal is definitely better than being a ninja. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and looked at Uchiha Fugaku earnestly, shook his head helplessly. Safe, free, and there won't be any mess. Really, listen to my brother on this matter. Why don't you understand? Will he, as an uncle, harm his nephew? Please believe your brother. Shut up. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Fuyu with a dark face. How could an uncle let his nephew be a prodigal? His brother had different ideas from others from the beginning. He vaguely remembered how cute Fuyu was back then. He was very eager to become a ninja. Before he went to school, he followed his brother's ass and shouted something like Unii-chan, can you teach me ninjutsu, and when he was not free, he would go to read ninja scrolls by himself. After going to school, he was also an excellent ninja student, excellent in physical skills, ninjutsu, and theory. Even the Hokage praised him for having the will of fire in his heart. After graduation, he could enter the Anbu to study. I thought he would become the mediator between the Uchiha clan and the village, but I didn't expect he would start a business on the day of graduation. That day. One sentence: being a ninja can't save the Uchiha. My father and the elders were so angry that they vomited blood. They couldn't figure out what he was going to do. But it was useless to persuade him. They could only threaten to expel him from the Uchiha clan, but it was still useless. The young man left the ninja system and the family without hesitation. I didn't expect that it would only take a few years to build a good business. Although he felt very sorry that Fuyu was so talented but didn't become a ninja, as an elder brother, he was also pleased with his brother's success. It's also good to leave the Uchiha clan. As a result, now. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. Get out of here. Fugaku, Fuyu was just joking. The beautiful woman next to him smiled helplessly and quickly stuffed the money in Itachi's arms back to Fuyu. The child is still young and can't take too much money. These two brothers obviously, they were not like this when they were young, so how did their relationship suddenly become like this? Sister Mikoto, you are still so beautiful. Fuyu took the money and stuffed it into the ignorant child Itachi. Don't listen to your father, this is given to you by your uncle, buy whatever you want, as long as you don't bully others and don't act arrogantly. What's wrong with spending some money? If it's not enough, ask your uncle for more. I'll beat you to death, you Uchiha shame. Brother. Calm down, your personality has changed, and as the head of the Uchiha clan, you shouldn't take money from a child, right? Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to reach out to take the money, froze, snorted coldly, and returned to a serious expression. What on earth do you want to do? Give a child so much money? The salary of the head of the Uchiha clan is not so much. No. Seeing that Sister Mikoto married brother, I was happy, and I just gave my nephew some money. Sister Mikoto took good care of him back then. What a pity. In the end, he is also a poor man. Uchiha Fuyu patted Itachi's head with a smile. It's okay to be a prodigal, but don't hide your worries. Talk to your parents. If you can't do it, come to your uncle. Your uncle will take you to have fun and forget your unhappiness. Just remember. Suddenly he became serious. No matter what, you must protect your parents. They are not rubbish parents. Apart from being a little expressionless, Uchiha Fugaku is actually quite good. Not to mention Uchiha Mikoto, she is a family-oriented mother. However, after hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was furious. Take a child who hasn't even gone to ninja school to have fun? Where to have fun? Should you take him with you? Uchiha Fugaku snorted again. Get out of here quickly, don't lead Itachi astray. Fugaku, don't say that, it's rare that Fuyu is back. Mikoto shook her head helplessly. Stay for dinner, stay here tonight? Fugaku is actually very happy in his heart. Although Fuyu also lives in the village, it is easy to get news about him, but after so many years, he finally went home. When Fugaku heard Mikoto's words, he snorted coldly, I'm very angry. And then he raised his hands and sat back with a paralyzed face, not looking at Fuyu. What a pity. No, I just came back to see my nephew and sister Mikoto this time. Fuyu patted his butt and stood up. I have something to do later, it's time to leave now. At this point, Yu looked at Fugaku and said with a smile, Brother, that's it, I will arrange someone to come later. After the words fell. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku snorted again with an expressionless face, get lost. Don't come back again. Understood. Come again next time. I will bring gifts. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a smile, and rubbed Itachi's head again. If you have no money, come to uncle. Children should be happy. If you are not happy, come to uncle. I will bring you gifts next time. After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly got lost, listened to Fugaku's laughter, shook his head helplessly, and then, looking at Itachi holding a stack of money in his hand, he remembered Fugaku's words prodigal son, and his mouth twitched again, turned his head and nodded gently to Mikoto. As a couple sleeping in the same bed, how could Uchiha Mikoto not understand what her husband meant? She smiled helplessly, bent down, and touched Itachi's head. Come, Itachi, put the money here with Mom, Mom will save it for you, and when you grow up, Mom will give it to you. After saying that, yet, Innocenti Itachi believed it. On the other side, under the call of Master Fuyu, Uchiha Fuyu walked out of the Uchiha clan territory and looked at the white-eyed girl walking towards him, and a smile appeared on his face. Reinyin. Hinata Reinyin. A girl in his class. What a pity. She was not talented enough and would have been sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, but thinking of the good relationship, it was a pity to be cannon fodder, so he hired her later, and she agreed. Of course, the Hyuga clan did not agree at first. After all, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have always been competing for the title of the strongest family. How could they let their clan members accept the employment of the Uchiha clan members? But in the end, he hired a large number of Hyuga clan members who retired from the battlefield and could no longer be ninjas, plus himself. The Uchiha traitor Hyuga clan did not say anything. Although there are a lot of guys in the Hyuga clan who are more stubborn than the Uchiha clan, they can't do without the word money. Especially now that we are in the war period, it is compulsory for ninjas from all families to participate in the war. Although there are subsidies in the village, it is just a drop in the bucket. Now that someone is willing to bear the burden of supporting the disabled, many families are still willing. You can say. Although it is not a time to make a lot of money quietly, the war is indeed a good time for the families in the village to eliminate the barriers. He looked at Ling Yian beside him, with beautiful long hair, beautiful face, and graceful professional clothes, which showed the unique wealth of the girls of the Hyuga family. He smiled slightly. Send someone to the Uchiha family according to my plan later, and someone will assist you in your work. At this point, he paused and said righteously, by the way, have the 300 million from the Hokage been sent? The lips and teeth are cold. Without the village, how can I do business with peace of mind now? In the war period, even if I am a businessman, I am a businessman who graduated from the Ninja Academy, so how can I not do my best? He is a person who loves the village businessman. It has been sent. And according to your request, we also sent your handwritten book. Without Konoha, there would be no me. Hinata Suzune nodded and smiled slightly, very sweetly and naturally. When the third generation saw it, he laughed and clapped his thigh and said it was a good idea. Did they say it should be kept secret? Otherwise, if other families hear it, we will become the target of public criticism. It's not good to be the first to make a donation. If you donate, do other families want to donate as well? I said it. It's so reassuring to have you here. Suzune. Thank you. No, I'm happy to help Fuyu-kun. Hinata Suzune blushed and smiled slightly. I'm also very happy. Hee. Uchiha Fuyu smiled and looked at Suzune, who was still so shy. He sighed helplessly in his heart. When he was about to encourage her, he saw a hedgehog-headed boy wearing goggles not far away. He narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, Suzune will arrange someone to go to the Hokage building later to assign me a few tasks. The reward is higher. 003 Come to be my son. Today, I have become a ninja too. And I have become a teammate with Lin, and that annoying guy is coming back too. I'm so happy today. Uchiha Obito took the steps of not recognizing any relatives, with a very arrogant look and shrugged shoulders. However, suddenly, he felt a black screen in front of him, as if someone was blocking his way. As a young and promising man who was civilized and polite, Uchiha Obito moved aside and made way. But after moving aside, he was blocked again. Does he need help? Uchiha Obito immediately raised his head in confusion, and looked at the handsome black-haired man standing in front of him with a dark face. He was not wearing a ninja forehead protector, and he didn't look like a ninja. But he was so young and didn't look like he needed help. Before he asked why he was blocked. Young man, I haven't eaten for many days. Can you lend me some money to eat? The young man said weakly, I will definitely be very grateful to you. After he finished speaking. Ah! Uchiha really believed it, and looked at the young man in front of him with a shocked face. You haven't eaten for a long time. Yes. I'm almost fainting from hunger. That won't work. You must eat well. I have. Obito took out a few copper coins embarrassedly. I only have so many left. All for you, brother. Too little, I can't even afford Ichiraku ramen with egg. Even in this state, you still want to eat Ichiraku ramen? And add egg? This bastard. I have never eaten like this before. Feeling that he was cheated, Obito's face froze, and only then did he take a closer look at the person. He was tall and clean-looking, a little worse looking than him, but also handsome, and didn't look like he had no money to eat. I knew immediately that he must have been cheated. Hey! He didn't finish his words. Everyone says that Uchiha Obito is kind and helpful, a good man in Konoha, and the inheritor of the will of fire. I didn't expect that he wouldn't even treat a hungry person to a bowl of ramen. I'm so disappointed. I must tell others. They are all liars. Obito was angry and wondered how Konoha could have such a shameless person, but he took a deep breath and thought of his reputation as a good man in Konoha. He could only say with tears in his eyes, I'll take you to my house for dinner. My grandma cooks delicious food, even better than Ichiraku ramen. It must be delicious. This abominable guy raised his fist. But if you lie to me, I will definitely let you see how powerful the future Hokage is. The angry words just finished. Good. Not bad. You passed. The young man in front of him smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Your kindness and noble sentiments make me look at you with new eyes. Little friend, you have the sincere kindness that ordinary people can hardly have. I admire you very much. Don't be a ninja anymore, come and work with me. Now I will give you a job as a clerk. After 1 year of work, you will be promoted to director, 3 years to store owner, 5 years to regional management, and 10 years to vice president. Who wants to work with you? I am the man who wants to be Hokage. And you poor guy, why are you pretending here? I don't have money to be cheated by you. Don't worry, now as long as you call me dad, I will take you as my adopted son and treat you like my own son. 100 years later, all my property will be given to you. Who wants to call you dad? Do you know what you missed? My assets are beyond your imagination. The annual income requires you to complete dozens of S-level tasks. It is still thriving now. After a while, there will definitely be another breakthrough, several times. As long as you inherit it, you will have endless money. You can use it to help people, buy things your beloved woman likes, live in a luxurious house, and have no worries about food and clothing with your beloved woman. Have 3 girls and 2 boys and inherit your huge assets. Hehe, 3 girls and 2 boys. Obito laughed obscenely for no reason, suddenly became dazed, and muttered to himself, it's really great. So, you agreed? Don't be a ninja anymore, you are so busy and running around. Just come to work for me and call me dad now. Uchiha said seductively, you will have everything, and you will have more time to accompany your grandmother and your beloved woman. Come on. I will accept you as my son. Who wants to be your son? Obito came back to his senses and shouted again, I swore to become Hokage, Lin is watching me, how can I give up my dream so easily? And you, who can't even afford a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, don't lie to me. Young man, do you know what you missed? I will definitely become the man of Hokage. Very good. I really like you more and more. I'll give you a chance. You can come anytime you regret it. Uchiha Fuyu patted his shoulder, walked away with him, and said earnestly, don't wait until I regret it. Me. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito raised his kunao with a firm tone, do what you say, and you will never regret it. This is my ninja way. The words fell. Watching Uchiha Fuyu's back as he left. This psychopath. He snorted coldly and walked towards his house. And Uchiha Fuyu sighed, is that so? Does Fuyu like children very much? Hinata Suzune frowned slightly and said seriously, but I think Fuyu's own children will definitely be cuter. No. Just having some fun. Uchiha Fuyu smiled and shook his head. If Obito really came to do business with him, he would be a little scared. After all, he had someone behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him now. His own business was thriving. He had absolute confidence in the system, just like the current milk tea shop, only if it was created by the system, it would have special abilities. Not only was the taste uniform and delicious, but it also had the function of attracting customers. As he upgraded, his ability to attract customers became stronger and stronger. It was like a psychological hint. When he walked to the door of the milk tea shop, he suddenly felt like going in to try it, and there was a guaranteed income. So, how to go bankrupt? Unless he died and the shop was demolished. He pondered for a moment, and remembered to go to the Hokage building later to post tasks, the kind of dirty, tiring and smelly tasks, and designate the Namikaze Minato team to execute them, and the reward can be higher. Okay. Although she was a little puzzled as to why Fuyu wanted to entrust such a weird task, Ling Yian still executed it very obediently, without asking anything, and smiled gently, "I'll arrange it. The elderly have also been arranged, especially some elderly physical examinations and fitness activities. I will plan them for you later." Understood. Hinata Suzune nodded, but hesitated after speaking. Is Fuyu-kun going to leave Konoha these days? Can I? Well, there are some business outside to arrange. Uchiha Fuyu nodded with a smile. I'll leave Konoha here to you. I will help Fuyu-kun take care of it here. Hinata Suzune was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Please don't worry. It's okay. Don't worry about it if an accident happens. Protect yourself is the most important thing. Yet. After a pause, Hinata Suzune said softly, "Thank you Fuyu-kun." At the same time. Good. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen said 3 good words in a row, then carefully folded the paper in front of him and sighed, "It's been a long time since I saw an article with such a strong will of fire." At this point, he shook his head again. What a pity. He would have become a ninja with an excellent will of fire. Humph. How can a coward who doesn't even have the courage become an excellent ninja? Danzo, who was a little old but still tough, snorted coldly. He could have graduated early, but he delayed graduation. After graduation he just stopped being a ninja. Back then, he noticed this guy Uchiha Fuyu. He wrote good articles. Even he, the dark ninja, couldn't help but applaud. He was talented. What a pity. He was a coward. He was afraid of becoming a ninja, so he went into business. Of course, he just noticed it. He didn't care about a mere Uchiha who could become a Jonin, unless he had the ability to awaken those terrible eyes. However, with such a big heart, how could he awaken those eyes? Okay. I'm a little regretful. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care. He said happily, "What a pity. It's been so long now. It's probably too late to become a ninja again. By the way, you haven't told me what you came to me for this time." "Nothing." Humph. Danzo snorted again, "I just heard that you received 300 million. 004. Do you know the milk tea shop at the entrance of the village?" Fuyu sneezed and rubbed his nose. He didn't know that the third Hokage and the root boss were praising him. He lowered his head and looked at this year's data. The development of the milk tea shop has come to an end now. Especially in the past few years, the war has become more and more intense. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 years, the full-scale war will come, and the business will be more difficult at that time. Unless he opens his milk tea shops all over the ninja world, but it is impossible at this stage. Now that the war is going on, how can the ninja villages allow a guy named Uchiha to open a shop in their ninja villages and countries at will? What if he is a spy and has other purposes? What? You said that he has been expelled from the Uchiha clan? Who would believe this? Don't say that he didn't have his eyes dug out. Even if he really had his eyes dug out, I guess no one would believe it. So, at this stage, with the name of Uchiha, doing business in the land of fire has fewer troubles, but if you go to other countries to do business, that's basically trouble. Uchiha Fuyu looked at the interface of the richest man is coming. The next thing he could open was the barbecue restaurant. As long as it was built, he would definitely be able to make money according to the system settings. So, it was not about whether to build or not, but how to build it, and how to build it to get the most benefits. Land was not a big deal. Even if he couldn't buy it, he could rent it. Moreover, as one of the 2 major families that founded Konoha, although the village's impression of the Uchiha clan was not very good at this stage, the Uchiha, as an old landlord, still had a lot of land. As long as he asked, I believe his faceless brother would definitely give it to him. It's not a big problem. Materials and workers are easy to find. As long as it's almost built, the system transformation will be incorporated into the system. You can say it. He is destined to become the richest man. Also, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Obito should pay attention. This kind of character that goes to extremes when disagreeing is not good. Uchiha Fuyu decided to use money to corrupt their pure hearts and let them understand that there are still many temptations in the world. Being a prodigal is much better than being a terrorist. After a moment of silence, he looked at the first edition of the support plan for the elderly of the Uchiha family in his hand. That's it for now. If there are any imperfections, I will add them later. Then, he shouted loudly, Rin-yin. Grandma. Today's dinner is so rich. Because Obito graduated. An old lady sitting next to Obito smiled kindly, we must celebrate today, to celebrate that Obito has finally become an excellent ninja. That's right. Grandma. I will definitely become a super powerful ninja. Seeing that Grandma was happy because of him, Obito also put his hands on his waist and laughed like a child, I will piss Kakashi off to death. Today you ignore me, Obito? Genius? Tomorrow I will make you unable to reach him. Come on. Obito must be hungry too. Grandma nodded with a smile, but remember, you still have to get along well with your friends, Obito. That damn guy, he only makes fun of me all the time, who is his friend? Obito angrily scooped a mouthful of rice, and then said with a smile, by the way, Grandma, I saw a strange guy today, he actually plans to take the genius of the Uchiha clan as his. He didn't finish his words. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Grandma and Obito were stunned, not knowing who would come so late, and looked at each other. Obito's friend. No. Could it be Obito was suddenly excited, could it be Lin who came to see me, and came to see me so late? She must have missed me. He ran over to open the door quickly. A middle-aged man wearing an Uchiha fan costume. Is there something going on in the clan? Obito was stunned, and then disappointed, what's the matter? Uchiha Obito's home. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Uchiha Obito seriously, is your grandma at home? What do you want to find my grandma? Obito frowned when he heard it. It was a bit strange that the family sent someone to find his grandma for no reason. At this time. Looking for me. Grandma had already walked over and looked at the family ninja at the door with doubts, what does the ninja master want to find me for? Good news. The middle-aged ninja looked at the grandma, and after confirming that it was the person he was looking for, he took a bag of rice, a bag of vegetables and a piece of meat were taken out, take it. These are all yours. Grandma and Obito were confused, looking at the rice, vegetables and meat handed over for no reason, Sir Ninja, you must have made a mistake. This is not ours. We didn't buy it. It's yours. This is the favor of the clan leader, specially given to the lonely elderly in the clan. The ninja explained impatiently, and you have to get up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and gather at the clan square. I will take you to check your body. In the afternoon, there will be special people to take you to exercise. There will be badminton, singing and dancing. I don't know how to arrange it. Don't ask. Go ask the special people tomorrow. That's it, just sign here. Hurry up, there are still many people behind me who need to be notified. Really, the clan leader actually asked us to do this in the middle of the night. After this shout, Grandma was immediately shocked. Before she came to her senses, she signed her name on it, and at this time, the ninja left directly. It can be seen that he is really in a hurry. Grandma. Obito blinked and looked at the rice and meat on the ground, what's going on? Grandma, I don't know. Grandma came back to her senses and smiled helplessly, I heard that the clan leader gave it to the old man. What should we do now? Take it all in. Obito, remember, we have always been taken care of by others, so if there is a need, Obito must also help others well. Obito knows. The next day, the mighty Uchiha old man began to go for a physical examination under the leadership of the ninja. At the same time, in order to ensure this physical examination, Uchiha Fuyu also asked Suzune to go to the Hokage building to entrust several medical ninjas to come. At first, the Hokage refused. After all, medical ninjas are the most scarce in the war period, but when he heard that it only takes 1 day and there is a high reward, he also specially assigned 3 ninjas to come. Of course, the strongest medical ninja who is now in charge of the battlefield behind the battlefield, Tsunade, did not come back, otherwise, he was going to let Tsunade come. Early in the morning, Uchiha Obito sent his grandmother away, and then, seeing a bunch of Uchiha elders in front of him, he felt relieved. It seems that the clan leader really took care of the elderly out of consideration for the elderly. Sure enough, clan leader Fugaku is really a good person. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito felt deeply proud in his heart again. Even when he walked, his feet were like the wind, and he showed his clan emblem of the Uchiha clan with his head held high. Until we arrived at the place agreed by the team. You look disgusting. And you are late again. An annoying voice suddenly came from his ears. What do you care? Uchiha Obito glared at Kakashi, you are disgusting. A soft voice came from the side, did Obito encounter any good things? Yeah, it's a clan matter. Obito changed his face again, and said with a smile, I'll tell you later, Lin. Just as the words fell. Okay, okay. You all passed my test yesterday. Minato teacher suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling gently, today we will start the mission. Come on with any mission. I will definitely complete it perfectly. Obito shouted directly, no matter if it is A level or S level. Idiot. Kakashi glanced at him, then looked at Minato teacher, this should be a D level mission. Find a cat or clean up the garbage. Damn. Why is it a D-level mission? How can this be worthy of me? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito expressionlessly. He is pitiful. He was active on the battlefield, but he was released to relax and had to perform boring D-level missions with this idiot. Idiot. Hey, hey. Kakashi. Who are you talking about? Okay, be quiet, just as Kakashi said. It is indeed a D-level mission. Minato laughed twice, but don't worry, the reward is quite high. Then Teacher Lin looked at Minato curiously, what is the mission? You should know the famous Fuyu milk tea at the entrance of the village, right? 005 The beginning of the birth of the cancer of the ninja world. Fuyu milk tea. A new milk tea shop in Konoha, it is said that there are branches all over the land of fire. As a member of Konoha, they certainly know that this milk tea shop is second only to Ichiraku Ramen. Especially on the first day of opening, the queues stretched to the entrance of the village, countless people fought for a cup of milk tea, and some people bought a cup and resold it and made dozens of times the money. At that time, Obito complained, those boring guys actually lined up so long to buy milk tea? Oh, right. Later, when he heard that Lin also wanted to try it, this boring guy ran to line up early in the morning. But he didn't expect it now. I'm back. Damn it, they actually asked the future Hokage to deliver milk tea to them, it's really abominable. Thank you for your hard work, Obito. Don't suffer. Seeing Lin wearing a red and white work apron and a cute red hat, Obito was no longer tired. He sat up happily and said, this D-level mission is too simple. Lin is so cute in this outfit. Suddenly, I felt that it's actually good to work here. Obito glanced around and found that Kakashi didn't come back. He immediately his eyes lit up and he burst into laughter, I'm the first one back. Did you see that, Lin? Kakashi lost to me. That Obito Lin hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. However, Obito, who was already immersed in self-intoxication, couldn't see Lin's expression at all. Lin. Kakashi lost to me. As soon as he finished speaking. Idiot. A cold voice came. Kaka walked in with a takeaway box, glanced at Obito lightly, and ignored him. You lost. Kakashi. Did you see that? I came back before you. Obito was not angry, thinking that Kakashi was howling like a loser, so he walked over and said word by word, Kakashi. Kakashi. You. Lost. Idiot. You lost. Idiot. Damn. Obito was so angry at Kakashi's arrogant expression even after losing that he rolled up his sleeves and said, I want to challenge you. That Obito at this time, Lin finally had no choice but to carefully pull Obito over and was about to say something. Lin, let me go. I want to duel with him. Obito, actually Kakashi has already delivered 3 rounds. What 3 rounds? I want to duel with him. After a pause, Obito stared at Lin. Ah? He has already delivered 3 rounds. Then he looked at Kakashi in disbelief, and after a moment, impossible. How can he be so fast? Idiot. You must be lying to me. Idiot. Ah, I want to duel with you. At this time. Be quiet. The owner shouted helplessly, I just received 2 trips. You 2 hurry up and deliver them. After delivering you will get free milk tea. Damn it. I even lost to Kakashi in delivering milk tea. Obito covered his eyes sadly, but after a moment, his eyes were blazing again, and he took the milk tea. I won't lose this time. Kakashi. After saying that, he ran out without waiting for Kakashi to answer him. This idiot. Kakashi covered his head helplessly again, looked at the equally helpless shop owner, and took the milk tea. I will deliver it safely. You know, milk tea is something that not only needs to be fast, but also remember not to mix it up. So, that idiot ran so fast, it would be fine if it got mixed up, but if it fell to the ground and broke, he would have to run again. On the other side. Isn't Minato going? Uchiha Fuyu leaned against the guardrail, looking at Minato who was drinking milk tea with him, and smiled slightly. As the teacher of the team, it's not good for Minato to be lazy here with me. Looking down from here, you can see his milk tea shop. At this stage, his business philosophy is to open wherever he can, and insist on opening it in every town in the ninja world. Haha, it's rare to be able to relax, don't worry about them getting into accidents, and this mission can also drink milk tea for free, it's really satisfying. Minato didn't care, he laughed, his smile was very sunny, no wonder some people called him the little sun. The smile is quite contagious. Please order a strawberry smoothie on your way back. Kushina likes it very much. Also order a strawberry mousse box. Remember to put some ice in the bag. By the way, you haven't visited Kushina for a long time. She is very angry. I've been busy recently. Please pay. No problem. Just deduct it from my share of the salary. All your salaries have been given to the Hokage. Fuyu complained unhappily, but he didn't care. He didn't really want the money. He was just joking. Looking at Kakashi who was running very steadily below, how about handing your student to me? He has a great talent for being a delivery man. As long as he works for 2 years, I will directly promote him to be the head of the delivery department. This is much more interesting than being a ninja. Hee. Minato laughed awkwardly and shook his head helplessly. Fuyu, stop joking. You know Kakashi's affairs. That's right. Except for him, Uchiha Fuyu, who is a ninja who does business while working. He has become a disgrace to the ninja community, but it doesn't matter. When he went to give money, didn't the old man of the 3rd generation come to pick him up with a smile? As for Kakashi, when the rumors about Sakumo were flying all over the place, He hadn't made a fortune yet, so he couldn't do anything else, especially at that time being a member of the Uchiha clan was very dangerous. If it were now, directly give him the endorsement fee, persuade him to withdraw from the ninja, and recruit him as an image ambassador, I don't know if he would agree. Thinking of this, he smiled helplessly. You still have to work hard. Perhaps the money ability will be beyond his expectations? Yes. They still have to work hard. Minato beside him drank a sip of mango iced tea, sighed, and then said firmly, but I believe they will become excellent ninjas. At this point, he looked at Fuyu who looked helpless. What about you, Fuyu? You really don't want to be a ninja anymore? Fuyu was a year younger than him, and he was also a genius. He was quite famous in the academy at that time. He could have graduated early, but he refused and said I'm not mature enough. The teacher still has a lot of knowledge for me to learn. And his will of fire is very strong. I heard that the new textbooks in the academy have begun to include several of his most representative articles. His firm will of fire can be seen in every article. He is really a serious, hard-working, and talented person. Ninja. Everyone thought so originally. They thought the Uchiha family had a genius, but they didn't expect he went into business. Today I heard the Hokage praise you. Even if you become a businessman, you still haven't forgotten the will of fire. After all, I am a businessman in AI village, Fuyu said with a smile and naturally. Of course in his heart. Praise me? It's about money. Is that so? Minato smiled heartily. He probably guessed why Uchiha Fuyu didn't become a ninja. After all, the Uchiha family Fuyu just wanted to change the Uchiha family in his own way. He patted Fuyu's shoulder. Let's work together to change all this. Fuyu. I hope to see you wearing a ninja forehead protector and become a real ninja. The mission time here is up, I should take them back. After the words fell, he turned over and jumped off the guardrail, clapped his hands, and called his subordinates who had delivered the orders. Only Uchiha Fuyu looked at Minato below with a helpless look. Who wants to be a ninja? Wouldn't it be nice for him to be the richest man in the ninja world? I'm back. Competing with Kakashi really exhausted him. But damn! He lost again. Obito held up his tired body and held the fruit tea in his hand. He opened the door and immediately saw Grandma changing shoes in the entrance. Grandma was wearing a strange tight blue and white sportswear, and her grey hair was tied up. It seemed was she preparing to go out? Obito was stunned and asked curiously, where is Grandma going? Oh, Obito is back? Grandma has prepared dinner. It's in the pot. You can just bring it out yourself. Grandma raised her head, smiled kindly, and looked at Obito. The elders in the clan have an activity tonight, it seems to be dancing or something. Grandma will go over to take a look. Put the dishes away after dinner, and Grandma will wash them when she comes back. After that, opened the door and walked out directly. Obito was left with a puzzled look at his grandmother's back. Dance? What dance? 006 He wants to be my father. During this period, a lot of D-level missions were arranged for the Minato team. Of course, this would not last long. Someone was watching Obito from behind. He could not always be a delivery man in Konoha. Even if these few days Rin was a waiter and he was a delivery man, it seemed like a couple happily running a milk tea shop, but once the time was up, he would go out to perform more dangerous tasks. Now it is just the beginning of the war, the battlefield will not be too tense, from Kakashi being temporarily transferred back to No, so they will still have to go to the battlefield in a while. Kakashi is a genius, and the Konoha high level also stared at him, especially the third generation, worried that the genius of Konoha has darkness in his heart. At this time, in the office, after Uchiha Fuyu paid the salary to Konoha celebrity Might Dai, he smiled slightly. How is Senior Dai doing recently? Thanks to Mr. Fuyu's help, my son and I have a stable income. The good guy Might Dai is like this, smiling at everyone. He obviously has a strange strength, but he doesn't care if he is laughed at. He is still full of sunshine. He lowered his head and looked at his envelope, and was shocked. Mr. Fuyou. This must have been sent to the wrong person. After saying that, he only took out his own part, and bent down to hand the rest to Uchiha Fuyou. Mr. Fuyou, please take it back. No, take it. This is your dividend for this quarter, and congratulations on Kai's graduation. Uchiha Fuyou pushed the money back. I'm sorry that I haven't celebrated for Kai. But this it's still a bit much. It's okay, take it. You delivered food very well this quarter, and the temperature, taste, and time were all well controlled. You received 5-star praise from customers, so it's a little extra, and you deserve it. Uchiha Fuyou shook his head and showed a faint smile on his face, and I have another job that needs your help. Because Might Dai specializes in physical skills, he doesn't know ninjutsu and can't use it, so his ability is not outstanding. Over the years, his team has either been promoted to Chunin or Jonin, or has long gone. As a lonely person, there are very few tasks that he can accept, so Might Dai has been doing odd jobs while training, but doing odd jobs after all, he can't make much money. Thinking that this is a ruthless person, it just happens that the food delivery rider is very suitable for him, so he was recruited later, letting him train while delivering food, secretly using money to corrupt his heart, so he likes this job very much. It is said that because of this period of delivering food, he has trained the ability to accelerate upside-down milk tea without spilling or shaking. So, it is not wrong to say that he is widely praised by customers. Fuyou touched his chin and said with a smile, it's not a difficult thing, it's just a bit troublesome. Please tell me, Master Fuyou. Might Dai straightened his chest and said seriously, no matter what the work is, Dai will definitely complete it. Recently, do you know about the Uchiha Family Elderly Center activity team? Uchiha Fuyou looked at the serious Might Dai, and he liked this point of Might Dai very much. A drop of water should be returned with a spring, so as long as he gave the work, he would complete it very seriously. It's not a troublesome thing, it's just that there are too many elderly people, so there are too many trivial matters, and ninjutsu can't be used to manage them. Therefore, I hope there is a ninja who can help and be patient. Just don't let them run around, fall, or send them directly after encountering problems. Just go to the medical department. Is that so? Don't worry. Master Fuyou. Might Dai shouted seriously, Dai will definitely protect them well. Excuse me, if possible, can you report today? No problem. As long as there is no important task in the village, Might Dai will focus on the work here. After all, he is a ninja. In fact, he was very grateful to Master Fuyou in his heart. At that time, the whole village was laughing at them, and even the tasks were given priority to the team. Only Master Fuyou lent them a helping hand and gave them a job with a good income and training. Dai will go now. After saying that, he turned around and rushed out. Excuse me, Senior Dai. Uchiha Fuyou shook his head helplessly. He heard the noisy sound outside in the office, frowned slightly, and walked out. Why is the owner angry in the store? Because of the problems in the village, the owner of the headquarters did not recruit members from the major families, but just ordinary uncles who retired from ninja because of leg injuries. Uchiha Fuyou came out and saw the owner scolding a black-haired boy who was bowing his head, and his mouth twitched. Uncle Sato, you even dare to scold brother too, aren't you afraid that he will destroy your entire family? Looking at Uchiha Obito who was full of grievances and biting his chin helplessly, he sighed and patted Uncle Sato's shoulder. Uncle Sato, what happened? He glanced at Obito who was still bowing his head. Young people have just started working, it doesn't matter if there are some problems, just teach them well and don't make the same mistake next time. Boss Fuyou. Uncle Sato saw Uchiha Fuyou coming out, and hurriedly said respectfully, then looked at Uchiha Obito helplessly, I have taught you these days, but this kid always forgets it. He always rushes out for some competition and breaks up several milk teas. He was also complained by customers because he was too hasty and stirred the milk tea a little muddy. This time, he was complained by customers because he helped an old lady cross the road and delayed the delivery time. You are worthy of being late too. Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched again, walked to Uchiha Obito, and said with a smile, "Obito, raise your head." Uchiha Obito heard the voice of another person and was curious for a long time, but he was embarrassed to raise his head because he really did something wrong this time. When he raised his head, he saw the familiar face and was slightly stunned. "It's you. This liar." "Obito." Lin's nervous voice. "Idiot." Kakashi covered his head helplessly. "What are you talking about, little brat? The boss is your employer now, and he is also the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader. You have to call him Master Fuyu." Sato punched Obito's head. "Don't the current ninja academies teach this?" "It's okay. It's okay." Fuyu waved his hand and looked at Obito with a smile. "Do you regret it? If you regret it, you can call me Dad now." Before he finished speaking, everyone nearby was stunned. Obito's dad? So young. So rich. Even Rin and Kakashi were stunned. Aren't Obito's parents gone? Who wants to call you Dad? You damn guy! Obito yelled, "I will become Hokage. Don't worry, your father is waiting for you." Fuyu smiled like a father and patted his head, but as expected, he dodged all of them. Then, he said seriously, because the food was delivered over time and damaged, the customer complained. "I will talk to Minato-senpai about this matter. Lei Obito, as a ninja, you must be careful and cautious when performing tasks. No matter what the task is, don't be too careless and careless. If this is an escort mission, and your employer is hurt because of your game, what should you do then?" Seeing that he said he would tell their teacher, Obito suddenly deflated, lowered his head in frustration, and muttered, "I didn't mean it. It's just that there are always some accidents." However, Fuyu didn't finish speaking, patted his shoulder, smiled and said, "But there is a reason for everything, it's to help others, so, in order to encourage your behavior, we will issue you a certificate of good deeds and a reward of 30,000 taels. Don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. Remember your helpful heart now, but don't be so naive in war." Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked at Sato. "I'm going to go out for a while, I'll leave the store to you again." After saying that, under the curious, excited and confused eyes of everyone, he walked directly outside. After a while, "Obito, is that your father?" Lin blinked her eyes curiously, looked at his leaving back, and asked, "He's really handsome and young. He doesn't look much older than us." "No. He's just a psychopath." Obito explained without hesitation, with a little pride in his tone, "I don't know who he is, but he wants to adopt me as his son and let me inherit his property. Sure enough, he is still too good." The words fell. Kakashi rolled his eyes. It was just a joke. This idiot is serious. Uchiha Fuyu, the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader, is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. But later, for some reason, he refused to become a ninja and went into business. He looked at his back with confused eyes. "It's really curious." The words fell. Rin and Obito were shocked, looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, do you know him?" This is Lin's curiosity. "Kakashi, you said he is a member of Uchiha." This is Obito's shock. Suddenly, Kakashi rolled his eyes at him again. And Lin looked at Obito helplessly. "Obito. Didn't Sato just say that?" Lin whispered, "Ninjas also need to learn to collect useful information, Obito." 007 Square Dance Diplomacy. "Thank you, Fuyu. It's okay, Minato-san, that's all Konoha's hope." Fuyu smiled slightly and looked at Minato, it's just that being too naive or too extreme is not good. Minato-san is also very hard. Yes. Obito is too naive and too sentimental. Once he encounters an accident, he will be very sad. Minato sighed and nodded. Kakashi has always believed that the mission is the most important thing because of Sakumo-sama's affairs. This is why the third generation transferred him back at this time. I remember that the third generation met him on the day he came back and talked to him in detail about Kakashi, hoping that he could guide him to the right path and deepen Kakashi's bond with his partners. It is probably because of this that Obito was allowed to be with Kakashi. Obito. He is also a ninja with the will of fire. Thinking of this, Minato looked at Uchiha Fuyu again. The Uchiha clan has two ninjas with the will of fire, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Fuyu, and they will definitely be integrated into Konoha again. At this time, Minato. The red-haired female ninja jumped up and down, as if she saw Minato, and ran over happily. Kushina. Sister Kushina. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, greeted Kushina, and said to Minato, "Then I won't bother you." When he was still a student, he was very familiar with Sister Kushina and Senior Minato. "Don't you want to go together? I'll treat you to ramen." "No. Your subordinates will take good care of the store. Don't look at Uncle Sato like this now, he was a pretty good chunin at that time. I won't bother you on your date." Blinked. "Sorry for the trouble." Minato blushed embarrassedly and scratched his cheek with his hand. "Let's go. Minato, let's go." Kushina didn't care, she pulled Minato carelessly, and then said to Fuyu, "Well done, Fuyu. You haven't come to see your sister for so long, you stinky brother. I won't bother you anymore." She winked playfully, and, "Are you still eating strawberries today? I'll ask the store to arrange it." Fuyu smiled helplessly, looking at Kushina who waved to him and left, and Minato who looked apologetic. Should I say lucky? Or unfortunate? Kushina-senpai and Minato-senpai are a good match. Suzun's voice came from the side. Fuyu looked at Suzun who was smiling at Minato and the other man's backs as they left, and nodded. "It's still early, how about let's go for a walk?" "Okay, Fuyu." Hinata Suzun's eyes seemed to light up slightly, nodded, and followed Fuyu. The two walked forward quietly. At this time, the Third Ninja World War was approaching, so the business in Konoha would not be too prosperous, or rather the business of the entire ninja world was developing, which could be said to be full of opportunities and risks. Therefore, there were not many things to do in the village, so it was just a simple walk. For example, Minato and Kushina would probably go to the back mountain woods to find a deserted place to be affectionate. Of course, the entire Konoha could not escape the ninjutsu of the third generation. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was destined to receive more attention than others. By the way, because the Uchiha family's senior activities have attracted a lot of attention, the elderly from the Hyuga family also want to join, so my brother asked me to discuss it with you. Ling Yian seemed embarrassed and stuck out her tongue playfully. In fact, the group of old stubborn people in the family are still very stingy. They are unwilling to pay, and it is not easy to find the Uchiha clan leader, so they want to talk to Fuyu. Do you need me to refuse? No, this is great. Fuyu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't mind others taking advantage of him. It was just a little money. He could build a few more shops. He was afraid that others would stay away from him. It was just that it was still a war period at this stage, so he had to be cautious. Any family can come. If they want to come, let them come together. There are special people to lead them. It's good for the elderly to exercise more. By the way, what does the Hokage say? After all, it's war time now. Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide some time ago. Although he was finally named a hero of Konoha, the atmosphere in the village was more or less tense. If we have fun now, will the village chief think that we don't have a good sense of the overall situation? The third generation is very supportive of this. He thinks the atmosphere in the village is still too tense. Although we are still at war, he still hopes that the village can be more relaxed. Ling Yian said with a smile, only in this way can the vitality of the village be sufficient. She looked at Uchiha Fuyu's handsome profile. She remembered that she envied Fuyu's talent very much at that time, and she was also very inferior. She was alone every time Fuyu, who was still a child at that time, came to comfort her, encourage her, and train with her. But I didn't expect. In the end, Fuyu didn't become a ninja. She said with a firm tone, no matter what Fuyu chooses to do, I will support you. Fuyu looked at Ling Yian, who said these to him for no reason, and was slightly stunned. Then after that, he nodded with a smile, thank you. He can be where he is now, thanks to Suzun's help. I remember that time everyone laughed at him, only Suzun stayed with him, choosing a place together, building a store together, and serving as a waiter together. He passed the difficult early stage of entrepreneurship. By the way, your elder brother, the head of the Hayashi clan, should be getting married soon. Uchiha Fuyu seemed to remember something and frowned in distress. I guess I can't attend his wedding. Suzun, remember to give my gift to the head of the Hayashi clan. Hinata Suzun, the younger sister of Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi, just didn't have enough talent. Therefore, after her elder brother inherited the head of the main family and her second brother inherited the head of the branch family, she could only be an ordinary ninja of the branch family. Ordinary blood of the branch family. In order to protect the blood of the main family, the mortality rate is quite high. I remember that I was still a shy and inferior girl at that time. I had no friends, no strength, and was laughed at. I didn't expect that I would become a very remarkable professional woman now. Fuyu glanced at Miss Hyaga's unique pride, it's really amazing. However, after the words fell, Suyin was silent for a while, then smiled slightly. Suyin will remember. When are you going to leave? Do you need an escort mission? The day after tomorrow. The ninja world has not been very peaceful recently. Go out early and come back early. As for the guards, then there is no need, the guards in the caravan will do. Fuyu sighed and looked at the sunset. The sun is about to set, I will take you home. Yes. On the other side. After being taught some ninja knowledge by the store owner Sato, and after running a few orders, Obito also dragged his tired body back home. I'm back. However, today, no one answered him again. Like today, it seems that several days have passed. Every day when he comes back, Grandma is not at home. It seems that every morning and evening, she will go out to dance with Grandma's friends. Although he didn't eat with Grandma, Uchiha Obito was still very happy that Grandma was so happy. It was not good for Grandma to stay at home all the time. Looking at the dinner that was already prepared in the pot, he sighed helplessly, then today I have to eat alone. I don't know what I'm doing, but Grandma is so interested in it. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan territory, an old Uchiha leaned on a cane and looked at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, and said lightly, Clan leader, I heard that the clan has wasted a lot of money on those useless old people recently. The clan's money was not wasted. Great Elder Uchiha Fugaku. He has been expelled from the Uchiha clan and is a shame to the Uchiha clan. That money. He just took it out to express his gratitude for the Uchiha family's upbringing. Fugaku held his hands calmly and said, I have no right to take over. He will arrange people himself. Stupid. If there is so much money, the treatment of our Uchiha ninjas can be improved a little bit, but it is used in such a useless place. The old man called the Great Elder had a flash in his eyes. I will go and talk to Fugaku in person. I remember that time he also took good care of the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. 008 I will go to investigate the enemy first. Night. The evening breeze is gentle. The Uchiha clan also ended today's evening talk. The result was not very good. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku did not agree to use all resources on the Uchiha ninja as everyone thought. The Uchiha elders looked at the patriarchs departing back, sighed, shook their heads in disappointment, and then turned their heads to look at the elder beside them. Brother, what should we do now? Don't be anxious. The Uchiha elder, Uchiha Shiin, leaned on a cane, his wrinkled old face, with a calm look, slightly narrowed his eyes. Wait for me to go see Fuyu first. Uchiha Fuyu. The genius of the Uchiha clan at that time, at a young age, had already shown a talent far beyond ordinary people, and was diligent and inquisitive, hard-working, and serious. He was often immersed in the Uchiha clan's collection of books and training grounds and could not extricate himself and forgot to eat. At the same time, he possessed the will of fire that the third Hokage often talked about. Although the Uchiha family only heard about the so-called will of fire, since Fuyu could get the recognition of the third Hokage and often wrote articles about Fuyu's will of fire, it was good. Perhaps he could become a bond between the family and the village, allowing the family to re-enter the power center of Konoha and be accepted by the village. They even spent a lot of money to prepare Fuyu to become the direct descendant of the third Hokage and worship one of the three ninjas as a teacher. Fuyu was also very competitive. Even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki recognized him as his sister. At the same time, he met the graduation requirements after only a few years of studying in the academy. Although he did not apply for early graduation in the end, it can be seen that Fuyu has talent. A genius of the Uchiha clan. And he is a genius recognized by the third Hokage. At that time, they all thought that Uchiha Fuyu might be able to lead the genius of the Uchiha clan to a new future. And he, Uchiha Shiin, also thought so. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. On the day of graduation everything went as planned, and everyone was happily preparing to celebrate the Uchiha family's genius, but unexpectedly, that night. When a ninja is a savior, Uchiha is rich. That brat actually said this to the clan leader in front of all the elders, and he didn't even care about being kicked out of the Uchiha clan. It's simply a shame for the Uchiha clan. Originally, everyone was ready to dig out the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and throw him out to fend for himself, but it's still a pity after all. Uchiha Shiin looked at the moon in the sky, sighed melancholy, shook his head, leaned on his crutches with both hands, and gently knocked on the floor. After hesitating again and again, he, the elder, was still ready to give the child a chance, thinking that as long as he went out to live for a while, he would know that ninjas are the future of the ninja world. If there is no strength, any wealth will only become a wedding dress for others. But I didn't expect that the boy actually made some name for himself. Although that little money is nothing to the ancient Uchiha family, but it's free, and it can be free every year, which is a huge amount. Even if the Uchiha family can't come up with such an extra amount every year, or it can come up with it, it may have some impact on maintaining the operation of the Uchiha family. So, if this money can be used for the ninjas of their Uchiha family, it will definitely improve the strength of the ninjas of the Uchiha family. What are you going to do, big brother? Asked the elder Uchiha who also had white hair beside him. Do you need to ask Fuyu to come directly? Wait for a moment. You all know Fuyu, he has a stubborn temper, or genius thinks he is right, what a pity, lament. Uchiha Shiin shook his head regretfully, knocked the floor with his cane, and pondered for a while. Let me go to those old people first to see what are they doing first. Dancing? Singing? Is this what a ninja should do? He sighed and turned around. Don't worry, I will definitely find the so-called evidence to let Fuyu know what is right. Ninja. Ninja with absolute strength. It is the only way out for the Uchiha family. So, since that stinky boy said that ninja can't save the Uchiha, let him, as the great elder of the Uchiha family, tell that stinky boy a few stinky money can't save the Uchiha. It will only be regarded as a big fat sheep by others. At this stage, it is better to be regarded as a big fat sheep than to be regarded as a hidden danger to the village. After sending Hyaga Suzune back to the Hyaga clan, Uchiha Fuyu walked alone on the streets of Konoha, looking at the seemingly deserted streets with emotion, and shook his head. For example, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, as the two major families of beautiful pupils in the Konoha family, have always been unwilling to submit to each other. Especially the Uchiha family, although it was once at its peak, since the second generation carried out a wave of reforms, and the third generation team carried out another wave of reforms, the Uchiha family has declined. Therefore, the Hyuga family became more arrogant and arrogant when they saw the Uchiha family. They believed that they were the first beautiful family in Konoha. However, when they saw him, Uchiha Fuyu, they still had to smile and call him Boss Fuyu. Nothing else. He, Uchiha Fuyu, stupid, rich, and has always been able to get close to people. And I believe that in a few years he will be even more able to get close to people. Come to the orphanage on the street of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu pondered for a moment, then walked in. Brother Fuyu. Boss Fuyu. Immediately received a warm welcome from the children. If it had been according to the original plan, he, Uchiha Fuyu, should have a strong will of fire, make friends in the academy, enhance the relationship between classmates, and then show his strength so that the top leaders would not dare to underestimate him. Result: a little accident happened. He became a rich man with billions of dollars. No way. I thought about it at that time. If he didn't die, it would take a long time to do research, dig up bloodline, and develop ninjutsu. He might have to become a traitor as soon as he showed his talent. It's too dangerous. It's better to be at ease now. Everyone thinks that Uchiha Fuyu has given up the way of ninjutsu and doesn't take him seriously. Otherwise, it's a joke to want to get the approval of the third generation just by relying on the so-called will of fire. Look at what the third generation will say every time Danzo wants to take action. Let me think about it. Wait a little longer. Maybe there are other ways. Don't act rashly. What was the result? Uchiha Fuyu didn't know how many ashes were scattered under the regret, self-blame, and shame of the third generation. He rubbed the heads of a few children and walked towards the office of the director of the orphanage. He knocked on the door and said, "Come in." Fuyu walked in and saw a blonde woman wearing glasses and a white cape sitting on a chair. She seemed to notice him coming in and turned her head from the documents on the table to look at him with a smile. The woman smiled gently, her eyes curved, and looked at Fuyu gently. "Is it Fuyu? Sister Nono?" Fuyu nodded slightly and sat aside casually. "It seems that Sister Nono is also very distressed. What happened? Do you need help?" "Nothing." Nono packed up the documents, shook her head with a smile, and poured Fuyu a cup of tea. "It's just some things from the orphanage. It's a small matter, nothing to worry about." "Are there a lot more orphans?" Although the war was not very intense in the early stage, and now the main focus is on defending the Sand Village, it is still a war to some extent. If there is a war, there will be casualties. Fuyu pondered for a moment, and after a moment, he looked at Nono, who was wondering and thinking, and said with a smile, "I will open a few new barbecue restaurants here in a few days, and I need a lot of apprentices." Nono was stunned, then smiled lightly, seemed to be relieved, nodded, and said, "It's really a big help. It's just that I just need apprentices." "I know." Nono shook his head helplessly, and poured a cup of tea for Fuyu, who looked like relying on billions, thanks to Fuyu. Otherwise, she and the orphanage might now. Thinking of this, Nono suddenly frowned, as if he remembered something. "Is Fuyu going to leave the village these days?" "Yes." Fuyu nodded. "There is business outside that needs to be dealt with. After all, this war seems to be getting more and more wrong, and it may be very intense at that time, so I have to go out and deal with everything while it is still calm." "Is that so?" Nono whispered to himself, then raised his head seriously and looked at Fuyu. "Remember. Be sure to hire more ninjas," and paused, lowered his voice, "Pay attention to the root ninjas." "Root ninja?" 009 got it right. Root ninja? Danzo might come to borrow money. Uchiha Fuyu could only think of this, otherwise, he really couldn't imagine why the root ninja was staring at him, an ordinary rich man. It can't be because he was too close to the ace spy in the root. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. If he didn't make any mistakes at this time, Danzo would never take action against him. As for making remarks like "Sakumo sorry," he is just an ordinary boss who opened a few milk tea shops. The next day morning, Uchiha Fuyu, who came to the milk tea shop again, was a little surprised when he saw the noisy guys inside. Why are there so many people today? He didn't remember that he had commissioned so many people to do the task together. And it seems that Minato is not leading the team today. Too tired last night? Can't get up. Looking at Obito, who is still energetic, declaring war on Kakashi again, and extremely arrogant in front of his friends. Uchiha Fuyu showed a fatherly smile and patted Obito on the head. "Obito, are there so many friends coming to play today? Come on. Uncle Sato, give the friends some snacks and treats." Under the confused and angry Obito, he touched his head kindly. "I'll give you a day off today. I will tell your team leader later. Remember to have fun." Then he ignored the group of wide-eyed brats and entered the office. Give Obito fatherly love, let him enjoy the luxurious life of a rich second generation, use money to corrupt his innocent little boy's heart, and see if he will be sad when his girlfriend is gone. As long as there is money, a certain toad will take him to meet more girlfriends. Let him know that first love can be kept in his heart, and he can be angry when he should be angry, and sad when he should be sad, but there is no need to destroy the world, kill his father and mother, and even kill innocent people from the same village. I am your godfather." As the rich entered, except for Kakashi and Rin, who already knew, the rest of the friends were stunned. "Obito! Your dad!" Asuma, who had a thick beard at a young age, directly hugged Obito's shoulders and said with envy and jealousy, "No wonder we are cleaning the sewers, but you are sitting here drinking milk tea. Is this fatherly love?" Sighed, "Why doesn't the old man treat me better? And why didn't you tell me earlier? If you knew this was your shop, would I have to queue for 7 hours to buy milk tea for Hong last time? Just go through the back door. No. And don't call me tour." Obito's mouth twitched. "I'm so angry. Although he is rich, who is he, Uchiha Obito? How could a man who is destined to become Hokage call him dad just for a few bucks? Isn't it? I'm very familiar with his eyes." Asuma frowned slightly. The old man would also show this kind of eyes, but he always wanted to beat him up. And if it wasn't, why would he be so good to you? He is a psychopath. Obito raised his head proudly. "He saw my talent and wanted to take me as his son and let me inherit his property." Hee. Asuma looked at Obito with a look of disbelief. Why don't they believe it? Can this guy have talent? Fire escape stuck in throat? Kunao stuck in his fingers? Or did physical technique trip him? He is definitely not Obito's father. At this time, the gentle Lin seemed to see Obito's confusion and explained softly, "He is a member of the Uchiha clan, but I don't know why." Glancing at Obito, "Maybe it's just a joke." Just as the words fell. "Okay. Kids." Sato had already brought out the food and said happily, "Everyone eat." After that, he looked at Obito curiously, "Tisk tisk tisk." Shaked his head and went into the kitchen again. "Let you have a good rest today. I don't know why the rich boss likes you." The words fell. Everyone looked at Obito in silence again. After a while, "Obito, why don't you admit it?" Asuma said, "I will give you a good rest today. I don't know why the rich boss likes you." Ma touched her chin and said seriously, "This way we can drink milk tea for free. I don't know why, every time I pass by here, as long as I have money in my pocket, I have the urge to come in and buy a cup. Get lost." Obito yelled, "Who wants to recognize him as a father? Are all the sons of Hokage so shameless? Under Kakashi's calm eyes, the group of people started to enjoy milk tea after yelling for a while. Well, it's really good. There are also pudding and taro. 1 cup costs the price of a bowl of luxurious barbecued pork ramen. Shiranui Genma wiped his mouth. You actually invited so many of us to drink milk tea and eat food, Obito, you are really not your father. I said it's not. Obito complained unhappily, and then lazily lay on the table. Grandma has been going out very early and coming home very late recently. I don't know what she is doing. There are even fewer old people crossing the road. An activity for the elderly? I heard that many elderly people went. Asuma nodded, it's just singing and playing with a ball with feathers. It looks boring. And there was something he didn't say. A group of elderly people wearing those clothes, to be honest. He washed his eyes for a long time that night. With a complaining tone, I don't know who made this kind of thing. Shouldn't the elderly sit in the courtyard, basking in the sun, and enjoying afternoon tea slowly? I think it's good, everyone is very happy. Lin said weakly, but no one paid attention. Everyone just wanted to complain now. At this time, the handsome boy next to him, Mizuki, said, I heard that it was made by the Uchiha family. Then, everyone looked at Obito in silence again. Obito was also silent, and then nodded helplessly. I asked, it was indeed him. Uchiha Fuyu. That guy asked the clan to organize it. Now he can't even eat with his grandmother. But grandma seems very happy every day. He yelled again in annoyance, really, I haven't eaten freshly cooked hot dishes for many days. After he finished speaking. Suddenly, he felt the surroundings quiet down, raised his head in confusion, and looked at the group of people around him who were all stunned. What's wrong? What did you call him just now? Asuma raised his eyebrows and looked at Obito in disbelief. Uchiha Fuyu. Obito pointed at the sign as a matter of course, Fuyu. Isn't it written there? Uchiha Fuyu. The voice was raised. Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu. Are you sick? Obito rolled his eyes, didn't I say that? Don't you think this name is familiar? Do you know who wrote Konoha Boy Says? Shiranui Genma sipped milk tea and said slowly, have you heard of my Konoha my Hokage? It sounds so familiar. Obito was stunned and said, where have I heard it? Read the full text and answer the following questions. First, when was the wife of the third Hokage born? Second, what is the central idea of the whole article? Fuck. Obito was stunned, as if he remembered something, and shuddered all over. It's useless to ask him. Asuma pinched his nose and said casually, this guy has never passed this course. Shiranui Genma looked at Asuma in silence. Are you qualified to say this? Score. Don't look at me like this, I got 2 points for this big question. Did you answer the first question correctly? Yes. 0-10 What am I here for? I am Uchiha Shiin. I have seen the powerful and kind first-generation Hokage, followed the domineering and unparalleled Uchiha legend, Lord Madara, and now I have become the ancestor of the Uchiha family. Now I walk with a cane, and I am not as arrogant as before. I even need someone to help me go to the toilet at night. What I want most now is to see the Uchiha family regain its former glory. What a pity. I didn't expect that the young man who was very optimistic about me would end up going into business. Early in the morning, Uchiha Shiin made a simple disguise and quietly followed the group of Uchiha family elders to a flat open space in the suburbs. Looking at the bustling, smiling, and leisurely old guys, Uchiha Shiin snorted in his heart. Waste. What a waste. Absolute waste. What's the point of wasting money here? Can the Uchiha family have another genius? Can the Uchiha family become stronger? Can the Uchiha family reproduce the glory of the past? He rejected the 3 questions in his heart without hesitation, and he began to be dissatisfied with Uchiha Fuyu, who he was very optimistic about back then. Wouldn't it be good to use this money to train Uchiha ninjas? 1 or 200 million a year with this money, how much can the Uchiha family do? Uchiha Shiin sighed again, full of indignation and dissatisfaction. This little Fuyu is really ignorant. After all, I rejected the decision to dig out his eyes back then. Why don't you discuss the matter of funding the Uchiha family with him, the elder? It's really too ignorant. At this time. Queue up, queue up. The others have arrived too, report the number. The young lady leading the team clapped her hands and said, you who just arrived, please line up at the back first. If you can't see me, I will arrange it later. After that, she turned her head and looked at the uncle with thick eyebrows and big eyes and green clothes beside her. Sorry to bother you, Senior Dai. No problem. Might Dai's mouth seemed to flicker and he gave a thumbs up. After the words fell, the figure rushed up quickly, and several identical figures suddenly appeared in the eyes of ordinary people. Uncle, you line up here. This side, is it from the Hyuga family? Can I take pictures here? Seeing this, Uchiha Shiin's eyes twitched. He knew that this guy was quite famous in Konoha to some extent. A useless physical ninja. Although it looks fast, if it encounters Uchiha's Sharingan haha, it's just like that. He sighed again in his heart and murmured, I didn't expect that Fuyu has fallen so much. How come you recruited this bunch of trash? As soon as he finished speaking, he really couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to leave in anger, and go talk to Uchiha Fuyu. Uncle, please get in a little more. Mighty Dai appeared beside him, and looking at the family emblem on his body, he suddenly understood. Most of the Uchiha family are expressionless, don't know how to communicate, and are a little arrogant, just be patient. This is what the rich boss said at the time, and he remembered it very clearly. However, Uchiha Shiin snorted arrogantly, with disdain on his face, intending to make a few sarcastic remarks, humiliate this trash, and then leave. You are old, Shiin, but you still ask for a beating. Suddenly, an old woman's cold voice came from the front. Elegant, indifferent, disdainful, and faintly familiar. Uchiha Shiin suddenly raised his head, looking at the neatly combed silver hair and the old face full of wrinkles like his, and the old woman with the turbid white eyes that were unique to the Hyuga family. He was slightly stunned, and seemed to be a little surprised. Beiwa, why are you here too? Me? Hyuga Beiwa showed a faint smile on her old face. From her temperament, it can be seen that she was also an elegant and generous woman in the past. I came to see it when I was bored. I have been here for many days, but I didn't expect. He glanced up and down at Shiin. You old stubborn are here too. The stubbornness of the Uchiha family is not as good as the old stubbornness of your Hyuga family. Uchiha Shiin also retorted, I didn't expect the old stubbornness of the Hyuga family to come back here. Relax, it's still quite interesting. Hinata Beiwa didn't care, and smiled slightly, your junior Uchiha Fuyu not bad. Not bad. After the words fell, Uchiha Shiin seemed to be choked by someone, and suddenly didn't know what to say. This guy is mocking their Uchiha family. Uchiha Fuyu. The Uchiha genius of the past. The shame of the Uchiha today. Saying this in front of him is absolutely a mockery of their Uchiha family's inability to keep a genius. In a moment of anger, just when he was about to confront him with the darkness of Hyuga's existence, the bird in the cage. The team leader suddenly came over and said with a smile, is it an acquaintance of Senior Beiwa? Not a very familiar acquaintance. Beiwa nodded with a subtle smile. Before Shiin spoke, the team leader said, then can you trouble Senior Beiwa to take this senior with you? Sure. After the two of them exchanged a few words, the leader left. Only Uchiha Shiin was still frowning, but he ignored it, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Stop. Hyuga Beiwa said lightly, raise your head. Humph. Boring, I won't wait with you. The words were not finished. Under Uchiha Shiin's stunned eyes, Hyuga Beiwa approached directly, pulled up his hands, and glanced at him with turbid white eyes. You are already old, but still so childish? Raise your hands and look at my movements. Uchiha Shiin was confused, looking at the old face in front of him and the touch of his hands. His body couldn't help but sway with Beiwa. He stared at the face blankly, his eyes became clear again from turbidity, as if he saw the beautiful, elegant, and generous face of the past. At this time, Hinata Beiwa stopped his hand, frowned slightly and looked at Uchiha Shiin, who seemed to be stunned. Do you understand, old man? Why are you stupid? Uchiha Shiin came back to his senses, snorted again, and said lightly, I don't understand. What a mess, teach me again. Where is your Sharingan? Old. Useless. Hat. Hinata Beiwa chuckled, it's true that I'm old, I have to see it clearly this time. After saying that, he pulled Shi Yan with his hand again, and Shi Yan looked at the elegant and calm movements in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise, flashing by. If you don't pay attention, you can't notice it at all. It's just. What did I come here for? It seems like he forgot something important. But Hyuga Beiwa said coldly, be serious. Look carefully, you are still in a daze. The doubts in his heart were thrown behind Uchiha Shiyan's mind, and his expression was condensed. You can actually forget, I think it must be that unimportant thing. Since it is that unimportant thing, forget it. Now more importantly, let these old guys of the Hyuga family understand that no one can compare to the Uchiha family. At the same time, after a simple registration with the gatekeeper ninja of Konoha, he left the village as a businessman to conduct business activities. Then, after saying goodbye to the bell sound who was looking at him with a faint smile, under the gaze of Hyuga bell sound, Uchiha Fuyu left the village slowly with 2 guards. The 2 guards around him were confidants who had registered in Konoha and could accompany him in and out of Konoha. Of course, their strength was not strong, just average. After all, if you are too strong, you will not have such freedom. After leaving Konoha, there was a group of people waiting for him outside the scope of Konoha. It was getting close to dusk. Finally, he left the scope of Konoha village and came to a forest. Just stepped in. Several figures in black robes appeared nearby and stood directly in front of Uchiha Fuyu. Boss. Big Buddha. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, you are here this time. Ha ha ha. Big Buddha smiled heartily, I was bored, so I came. Boss, shall we go back now? Wait a minute. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, then turned around, looked behind him, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, get rid of the little mice behind you first. 011 Money Escape. Discovered. The 3 ninjas with animal masks on their faces looked at each other, and they could see each other's shock in their eyes. Uchiha Fuyu. A genius ninja of the Uchiha family. But after graduating from the Ninja Academy, he gave up ninja and went into business for many years. And should we say that the genius is really a genius? In just a few years, branches were opened in most parts of the entire Fire Country. Even these specially trained ninjas, every time they passed by, they hesitated whether to go in and try something. I originally thought that there might be some special substance added to the milk tea, but after research and analysis, it was just a cup of milk tea that tasted pretty good. So, there is no doubt Uchiha Fuyu is a business genius. But so many years have passed, and they don't think that a businessman who just graduated from the Ninja Academy and wasted so many years can find out what they are hiding. Did his guard tell him? Impossible. The 3 ninjas dressed as Anbu immediately rejected this. They just saw it. Uchiha Fuyu found them first. Even before his guards. It seems that Uchiha Fuyu is hiding some secrets. The half-crouching cat-faced ninja in the lead said in a deep voice, he can find us, so his strength should be strong. Maybe it's the Sharingan. He can find us without being a ninja and without going through any mission no matter what. He needs to report to Danzo-sama. And Uchiha Fuyu has ninjas from other villages outside the village. Don't trust your own village? This is a taboo for the village. Especially this is someone from the Uchiha family. The root ninjas know the situation of the Uchiha family in the village better. What should we do now? Since we have been discovered, he glanced at the 5 people surrounding Uchiha Fuyu. 2 of them were guards brought out by the village, so they were not to be feared. The other 3 I don't know for now, take them back to the village for interrogation. If you can't defeat them, collect intelligence and retreat quickly. After the words fell. After a brief exchange, the 3 of them revealed their bodies and looked at Uchiha Fuyu in front of them. Uchiha Fuyu, please come back with us, Lord Hokage wants to see you. Lord Hokage? It's that guy Danzo. Because the root ninjas hide in the dark, most of the missions will be carried out in the name of the Anbu, so they will use the name of the Hokage. Although I heard Nono say the night before yesterday that Danzo seemed to have set his sights on his money. He is a village-loving person who is stupid and rich. This is his personality. So, he didn't care. He was just about to wait for Danzo to come and talk about investment. But he was about to leave and he didn't see anyone coming. He thought he had to wait until he returned to the village. I didn't expect it. They sent 3 root ninjas to follow him out of the village quietly. Uchiha Fuyu understood immediately. The old guy was going to let him join the root and turn him into a money bag, or directly inherit his milk tea business in the Land of Fire. They didn't want short-term benefits at all, they wanted everything. It's just that these guys didn't know that if he died, he would only leave a mess. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, looked at the 3 ninjas, and opened his mouth. Just when the 3 root ninjas thought he would ask why the Hokage wanted to see him, Uchiha Fuyu's face changed and he said lightly, "Do it. I'll stay." Now, he didn't think of letting these guys go back. Whether it was a problem of strength or the affairs of the Buddha, they couldn't be exposed at this stage. He was just an ordinary, wealthy merchant who loved the village. As for what Danzo would think if he was missing? Whatever he thought, he would think. As long as he was still a merchant who loved the village, he would not care what he thought. He was not a merchant from another village who came to Konoha. He could just arrest a spy. There was no evidence to suspect him. Did he really think that he would look good if he lost hundreds of millions? He blatantly robbed money. Aren't you afraid that other families in the same village would be disappointed? So, 3 root ninjas disappeared with him. Sorry. He didn't know. And he was just a businessman who gave up ninja to do business. Why would the root ninja follow him quietly? As soon as Uchiha Fuyu finished speaking, the Buddha smiled grimly and rushed forward. The root ninja looked at each other and quickly confronted him. Uchiha Fuyu, openly disobeying the order of the Hokage, is the Uchiha family going to betray the village? What do you mean by disobeying the order of the Hokage? Uchiha Fuyu said righteously, following behind secretly, and wanting to deceive me, a village-loving businessman, in the name of the Hokage? Do you really think that I, Uchiha Fuyu, lose hundreds of millions every year in vain? The 3rd generation is such a kind and sensible Hokage, how could he do such a chilling thing? His eyes condensed, as if there was a divine light. It is definitely the enemy village in disguise, intending to kill me, a village-loving businessman, destroy the unity of Konoha, and seek my wealth. After the words fell, the root ninja was speechless. They are the roots of Konoha, hiding in the darkness of Konoha, silently guarding Konoha, so the order of Danzo-sama is the order of Hokage-sama. But you can't really nod and say yes, we are really here to rob you of your money. The Buddha roared, ruthlessly waving the stick in his hand. Water escape? Water prison technique. What a pity. The ninjas who can enter the root are not ordinary ninjas, or ordinary ninjas. Danzo doesn't look down on them at all. Earth escape? Earth flow wall. Quickly seal with both hands, a wall of earth appeared in front of them, blocking the one-person high water ball, and then the three ninjas quickly left the place in an instant. Then another ninja seal, lightly said, "Heart turn technique." It should be said that he is really an elite ninja who has attended a professional school. With the cooperation, he immediately trapped the wandering ninja of the Buddha. But the Buddha was not fighting alone. Although the other two were a little weaker, they also had the strength of a Chunin. They quickly interrupted the attack, and in the blink of an eye, the Buddha resumed action. What a pity! A Chunin is a Chunin. This intervention immediately fell into a trap. Two figures appeared behind them and were about to deal with them. Stirab. Two kunao flew over. Uchiha throwing technique. The two root ninjas had to stop attacking, quickly stepped back, and avoided the attack. Then, looking at Uchiha Fuyu standing there with a smile of peace and wealth in his heart, he was horrified. The throwing just now, this guy has a very good ability to grasp the opportunity. It's not like a student who has only received compulsory ninja education. The three stood together again, looked at each other, and said, "Retreat." The Uchiha family hid the strength of Uchiha Fuyu and recruited ninjas from other villages. Combined with the situation of the Uchiha family, they must be planning something, and they must tell Danzo what to do. Uchiha Fuyu simply couldn't let anyone go. He didn't want anyone to follow him, nor did he want to expose his secret, so his eyes turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared in his eyes, and kept spinning. All of a sudden, the 3 root ninjas stared at the scarlet eyes with wide eyes. Sharingan? Or 3 Megatama Sharingan? Time is running out. Let's end it like this. Uchiha Fuyu looked at them with harmony brings wealth, I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute. Retreat. The 3 of them made a prompt decision. Hidden strength, not becoming a ninja of Konoha, recruiting ninjas from outside the village. The Uchiha family is definitely plotting something. We must tell Danzo-sama. Take the information out. What a pity. It's too late. When the Sharingan appeared, it was destined that they would never be able to leave. Although it was only 3 Megatama, and he was not as powerful as the god of the ninja world, his strength was not something that ordinary people could deal with the attributes that he earned money to upgrade. Unexpectedly, using both illusion and ninjutsu. At the same time, the Buddha also stepped forward to intercept. Fire escape? Great Dragon Fire technique. The Uchiha clan was not only proficient in illusion, but also famous for fire escape. The qualitative change brought about by the extraordinary chakra, 3 giant dragons emerged from their mouths, and rushed towards them under the shocked eyes of the 3 people. A powerful Jonin. However, this is not over yet. Money escape? Explosive talisman sky technique. The sky full of explosive talismans was thrown out by him, instantly covering the surroundings of the root ninja. The endless explosions and the flaming dragon instantly covered them. Seeing this, the Buddha's mouth twitched, and he quickly retreated, shouting, "Boss! Don't throw any more! They must be finished!" This free detonation talisman technique. There are only 3 enemies, which ninja dares to play like this? Only the rich boss is rich. And playing like this, I'm afraid they will explode too. When the dust cleared, the Buddha and the rich also withdrew their defensive ninjutsu, looking at the 3 ninjas in the middle who formed a triangle with their backs to back. At this time, the 3 people were no longer intact, their clothes were torn, blood was oozing out of their bodies, and even 2 of them were missing arms and legs. Under their feet a huge and hideous pit was formed. The ending is already doomed. Uchiha Fuyu, the leading root ninja, lowered his voice and looked at Uchiha Fuyu. You don't say. The words were not finished. Chien Dun, what are you beeping? When he pulled the kunao out of the last dying enemy's neck, burn them all. Deal with the surrounding area as well. Interrogating. Ninjas can get information from corpses. Yes. Boss. Defo responded, and looked at the boss with a twitch of his mouth. This battle is not exciting at all. After arranging the ninja to deal with it, he hesitated for a moment. Boss killed the Konoha ninja, is he preparing to defect and come to the Rain country? What Konoha ninja? What did you say? Uchiha Fuyu looked at Dafo in confusion. Who killed it? Let's go. It's time for us to go. Dafo nodded in understanding. Indeed. They didn't kill anyone. However, Uchiha Fuyu walked a few steps and suddenly stopped, narrowed his eyes, and said to Dafo leisurely, by the way. Later, go to the black market to give me a bounty order. Who do you want to reward? Why bother to reward? If you offend the boss, can't you just arrange someone to assassinate him? 012 walking gold coin. A few days later. In a dark cave somewhere in Konoha. Have the three of them not come back yet? Danzo, who was wearing bandages, sat on the rock bench in the middle, looking gloomy, looking at the root ninjas below. It takes so long for a mere businessman. What a bunch of trash. The root doesn't need this kind of trash. Originally, his idea was to recruit that guy as a member of the root organization. Although Uchiha Fu is talented, he has been wasted for so many years. What does it matter if he is talented? He can no longer be a powerful ninja. So, he is going to make him a businessman of the root organization to provide funds for the root's actions. He can build such a huge business in a short time by himself. This guy's business ability is definitely good. If he can be used by the root, then those funds given to Hiruzen and wasted on useless things, for example, the funds on the elderly activity team, if used on the root, it will definitely allow the root to do more to protect Konoha. And that guy is really a waste. He didn't use the money where it should be used. He raised his head, staring at the root ninja who was kneeling on one knee, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at him, and said lightly, "Did they leave any reply?" "No. Master Danzo." One of the root ninjas said respectfully, "After they left on the first day, we lost contact with the three of them. In addition, there were traces left at the border of the forest outside Konoha. I suspect that the three of them may have sacrificed." After speaking, he lowered his head again. Danzo frowned slightly, his face gloomy and terrible. "Do you know who did it?" The scene was too chaotic. There were traces of earth escape, water escape, fire escape, and a large number of detonating tags. The ninja paused and said, "It is unknown for the time being." "A bunch of trash." Danzo snorted coldly, but after speaking, his face continued to look solemn. He sent ninjas to follow Uchiha Fuyu in order to conceal that Hiruzen had taken that guy under his command, and the three ninjas disappeared because they followed Uchiha Fuyu. Is there any relationship between the two? Just a businessman. After graduating from the ninja school, he has never carried out any missions, learned any ninjutsu, or been taught by any jonin. Is it possible? And if something unexpected happens, the root ninja will act in the name of the Anbu, the Hokage's direct unit. How dare a mere businessman attack the Konoha Anbu? No amount of money can protect him. Danzo pondered for a moment. "Do you know where that guy is going?" "According to his registration, he is going to arrange milk tea shops and other matters in the Land of Fire, and investigate new industries." In the Land of Fire? How many branches does that guy have opened now? Danzo frowned again, knocked on the floor, pondered for a moment, and murmured, "It seems that I have to do it myself. Investigate his whereabouts, and then..." He didn't finish his words. A root ninja suddenly ran in with a panicked face. "Report. Master Danzo." "Humph." Danzo snorted coldly, looking at the panicked ninja with some surprise. "What happened?" A bounty order for Master Danzo appeared on the black market. Danzo was stunned. He had not been out for a long time and had been in the village. Who was bountying him? Of course he didn't care. Which famous ninja didn't have a bounty order? It's not a big problem. Do you know who issued it? It could be the Kirigakure Ninja Village, or the Iwagakure Ninja Village, or the Kumagakure Ninja Village, the Sandgakure Ninja Village, the Raingakure Ninja Village. Are his root ninjas so useless in collecting intelligence? Still not sure where the bounty came from? Before Danzo, who was gloomy, could reprimand him, the ninja continued, all over the country? The black market has issued a bounty order, 1 million taels, 10 million taels, 30 million taels, 50 million taels. A string of numbers, getting higher and higher. Danzo's eyelids twitched. Have I been doing anything that has angered the heavens and the people recently? A total of 350 million taels. The ninja lowered his head even lower, almost buried it in the ground, ranked first in the bounty order. And it may still be rising. Danzo's mouth twitched. This price has already caught up with the tailed beasts, and even Hashirama didn't have such a high price back then. What hatred and grudge! And he has been dealing with the war and the village recently, and has not been to so many places at all. Well, I know, arrange for someone to investigate the guy who is bounty, and everyone, go down. Yes. The ninjas agreed. But as soon as he finished speaking, another ninja spoke up. I will immediately arrange for Danzo to go out and investigate Uchiha Fuyu in person. After the words fell. Danzo nodded lightly, tapped the armrest a few times, and seemed to be lost in thought. Bring him here when you find him. There are still many things in Konoha that need my attention. I can't leave Konoha for the time being. After speaking, he stood up. Everyone, go down now. He walked outside with a blank expression. Who offered the bounty? Of course it was me. But I won't tell you, just for fun. One Asuma made Kakuzu take the risk and attack the son of the third generation directly. What if there were 10 or 100 Asumas? You dared to send a root ninja to attack him, and even wanted to seize his property. Aren't you afraid that the TOUER will be angry and ruthless to you and destroy your entire clan? So, there is nothing to say. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. It's time to let the ninja see the terrible power of money. Therefore, Uchiha Fuyu decided to secretly offer a bounty to Shimura Danzo, and add a little bit every once in a while. Add it little by little. Try to make Danzo a walking gold coin, and then see if he dares to sneak out of the village? I guess once he shows up others will stare at him with shining eyes. Do one job, and you will have no food or clothing from now on. Worry, live a rich life. Maybe the ninjas in the village will feel itchy when they see his head. If the village is short of funds at that time, he can still offer his head and make a huge contribution to the village. If he hadn't spent too much money these days and was worried that the accumulated funds would be cut off, otherwise, he would have directly raised it to 10 billion. Now Danzo should pray the Third Ninja World War will not be too fierce, otherwise, in order to restore Konoha's economy, someone may really ask him to interpret the true will of fire. After turning around and taking a long detour for many days, blurring his route, today I finally sneaked out of the border of the land of fire and came to the land of rain, which is connected to many countries. The land of rain. A country where it rains all year round. Looking at the hazy drizzle in front of him, Uchiha Fuyu, who had already changed into a merchant's cloak and clothes, stretched lazily, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Are we finally here? 013 sunny and windy. Today. The weather is fine and the weather is fine. Although the outside of the ninja village seems to be in chaos, the village is still quite peaceful. My name is Uchiha Itachi, and I am 2 years old this year. Some time ago, my uncle who I had never seen since I was born suddenly appeared in front of me, and I realized that I still have an uncle. But I don't know when it started. It seems that something has changed. Every day, his father would tell him not to spend money recklessly and not to learn from a certain prodigal son. Ninjas are the future of Uchiha. The father who was originally expressionless suddenly became a bit chatty, which made me, a 2-year-old child, a little uncomfortable. Why is my father not destined to be with him? Why do you say these things every day for no reason? And every few days, a sister with different eyes from mine would come and give me money. Although not as much as the uncle gave at the beginning, it was a thick stack, more than the pocket money my mother gave me. That's it. Every time he touched it, the money was no longer in his hand. Of course he didn't care, because he didn't need to spend money, and it was good to give it to his mother. For example, now. The sister just gave him money today and politely rejected his mother's request to stay. As soon as she left, his mother came over. Uchiha Itachi took the money in his hand, raised his chubby head, and looked at his mother with a motherly smile. Itachi, you are still young, you can't hold so much money, it's too dangerous. Come. Put it here with your mother. Uchiha Minato looked at Itachi with gentle eyes and touched his head. Don't worry, your mother won't use it carelessly. Your mother will save it for you and wait for you to grow up and marry a wife. Okay. Itachi agreed very readily, and handed the money to his mother without hesitation. It's okay for mom to use it. What a filial child. Then mom thanks Itachi. Uchiha Minato nodded with a smile. It's just Fuyu really sends money every time, which is really helpless. She glanced at her husband who had been frowning and holding his hands behind her. It seemed that when he saw the money in her hand, his face was obviously relieved. Minato understood in her heart. If Itachi really didn't become a ninja like Fugaku would be sad. At this time, Mom. Itachi beside him suddenly said again. Sister Suzune was stopped by the second elder. Call Suzune auntie. Uchiha Minato frowned and looked outside the door pointed by Itachi. Sure enough, she saw Suzune stopped by the Uchiha ninjas. What does this second elder want to do? Today. It's sunny and windy. The weather is good. The second elder of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Ishizawa, is preparing to take a walk while the sun is good, to loosen up his bones and relax his mind. A few days ago, his eldest brother, the eldest elder of the Uchiha family, in order to pull the misguided Uchiha Fuyu back to the right path, he resolutely went deep into the tiger's den with his old body to explore the enemy's situation, and was ready to persuade Uchiha Fuyu to come back with sufficient reasons, so that he would understand the importance of endurance. The future of the ninja world is here, and I hope they can get back on the right track. Unlike now, where do they spend the money? And they give the money of the Uchiha family to others for nothing. Is that decent? It's just a fool. So, recently, his elder brother is really tired. In order to get deep into the enemy, not to let others suspect, to find out more real information, he has lost the idea of being rich. Every morning, he wears clothes that make ninjas feel ashamed, and in order to get along with those idiots, he has to pretend to be happy. Let Uchiha Ishizawa have to look at his elder brother's back with a melancholy face every day. At an old age, he still has to run around for the unpromising descendants of the Uchiha family, and wait until the evening dragging his tired body back. Although he is already sore all over, in order to reassure them, he has to still wear a comforting smile on his face. For the Uchiha family, the elder brother really works hard. However, where is that troublesome Uchiha Fuyu? The elders of the Uchiha family have tried so hard, but he can't see it and doesn't repent. He left the village to avoid them some time ago. What business activities? The milk tea shop has been put on the right track. What business activities does that guy need to carry out? You know, there are ninjutsu everywhere outside and wars everywhere. Is he really running around for business activities? Don't be kidding. It must be just to avoid these old people who love the family. Just like last time. He didn't tell these elders about the hundreds of millions of dollars in funding and decided directly. That Fugaku is really something. As the head of the clan, he should put the clan members first. Like now, what's it like to waste money on some messy places? Uchiha Ishizawa sighed in his heart. every time he thought of his eldest brother who had to pretend to be a fool and join a group of fools at such an old age. If he hadn't been worried about being accused by the village, he would have asked the Konoha guard to take her away for questioning. He looked up and was stunned when he saw a pair of white eyes in the Uchiha clan. He frowned, "Who is this person?" Replying to the second elder, Suzune was arranged by Master Fuyu. The Uchiha ninja lowered his head and said, "The clan's financial assistance was arranged by Master Fuyu. She is the one who handles that ridiculous financial assistance." Uchiha Ishizawa was stunned, his old face slightly frowned, and his eyes stared at the girl with white eyes. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and shook his head. How foolish! It's ridiculous to let a foreign woman handle such a large amount of money. After he finished speaking, his eyes were uncertain, and finally, he snorted coldly, "Let that woman come over." Yes. After completing the arrangements made when Fuyu left, Ling Ian was ready to go back to continue the next work. The new store is a barbecue restaurant. The location of the store has been selected. It is not too far from the milk tea shop, just across the street. I will go to see the progress and whether it is built according to their requirements. This barbecue restaurant is a little bigger, and Fuyu also attaches great importance to it. Once the village is stable, it will open a branch in the Land of Fire like the milk tea shop. Although I don't know why Fuyu wants her to come to his nephew Itachi every once in a while to give money, and it must be handed over to him, but since Fuyu said so, she will definitely complete it. Hinata Ling Ian's mouth curled up slightly, holding the documents in her hand, and murmured softly, "Fuyu will be back in a month." As soon as the words fell, "The girl of the Hyuga family," a serious voice came. Hinata Suzune was stunned, holding the documents, turned around and saw the old Uchiha behind him. This temperament? Probably the elder of the Uchiha family. Same as the elder of the Hyuga clan, so she hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, the affairs of the Uchiha family do not need to be managed by a girl from another clan, especially the Hyuga clan." Uchiha Ishizawa went straight to the point and said coldly, "I will arrange someone to come and hand over the funds and matters to the Uchiha here." This Hinata Suzune frowned, but still took a deep breath and said seriously, "Sorry, this is what Master Fuyu arranged for me to do. Without Master Fuyu's oral order, I will not hand it over to others." As Suzune also came from a big family, she probably guessed what was going on. But no matter what, if there is no Fuyu, she will never let it go. "I will go and talk to Fuyu in person." Uchiha Ishizawa said unexpectedly, "A girl from the branch of the Hyuga family wants to take care of the family affairs of the Uchiha family." "Sorry. Little girl, don't think that I dare not take action because of Fuyu's face. Sorry. Come here." Uchiha Ishizawa said sternly, "Catch her." He didn't finish his words. "What's going on? What's going on? Second brother, what are you doing?" 014 Black-hearted capitalist. It's okay, the little girl of the Hyuga family, don't think too much, go back, I will talk to this old stubborn later." "Thank you, elder." "Brother." Uchiha Ishizawa looked at the departing figure, and looked at the elder beside him with some confusion. "Why do you think she left?" "As long as we can just take advantage of this moment to get everything done." Confused. Uchiha Shiin sighed and patted Uchiha Shii's on the shoulder. "Do you think forcing like this will work? Chien is rich. And Fuyu has been expelled from the Uchiha family." "But..." "Don't say but, that's it." Uchiha Shiin shook his head, his turbid eyes with a trace of melancholy, raised his head, and said earnestly, "Do you know how many families there are here? Shiis. We are old, not young, and it is easy to make mistakes. Listen to the advice of the eldest brother. The water here is too deep, you can't grasp it. The eldest brother will come. You don't have to wade into this muddy water." With a long sigh, he patted his shoulder again, then said no more, shook his head, and left with a cane with a look of emotion. It seems that there are too many newcomers today, and the team needs to be rearranged, so take a day off. This Uchiha Fuyu is really something. Since it is done like this, then do it well. What kind of people are arranged? It is difficult to arrange so few people. Why don't you find a better place? There are rocks everywhere, and the road is difficult to walk. What do you want? It's really embarrassing. Uchiha Shiin frowned and murmured, I must talk to him when he comes back. And Uchiha Shii's he silently watched his brother's back as he left, feeling how hunched and helpless he was. Big brother. Still like before, silently guarding Uchiha from behind. Is the water too deep? For Big Brother to say so, it must be a very troublesome matter. No wonder Big Brother is so busy and tired these days. Every day he gets up early and comes home late. After coming back, he drags his tired body and falls asleep. It's really heartbreaking. But since Big Brother said so, how could he go against Big Brother's words? But Uchiha Ishizawa swore in his heart, and with cloudy eyes, he looked in the direction where Big Brother left. It seems that I have to find Uchiha Fuyu to have a good talk. It's simply the shame of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fuyu rubbed his nose and frowned slightly. It has been raining for several days in a row, and he is not used to the climate and water. It is necessary to manage the rain country. After all, the rain country is connected to many countries, including 3 major countries. If the rain country can be opened, it will surely become a commercial center after peace is restored, bringing him huge profits. And this place can also be regarded as his secret base. By then, Itachi will not become a prodigal son, and he can only find another place for the Uchiha family. So, I don't know what the spirit is now. How is the godly boy's money corruption plan going? But Fuyoxinexin probably doesn't think it's going very well. After all, there are too few temptations in the village at this stage. As a young master of the Uchiha family, he doesn't have to worry about food or clothes. At most, he spends a little money to buy a cup of milk tea or a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. He doesn't need to spend money. He is not like Kakashi in the future. He has also developed a hobby. So, when the time comes, I have to tempt the children. Give money here, and then make the money back. At the same time, during this period, he also asked the rain country to make kunao and shuriken, make detonating tags, and conduct some research. For example, the research of various bloodlines. Of course, he is currently studying the bloodline of the Uchiha family. Intense emotional fluctuations will produce an evil chakra to awaken the bloodline of the Uchiha family and promote the evolution of the Uchiha family's Sharingan. This is the research result of the 2nd generation Hokage. So what is evil chakra? Is it true that only evil chakra can promote the evolution of Sharingan? How about he kill his eldest brother to avoid the family ethics tragedy? Originally, he thought about cooperating with Orochimaru, but he is now a Konoha idol and one of the 3 ninjas. If an ordinary businessman like him cooperates with him to study the Uchiha bloodline, not only Danzo will be suspicious, but even the Uchiha clan will be suspicious of what he wants to do. So, after thinking about it, he decided to forget it and secretly arrange people to study it. Uchiha Fuyu hesitated for a moment. At this time, several figures ran over. Brother Fuyu. Yahiko, who was in the lead with orange hair and smiled as confidently and sunny as Minato, seemed particularly happy after seeing Fuyu. Last time we heard that you were coming, everyone was very happy. Thank you for troubling you. Fuyu nodded with a smile. It seems that your business is very successful. Thanks to Brother Fuyu's guidance. Yahiko said happily. If it weren't for Brother Fuyu, the 3 of them would still be hiding in the cave, and there wouldn't be so many people to help. This is your own credit. Uchiha Fuyu remembered the strategy he was going to use to run the rain country. Unexpectedly, he came too early. The 3 little kids in the rain country had just gathered together and lived a hungry life, and the Akatsuki organization had not yet been established. So, he took action. Provide funds, provide guidance, and provide help. Build high walls, store up food, and slowly claim the throne. Don't worry about the god of the ninja world. Just stay alive and develop slowly. It looks pretty good now. As if he remembered something, Uchiha Fuyu said again, by the way, how is the demigod of the ninja world now? Has he taken action? We listened to Brother Fuyu and didn't care about his sphere of influence. We took up all the places he didn't want. Yahiko said with a smile, at the same time, we gathered all the refugees from the land of rain. According to what Brother Fuyu said, he is now recuperating, so that guy didn't pay attention to us. Not bad. Uchiha Fuyu patted Yahiko's shoulder with satisfaction, and said seriously, but we have to pay attention to that guy. Forget it, I'll see if I can solve it with money when the time comes. We just need to keep an eye on him and ignore him for now. Since he got old, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, has also fallen into the pursuit of pleasure and survival, without any demigod domineering aura. Otherwise, he would not have listened to Danzo's plan later, no longer believed in his own strength, and cooperated with an old swindler in other conspiracies. So, if Danzo can't get out, maybe it's possible? He is better at money. Looking at the red-haired woman with a gentle smile, like an older sister, he smiled and nodded at Uzumaki Kana. After she smiled back implicitly, he turned his head and looked at the purple-haired girl next to him. How are the detonating tags, kunao, and shuriken that I asked you to process and rush to make some time ago? I plan to take some back when I go back. During the war, arms are the best sellers. Let's see if we can make a fortune. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. However, the young girl Ziona nodded, after Brother Fuyu said that, we have been working hard to make them. Now we have stockpiled a little, about 10,000 detonating tags, more kunao and shuriken, almost 20,000 each. After the words fell, Uchiha Fuyu pondered for a moment, shook his head with emotion. It's still not enough. With such a small amount of firepower, he was a little uneasy in his heart. However, Zionin looked at Fuyu in front of him speechlessly. 10,000 detonating tags are enough, not too much? Are you going to use hundreds of millions? Which ninja would throw away hundreds of millions of detonating tags? Is there a mine at home? It's painful enough to throw away 100 at a time. With a helpless tone, we have tried our best. Everyone got up before dawn to work and went back to rest and sleep until very late. How do you sleep at this age? Oh, nothing. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, his eyes full of reminiscence, sighed, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, and said with the vicissitudes of life, Zionin. What's wrong, Fuyu? Have you seen the scenery of the ninja world at 4 o'clock in the morning? 015 accept him. Yes. A natural and puzzled voice. What's wrong? What's the point of asking someone this question for no reason? Zionin looked at Uchiha Fuyu in confusion. When I was wandering with Nagato and Yahiko, I saw each other all day long. Sometimes I couldn't sleep for several days. Yes, this is the difference. Uchiha Fuyu suddenly sighed. Even if life is rich and easy, don't forget the diligence when you struggled. This is what I mean. No matter how life is, you must always remember the troubles and efforts you experienced for a better life. Don't start to enjoy yourself just because life is a little better. At this point, looking at Yahiko who was in deep thought and Konan who was suddenly enlightened, I was worried that there would be problems if I was too excited, so I quickly changed the subject. Where is Nagato? Why don't I see him? Starting to enjoy yourself? Yesterday, I went to dig a tunnel with Josuke. I went to bed very late today, so I'm still resting now. Yahiko smiled helplessly, and then became excited again. The ninjutsu taught by Fuyu, the unprinted ninjutsu digging pill is really useful. Once used, you can quickly dig a big pit, and you can also throw it out for remote control, which greatly reduces our workload. It's just too difficult to learn. It would be better if the power can be reduced. He sighed again. Brother Fuyu said that during the Six-Path Sage period, ninjutsu was used to transform the world. I don't know why it has become a killing machine now. This Yahiko is too emotional, and he is not a successful capitalist. Fuyu patted his shoulder and said earnestly, so, you must lead everyone back to the right path. If you want to manage the rain country, you can't do without workers digging pits. Let all ninjas use ninjutsu in the right way. I will. Brother Fuyu. Yahiko said confidently, I will never let Brother Fuyu down. No disappointment, no disappointment. It's good to have work to do. Uchiha Fuyu took a quick look at the rain country run by Yahiko and his team. Although the land is small and most of it is in low-lying areas, it will be flooded when it rains, but the situation is not bad. At least the salamander Hanzo doesn't care about them at all. And now many refugees have come here. If a factory can be built here, it would be great. Low wages, many workers, low costs, but now it's a mess everywhere. It's too dangerous to transport goods over such a long distance, and the transportation cost is too high. As a businessman, the plan can only be put aside, and I don't plan to consider it for the time being. After walking around for a while, I put away the detonating tags and kunao, and the group came to Yahiko's base. At this time, Nagato also woke up. Think about the three little ones. They were fatherless and motherless when they were young, and began to wander in the rain country. Later, they became Jiraiya's apprentice and had the ability to be independent. As a result, the eldest brother died, the second brother became lame, and the third sister lost her dream and began to listen to Nagato's dream of a bag of rice, who became a lunatic because of his disability. So parental education is so important, it must be in teach them well when they are young, establish the correct values, and build peace by destroying the world. It is indeed more reliable than the idea of the god of ninja world. If all the people die, won't there be peace? It's just that the brain is not very bright, and they believe the words of the lunatic. The Uchiha family except for him, Uchiha Fuyu, the others are more or less abnormal. Uchiha Fuyu sighed and patted Nagato, who got up to eat. Nagato. Stay away from lunatics in the future, and have your own opinions. The words fell. Nagato silently picked up a steamed bun, looked at Uchiha Fuyu, then, after thinking for a while, nodded, walked to the opposite side and sat down. This kid is really naughty. Sure enough, his eyes are not his, and he can't judge people accurately. Uchiha Fuyu also sat on the chair and started to eat lunch. The lunch was prepared by Uzumaki Kana. It tasted pretty good, especially the specialty of the rain country, the special Sancho fish, tender and juicy, delicious and chewy, good for fish soup and barbecue. This thing is poisonous, just like pufferfish. If it is not handled by professionals, the whole family may be poisoned to death if they are not careful. Uzumaki Kana at that time, the Third World War had not yet begun. He was on a diplomatic mission to the land of grass to establish a branch. He met a wandering woman from the Uzumaki clan. After thinking about it, he brought her to the land of rain to live with the 3 children. Now it seems that he is living a good life. At least Nagato has a sister and is much more naughty. You should not use those eyes too much. Uchiha Fuyu thought for a while and said, it is too much of a burden on chakra. Now you are still growing up. If you are not careful, overloaded, I may have to arrange for someone to make a wheelchair for you. Learn other ninjutsu by yourself, and cultivate a positive and optimistic attitude. It should be said that the Samsara Eye is worthy of being evolved from the Sharingan. It becomes stronger when angry. Uchiha Fuyu estimated that Nagato was a little extreme later, and it might be related to these eyes. So, the Sharingan is the source of infection for Uchiha's lunatics? The Sharingan comes from the sacred tree. I remember that some people speculated that Kaguya Otsutsuki would change from a goddess to an extremist, not only because she had a child, but also because she reached menopause. Perhaps she was infected by the samsara eye. The Uchiha family's mental illness is also an ancestral mental illness. I know. Nagato nodded. These eyes are indeed a bit weird. Once used, they are very energetic, and the brain is easily heated. If you don't pay attention, you will do something impulsive. I didn't think there was anything at the time, but now I think about it, it's quite dangerous for a ninja to be unable to stay calm. Sister Kana checked me. When I get excited, a chakra similar to the Uchiha family's Sharingan will be produced in my eyes, which is easy to be confused. Uchiha Fuyu smiled awkwardly. Sure enough, the Uchiha family's mental construction and mental health issues also need to be paid attention to. After dinner, he and Uzumaki Kana came to the underground laboratory, which he spent a lot of money to build. What a pity! There are too few scientific researchers. The experimental samples are too few. Master Fuyu, please. Uzumaki Kana, wearing a white coat, smiled gently and pointed to the bed similar to the operating table, just a simple check this time. Here are most of his Sharingan and chakra data. His eyes opened differently from other Uchiha. He did not open his eyes due to emotions after witnessing the death of relatives or partners, but he opened his eyes after graduating from elementary school and started making money. He opened his eyes after the first upgrade. In the future, he opened his eyes naturally by relying on system upgrades and attribute increases. Maybe he was too excited about making money, which is also a kind of emotion. Uchiha Fuyu opened his eyes and looked at Uzumaki Kana, who came close to carefully check his eyes. Her unique red hair and gentleness were different from that of Sister Kushina. It was touching. Unlike the soft and sticky childhood sweetheart Ling Ian, she was very similar to Sister Nono, and had the feeling of a gentle sister. After a while, "Are you really not staying in the land of rain?" Kana suddenly said softly, "Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all hope that you will stay. Wait a little longer. How can you run away when you still have money left?" Uchiha Fuyu smiled and shook his head, "Don't let other people know that I'm in the rain country." Kane understands. Uzumaki Kane also smiled, her eyes flickered, and she was silent for a while. "Thank you." After saying that, before Fuyu could speak, she smiled and said, "My pupil power has increased, and there are not many changes in the rest." At this point, she put away her plastic gloves, her cheeks slightly red, her eyes a little blurred, and stretched out her green onion jade hand in front of Uchiha Fuyu. "My lord, please. Actually bite off the wrist. My lord, please. Thank you for your hospitality." Looking at the smiling Kane, Uchiha Fuyu directly held her white and slender index finger and bit it gently. Suddenly, the warm liquid-like thing filled his mouth, as if his mouth was filled up at once, and his body seemed to have been hungry for dozens of days, madly absorbing the energy flowing out of Kane. A soft moan of HMM sounded in this closed laboratory. Uchiha Fuyu wanted to take his mouth back, but his finger still didn't go back, it was still in his mouth, and it seemed it scratched it lightly. What happened? At the same time, in a slightly more luxurious house in the land of rain, a guy wearing a heavy gas mask looked at the information on the table and muttered, "Did those little devils do anything strange today?" 016 check. No other information yet. Is that so? Hanzo Salamander closed the information and was silent for a moment. The old body and shattered ambitions made this former ninja demigod begin to fear newcomers. Or, no one is not afraid of those legendary eyes. He was worried that everything he had now would be shattered like a bubble, and he, the ninja demigod, would eventually be killed by a child. How ridiculous! So, the chaotic land of rain is the one that needs the ninja demigod the most, and he, the ninja demigod, is also the one that needs the chaotic land of rain the most. This is also why he has been watching the fire from the shore and ignored the chaos in the country in the past few years. As long as no other ninjas come in, then he is the demigod of the ninja world in the rain country. I don't know how long it took. Hanzo raised his head and remembered a secret letter some time ago. As long as the time is right, he will solve the troubles of the Rain Country for him, but the legendary eyes must be handed over to him. In fact, it doesn't matter. What legendary eyes are not legendary, for Hanzo, it is irrelevant now. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his head and said to his confidant beside him, "Is there any news from there recently?" "No, leader." The ninja of the Rain Village shook his head, but hesitated for a moment and said, Just what?" Hanzo frowned unhappily. That Rain ninja hesitated for a moment, still not knowing what to say, but still took out a bounty from his ninja bag and respectfully placed it on Hanzo's desk, saying, "This is the latest bounty on the black market. I heard it's still rising. Why did you hand me a bounty for no reason?" Hanzo was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and looked at the bounty. Bounty, Shimura Danzo. Strength, XXX. Good at ninjutsu, XXX. Evaluation, this is an extremely powerful ninja. Bounty amount, 350 million ryo, ranked first on the bounty list. There is also a serious-looking Danzo with his hands folded on it. Hanzo's eyelids raised. He was silent. He was quietly looking at the bounty on the table. After a series of inspections, Uchiha Fuyu also put on his merchant clothes. Excessive use of the Sharingan will indeed put a strain on the body. Kana recorded the data, checked it carefully, and said seriously, "My chakra can also restore this part of the loss, but I don't know if it can be restored in serious cases, so Master Fuyu must also pay attention." Understood. After putting on his clothes, Master Fuyu wiped his mouth, nodded and said, "What about the evolution of the Sharingan? It can't be like what I thought at the beginning. Otherwise cultivate a loved one, a brother?" In fact, he also admires the third generation and Danzo who silently protects Konoha in the dark. And the awakening of the Mangekyo ability is largely related to the inner desire and belief. Originally, his belief was to become the god of the new ninja world, but after getting rich Uchiha Fuyu found that he began to lose his direction. No more dreams. Thinking of this, Gang sighed. What's wrong with Master Fuyu? Channel looked at Uchiha Fuyu in confusion, but seeing Fuyu's expression of no problem, she was a little embarrassed in her soft voice, "Sorry, I haven't thought of a solution yet." "It doesn't matter. If plan A doesn't work, he still has plan B." Uchiha Fuyu said casually, and then loosened his bones. "Every time I absorb Channa's chakra, I feel much more comfortable." After the words fell, Kanai nodded seriously. This is also Channa's discovery. At this point, she took out a stack of wave curves. "The unique chakra produced by the Sharingan seems to blend with my chakra, and it doesn't seem so cold anymore. Of course it seems to disappear in an instant. I don't understand. But it's probably the fusion of Yin-Tun chakra and Yang-Tun chakra." Thinking that his energetic nephew was still energetic after absorbing it for so long, Uchiha Fuyu didn't care. "It's just that Hashirama can make Sasuke and Madara's eyes evolve into Samsara Eye, but I don't know if Naruto can do it." Uchiha Fuyu explored it. There are no other changes in the body, but it's much more energetic. As for the curve chart, he can't understand it at all. With the system on him, the operating income is directly given the result, simple and clear. Is that so? Kana pondered for a moment, then smiled softly. Maybe it's a good thing? I will pay attention to continue research. Thank you. No, Kana has to thank Fuyu more. At that time, thanks to Fuyu, she was able to come here and see her fellow tribesmen. Kana seemed to remember something and frowned again. Nagato's Samsara Eye is somewhat similar to the Sharingan, and I don't know if the legendary Sharingan Wat is the final evolution of the Mangeki. One system. For example, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki all come from the same ancestor. Of course, Fuyu didn't explain. After drawing some blood and collecting tissues under Kane's gentleness, the two returned to the upper room. At this time, there was only Yahiko in the house. Nagato had gone out to dig a hole, and Konan had also gone to make detonating talismans. What serious guys? I asked Yahiko, who was handling the affairs seriously. Yahiko was stunned, raised his head, and frowned. Rest time? Rest when you are tired or it is dark. As for holidays, there are no more, because there are too many things to solve, so there are not enough people. The rain country has so many people because of the war and climate, not to mention the ninjas. Plus, they now occupy such a small area, so there are even fewer people. Of course, the future is bright, and Yahiko has always believed it. Looking at Fuyu, who suddenly covered his chest, he asked in confusion, "Brother Fuyu, what's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just a sudden twitch of conscience." He still has a conscience. He is not a qualified capitalist yet. Uchiha Fuyu sighed with emotion, "Thanks to you, Yahiko." "No. It's thanks to Brother Fuyu's guidance. I just did some trivial things. I just made a little money." Uchiha Fuyu pondered for a moment. The war has come. Although it is only a small-scale war now, it will become more and more intense in the future. So, Yahiko, you must also be well defended. Don't go out if you can. Let's hide well. War. Yahiko sighed, as if he remembered something, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, another war that swept the entire ninja world. Yet, Nagato, Konan, and I will protect this place. Yahiko was stunned and nodded seriously, "Brother Fuyu, please rest assured. Protecting yourself is the most important thing." Fuyu patted Yahiko's shoulder. "During this period, accumulate some detonating tags, and buy them if you can. If you can't do it, don't do it, use the detonating tags to hit. In this way, Brother Fuyu, it's a big loss. Which ninja would fight like this?" However, Fuyu patted Yahiko's shoulder with a rich and generous attitude, "It doesn't matter, spend it hard. Don't worry, the chain barbecue restaurant is going online." 017 Rich in theory. In the next few days, there are not many things to do in the rain country. I came here mainly to check my body, and leave some blood and tissue for Channa, and then practice ninjutsu. In Konoha I can only use simple ninjutsu, such as the three-body technique and kunao throwing, especially the Uchiha kunao throwing technique is famous in the ninja world. As an Uchiha genius who once had a strong will of fire, the kunao throwing technique he is quite good at it, so no one would say anything if he threw darts in the store. But the ancestral fire escape and illusion have to be practiced somewhere else. Sorry. I am a wealthy businessman in Konoha, Uchiha Fuyu. I am an ordinary rich man during the day, but a powerful rich man at night. There are many iron mines in the rain country, otherwise, it is estimated that such a magnificent underground drainage system would not have been built later. Now Yahiko has arranged people to carry out underground drainage. Of course he will help and give some suggestions. If it succeeds, it will probably be a small town with a modern style. After staying here for more than a month, Uchiha Fuyu also had to return to the village. After being away for nearly 2 months, the atmosphere in the ninja world became more and more heavy. Yahiko also made a prompt decision to block the surrounding area at his suggestion to avoid the chaos. However, Hanzo of the Salamander borrowed Yahiko's name some time ago, and planned to invite the apparent boss of the rain country to have a meal together before leaving, to see if they could cooperate to make money together. He is a serious businessman and never plays any tricks. What a pity. Hanzo of the Salamander did not show up in the end. Sure enough, for these heroes who have lived for most of their lives, how could they go to someone else's territory so easily with a letter? Basically, they all sit back and don't run around. Meet? You have to come to my territory. So, after telling Yahiko and the others a few more words, Uchiha Fuyu was ready to leave. Are you really not staying? Brother Fuyu. We need you. Yahiko held Uchiha Fuyu's hand affectionately, his eyes showing reluctance. the country needs you. Write to me if you have something to do, it's in the next country. Uchiha Fuyu pulled out his hand expressionlessly, I can't leave for now, I rely on you here. He rebelled against the village. Tomorrow, their group will have to join the Ninja World War. Is it still necessary to be so sentimental? Where is the pillar of the rain country? The fire country is a huge market. If he comes to the rain country, then the milk tea shop will probably be closed. Remember, don't go to the sphere of influence of Hanzo Salamander if you don't have anything to do. If you have to go, then bring a stack of detonating tags and go with a group of people. You are ninjas, you don't need to talk about morality, just go shoulder to shoulder when you meet the enemy. At this point, he slapped the yawning Nagato next to him, and said angrily, especially you. Stay calm when you encounter something. If you can hide, you must hide. If you can sneak attack, you must not attack head-on. If you can use a detonating talisman, blow him up. Don't be stupid and stab him. When your legs are broken by the detonation talisman, let's see what you can do. Do you remember the formula I taught you? Nagato rolled his eyes at him, indicating that he didn't want to say anything now, so get out of here. Uchiha Fuyu immediately patted his head with a look of disappointment, hurry up and say it again. As expected, with the title of the big brother, Pain can pat his head whenever he wants. Could he dare to let him carry rice now? He stared at Nagato with his eyes seriously. Helpless. Nagato could only twitch his mouth and whispered, the kunao is stained with shit, and the god of ninja is alive. What about the bottom? Take out the balls with bare hands, the 6 paths are in trouble, the detonation kills the anus, the tailed beasts suffer, touch his genitals, fall to the ground and wail, spit in his mouth, the gods come down to earth, don't talk too much, you will definitely win. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. But Uchiha Fuyu still nodded with satisfaction. Do you think you are a god? It seems that you remember it very well. No. I would rather not have heard it at all. However, Uchiha Fuyu glanced at the strange eyes around him, clenched his right fist and put it under his mouth, coughed twice, and said earnestly, actually, I am not saying this to really let you get involved in shit, but to let you understand that when you encounter difficulties, don't be nervous. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Don't fall into the trap when you are hot-headed. The vulgar words are just to make you develop a strong heart. Really. It's all for your good. After the words fell. Except for Nagato, who was still rolling his eyes, and Channa, who was laughing secretly, the rest of the people nodded in understanding. Brother Fuyu's philosophy of life, hurry up and write it down first. Then Fuyu looked at Zionin, was silent for a while, and sighed again, girls still need to rest well. Got it, Brother Fuyu. Zionin nodded, then handed the small flower made of the paper in her hand to Fuyu, and said with a smile, Brother Fuyu should be careful too. Well, you too, don't run around, what if you get caught? Girls, just stay at home. Fuyu gave a few more instructions, looked at Channa beside her, smiled slightly, thank you for your trouble. Master Fuyu, please be safe. Channa put her hands on her waist, bent down, and said with a gentle smile, please don't worry about us. Then goodbye everyone. Uchiha Fuyu smiled and waved his hand, and took the 2 guards who came with him, and secretly set off for Konoha. It is estimated that after returning, the barbecue restaurant arranged for Suzune to build should have been built, so Fuyu group has taken another step forward. And the people behind him. Sister Channa, we should go back. Nagato yawned and said, don't worry, Brother Fuyu doesn't want to cough. Looking at the pair of eyes full of tenderness staring at him with a smile, he smiled awkwardly, she's so smart, nothing will happen to her. That's right. Zionin nodded with a smile, don't worry, Sister Channa, and if you want to see Brother Fuyu, we can't go, but as long as Sister Channa writes, Brother Fuyu will definitely come. You're so funny. Shanna smiled helplessly and touched Xionan's head. Remember what Master Fuyu said, you little girl, don't run around everywhere. No. However, just as the two were chatting happily, Nagato suddenly frowned and murmured, I heard from the two guards that Fuyu is with a girl from the Hyuga clan in Konoha Uchiha clan. Hyuga clan Fuyu is probably not. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, he trembled all over, and cold rain fell. Nagato immediately raised his head and said helplessly, it's raining again, and it's thundering. It looks like it's not small. Wait a minute, Yahiko, why are you pulling me? Don't say anything more, hurry up and dig a pit, Hatosuke is waiting for you. Yahiko looked at this silly brother speechlessly. How can you talk like that? Next time you come back, Brother Fuyu will let you dig a hole for 3 days and 3 nights, believe it or not. At the same time, it was a rare rain in Konoha. The atmosphere, which was originally a little tense because of the war, seemed to have eased a lot. The whole village became quiet, and many villagers quietly watched the light rain falling from the sky. A woman with white eyes, with her mouth slightly raised, looked at the 4 words Fuyu grill flashing under the neon lights in front of her, and whispered, Fuyu should come back too. After the words fell, suddenly there was a noise, and the villagers seemed to be very happy looking at the entrance of the village. Lord Jiraiya is back. Lord Jiraiya is back. A figure riding a giant toad appeared in front of everyone, with a lewd smile, constantly on the toad, waving to the villagers. One of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, Toad Sage Jiraiya. 018 The eldest daughters of each family are actually. Are you back? I came back after hearing the old man's letter. Is there going to be a war again? The 3rd generation Kazekage of the Sand Village is missing. The Sand Village has been active recently, and everyone is still wondering what happened. It was revealed during this period war is inevitable. It's a headache. Jiraiya saw the old man in front of him who also looked helpless, sighed, and asked with a grin, by the way, where is Tsunade? I was worried about accidents, so I sent her to the battlefield to guard it first. Her blood is afraid. Don't worry. The 3rd generation took down. He put the pipe in his mouth and looked at Jiraiya, I'll arrange her in the back, she'll be fine. At this point, he sighed again, I hope those children will grow up quickly. If it's okay, I'll go to rest first. Jiraiya didn't seem to want to listen to the sigh of an old man at all. He scratched his ears and said, tell me what needs to be arranged when the time comes. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the 3rd generation to speak. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, as if he remembered something, took out a piece of paper from his arms and threw it over. By the way, there is also this, I found something interesting outside. After the words fell, a light piece of paper fell on the table and spread directly in front of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the paper, stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, took off the pipe at the corner of his mouth, and murmured, Shimura Danzo. Why hasn't he received such an important bounty order yet? How did the intelligence personnel outside do it? Or was it intercepted? The 3rd generation pondered for a while, then lowered his head and glanced at the amount on it, and suddenly laughed and murmured, it's quite high. 360 million ryo. What a pity. As the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha, he would not use his best friend to exchange for money. Just 360 million ryo. As the village chief of the strongest village in the ninja world, in his eyes it was just a small meaning. Rich milk tea. Jiraiya looked at the milk tea shop in front of him, and he was also full of emotion. He shook his head and murmured, I didn't expect that in just a few years, he really made it up. Remember that kid at that time. Interesting and sensible, unlike the guys of the Uchiha family who have a stinky face all day long, this kid is always happy. Optimistic and positive, and has a firm spirit of fire will. His talent is not bad, just a few points lower than that of Jiraiya-sama. He originally had the opportunity to become Jiraiya-sama's apprentice, but he didn't expect that on the day of graduation. He went into business. It's a pity. But I don't know why every time I pass by this milk tea shop, I will stop and want to go in and buy a cup to try. At first I thought I was under an illusion, but it turned out not to be. I just wanted to drink it. With a long sigh, Jiraiya was about to go in. Teacher Jiraiya. A familiar voice came from behind. Jiraiya laughed twice, turned his head, looked at Minato, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You are in the village. Minato. He looked at the red-haired woman next to Minato. Hey, Kushina has become beautiful too. Humph. Kushina snorted unhappily and raised her fist. Lecherous immortal, if you dare to lead Minato astray, I will beat you. You misunderstood me, Kushina, I am not that kind of person. Sister Tsunade said that she interrupted you at that time. Kushina. Minato pulled her hand helplessly, and looked at Jiraiya with a smirk on his face. Welcome back, Jiraiya, I have become the leader of the team. My subordinates will carry out the tasks here. Really? I already have my own subordinates. Time flies. Jiraiya nodded with emotion, and glanced behind him. Carrying out tasks here? Selling milk tea? No. Just running errands. Minato laughed twice. Thanks to Furyuki, otherwise there wouldn't be so many D-level tasks in the village. New ninjas need to accept these tedious tasks when they just graduate, not only to cultivate the tacit understanding between new ninjas, but also to cultivate the attitude of new ninjas to treat each task seriously, patiently, and responsibly. During this period, Obito gained a lot from delivering food. At least he was able to calm down and run errands, and he was not so impatient anymore. Of course, it is impossible to stay here any longer. In a few days, he is going to take a sea-level escort mission, or a bandit-killing mission, so that Obito and Lin can go out to see the other side of ninjas. As for Kakashi, he has already seen him. He took Kushina and Jiraiya into the milk tea shop and ordered a cup of QQ delicious tea for Kushina and himself. This name is really hard to pronounce. He has mentioned it to Fuyu more than once, and also told Fuyu the name he thought of Hyudawan 1 style bounce milk tea. What a good name! When the new version is released, just change the 1 style to the 2 style. What a pity! It was rejected. It sounds good. Of course, it is not without gain. He got a hint of inspiration from the crystal clear pearl, which made the ninjutsu that had stagnated for some time have a research breakthrough again. Why not make it into a ball like a pearl? Just call it Pearl Ball. Forget it, this name is not nice. Minato has a hunch that the ninjutsu he has been studying for a long time is about to succeed. Maybe the teacher can help this time? After the two of them finished ordering, he patted his chest and told Jiraiya to order whatever he wanted. Today, Minato Namikaze treated them all. Taro balls, pudding, cheese, coconut, full, thank you. Jiraiya also ordered a cup very skillfully, and then found a seat with Minato and his wife. Hearing Minato's idea, Jiraiya was stunned and nodded seriously. Maybe it's feasible. Is the unprinted ninjutsu finally going to work? He looked at Minato excitedly. Minato, you are really a genius. No. This is all thanks to the teacher's teaching. Haha, needless to say, I can't help with this. He, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, was not so bad as to snatch the achievements of his students. He pondered for a moment. In this case, it may require a strong chakra control ability. If possible, he glanced at the milk tea production hall. If you look at how these round pearls are made, maybe you will have more inspiration. I thought so too, but unfortunately, Fuyu hasn't come back yet. Minato sighed. Although it's okay to tell Suzuan, I think such an important thing still needs to be told to Fuyu in person. That's right, Jiraiya nodded. Where did Fuyu go? It seems that because the atmosphere in the ninja world is getting more and more solemn, he is worried that something unexpected will happen at that time, so he deliberately went to the branch now to arrange some affairs, but he should be back soon. Fuya Grill has also been completed, and it is estimated that it will open in a while, so Fuya should be back at that time. What an amazing little guy. When he heard that he didn't want to be a ninja, many people sneered and laughed at him. I didn't expect him to be successful. Jiraiya picked up the already prepared milk tea, laughed loudly, then winked and lowered his voice and said, "Tonight." Before he finished speaking, looking at Kushina's unfriendly eyes, how could he not know that he was discovered? After a wry smile, "Will you accompany the teacher to the small forest in the suburbs to discuss new ninjutsu tonight?" "No. No." Minato smiled and rubbed his waist. "Teacher Jiraiya just came back, you have to have a good rest tonight." After the words fell, Kushina beside him seemed to remember something, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "By the way, lecherous immortal, if you want to learn ninjutsu, don't go there. It has now become a place for the eldest daughters of various families to dance. Wearing tight clothes, that figure it's not good to be seen by others." Jiraiya's ears trembled immediately, and he looked at Kushina with a righteous face. "When did it happen? I didn't even know." After leaving Konoha for a few years, what did he miss? Looking at the contemptuous eyes, he quickly said seriously, "Come and tell me where it is, I promise I won't go." "Teacher Jiraiya. Don't tell Minato, he will definitely go secretly." Kushina looked at him with contempt, lecherous sage. But the little hand quietly pinched Minato's waist, and Minato shut up instantly. "I'm not that kind of person." Jiraiya shook his head, "I just want to know where it is, so that I can avoid it when the time comes, and don't be misunderstood. The Toad Sage never lies." "Really?" Kushina looked at him suspiciously. "Really?" Jiraiya nodded seriously. "Okay. Then I'll tell you, but you swear you will never go. This Toad Sage is going to be a fool." "Just." Kushina finished her mysterious words. Jiraiya stood up with a tea in his hand, and said seriously, "I just remembered that I haven't reported to the old man when I came back, so I'll leave for a while." After the words fell under the eyes of the two, he disappeared with a swoosh. Minato was silent for a moment, and after a moment, he twitched his mouth and lowered his voice, "Kushina, this is not good. It's a lie to Jiraiya teacher." Before he finished his words, Kushina snickered, blinked cunningly, and whispered, "Did I lie to him?" No. She was telling the truth. At the same time, on the other side, riding at full speed and using the instant body technique, he arrived at the place Kushina said. Hearing the melodious singing and neat footsteps coming from the woods, Jiraiya was shocked, combed his hair, and walked slowly towards the direction of the singing with the handsome smile of Konoha Sunin. 019 ISNT. This a coincidence? Jiraiya originally thought that Konoha had been so open since he hadn't been back for a while, but he didn't expect it was so open. At that moment, the tight training suit that looked like the will of fire swayed in front of him, and a series of figures passed through his mind and entered his eyes, firmly engraved in his memory, forcing him to quickly replay the memories of the past few years from his mind. Wash your eyes. What are the old people in Konoha doing? Get together to dance? So free? And wear this tight ninja suit of the same style as the old man but in a different color? Jiraiya immediately raised his head at a 45-degree angle and sighed. How could he not know that he was probably deceived by that girl Kushina? What a rip-off! It seems that I have to waste some time collecting materials tonight to replace the scene that was deeply engraved in my mind just now. A glimpse. I can still remember the tight suit of the will of fire when I close my eyes now. Originally, he wanted to go back to the village to relax and let his body rest to prepare for the next turmoil in the ninja world, but he didn't expect that now the plan can't keep up with the changes, and he has to collect materials seriously again. Sure enough. It's not that he doesn't want to rest, but he really can't rest. With a long sigh, I have to talk to Minato. How can my wife even cheat on my master? He is not doing anything. This is all for art. He is not wrong, okay? Now you have to wash your eyes. However, just as he finished speaking, he turned around with melancholy, ready to quietly leave to show that he had never been here. A green light passed by. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, his reaction was quite quick. He turned around immediately and blocked it with his hands crossed. Although his hands were shaken and a little sore, he still quickly distanced himself. Jiraiya looked at the man in the iconic outfit in front of him with some surprise, and then he suddenly returned to his playful smile and said, "I am just passing by. I don't mean to disturb you." So. He didn't finish his words. "Jiraiya-sama." Might Dai's loud voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and he stood at attention and bowed respectfully. "Excuse me. You are sneaky, I thought someone was peeping." "Don't say it again. Don't say it again." Jiraiya's face almost turned green. Seeing the eyes of the old men and women looking at him, he quickly smiled and laughed. "I just returned to the village. I was just about to come here to practice ninjutsu, but I didn't expect that there were already people here." "Is that so?" Might Dai nodded very seriously. "If you want to practice ninjutsu, it's better over there on the river," and he hesitated for a moment and said with some concern, "Master Jiraiya's eyes are so red." "Rubbed?" The words fell. "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya continued to laugh, scratched his head, and said, "Nothing, just too much work, too little sleep, my eyes are a little uncomfortable, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, without waiting for Might Dai to speak, he quickly turned around and ran forward, as if he didn't want to stay for a moment. Those pairs of eyes too scary. Jiraiya was afraid that if that guy continued to talk, he would be considered to be peeping even if he didn't peek. However, he didn't know. As for his reputation of lurking in the women's bathhouse for a long time, a bunch of gossips and idiots began to whisper. "Is that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha? I heard that he is not a serious person. I heard from my child that Jiraiya was always with him every time he went to relax." "Your child is not a serious person either. He just went to relax, how can he not be a good person?" Sometimes rumors are generated like this. A few days later, after so long of D-level missions, the Minato team officially ushered in their first outing mission. It seems that this is a special mission specially designated for Minato Namikaze to perform. Compared with peacetime, although it is a little faster, the mission seems to be a little beyond the scope for new ninjas, but now it is a war period, and special treatment in special times is no problem. With a senior ninja leading the team, it should not be a big problem. Minato looked at Kakashi and Lin in front of him and smiled helplessly. "Obito, is he late again?" Kakashi leaned against the tree, glanced, said nothing, and looked at the sky quietly. "I'm used to it. During this period, his guy has received the most takeout complaints, and Uncle Sato has ignored them." "No way. Who said that guy might become Uncle Sato's young master?" As for Lin, she smiled gently and embarrassedly, and said softly, "Obito may have met someone who needs help again." "Ha ha ha, that's right." Minato didn't care. There was still some time before leaving the village, so it didn't matter. After laughing twice, he looked at the Konoha village helplessly. The rumors these days. Teacher Jiraiya is also very hard. Since they met that day, he hasn't seen Teacher Jiraiya for several days. Minato sighed and murmured, "I have to take Kushina to apologize to the teacher when I come back. Maybe the barbecue restaurant will be open when I come back? Then I will take the reward and treat the teacher to a big meal." He was not worried that the teacher would be angry. This rumor was simply child's play for the teacher. After all, the teacher was still one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. He was a famous ninja in the ninja world. At this time, Minato-sensei. Obito hurried over, looked at the 3 pairs of eyes, and laughed awkwardly, haha, sorry. I'm late. It's okay, we just arrived. Minato smiled slightly, shook his head, and then suddenly looked at Obito seriously, but Obito. Being on time is also the duty of a ninja. Look at Kakashi, no matter what time it is, he has never been late. I know, Minato-sensei. Knowing that he was wrong, Obito didn't say much, still lowered his head to accept the teachings, even though he had heard this teaching many times. In fact, he didn't want to be late. It's just that during this period not only did he have to help the old lady cross the street, but he also had to prepare his own lunch box and clean up, so he was also very tired. Thinking about it, since Grandma went to dance, his daily work has become heavier. But as long as Grandma is happy, it's fine. And Grandma has been much more energetic during this period. Seeing that Obito had repented again, Minato didn't say much, but rubbed his head with a smile, so are you all ready? After the words fell. Yeah. This is Kakashi's voice. Ready. This is Lin's soft voice. Then. The three turned their heads to look at Obito, who gently wiped his nose, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and seemed to have a flash of teeth, and gave a confident thumbs up, I was ready last night. So Minato took a deep breath, waved his hand just when he was about to excitedly let the Minato team set off. A luxurious carriage was slowly approaching in front of him. When everyone was confused, a handsome head popped out from inside, as if he had discovered something, and was surprised for a while, then squinted his eyes and looked at the boy wearing goggles in the Minato team. Isn't this a coincidence? 020 You are not without anything. Phew, you are back. Minato looked at Phew, who was slowly getting down from the carriage with the help of the guards, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Phew is really getting further and further away from being a ninja. Of course, everyone has his own path, just like a ninja, he has his own ninja way. Although it was a pity, he couldn't say anything. And he was quite happy that Phew was back. It's too chaotic outside now, so I came back after arranging the affairs. Uchiha Phew smiled slightly, it was an elegant and rich smile, looking at the Minato team, are you going to go out on a mission? Yes. They have been trained, so it's time to go out on a mission. Is that so? Uchiha Phew sighed, then stretched out his hand with a fatherly smile and rubbed Obito's head, it's quite chaotic outside now. Children, please pay attention to safety. Don't let your father worry. Who is your son? Obito yelled directly. He hated this guy the most in the village, even more hateful than Kakashi. He lied to him from the beginning and wanted to be his father. It was so hateful. You are only a few years older than me. Age is not a problem. Is this the point? You bastard. However, no matter how Obito made a fuss, Uchiha Phew, as a father, was not angry. He said earnestly, remember, you are not penniless. Even if you can't be a ninja, you still have your father's 10 billion inheritance to inherit. So, don't worry about not being able to complete the mission. Just run away when you encounter danger. Although I am only a few years older than you, and even if you die, I may not be dead yet, but it does not prevent me from accepting you as my son and giving you a chance to inherit the inheritance. Asshole! I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Obito was so angry that he pulled out his kunai, but as a ninja, he couldn't hurt the civilians in the village for no reason. This violates the ninja code. If I become Hokage, I will ban Konoha from opening milk tea shops. Let's see what he will do. Phew Minato smiled helplessly and shook his head, don't tease Obito. I recognize my son, I am sincere. Is this what I said? Minato shook his head in silence, but still said to Obito and the others, indeed, you must remember that if you are rich, you should protect yourself first when you encounter danger. The two nodded to show that they understood, only Kakashi folded his hands and said nothing. Think about it, it's true. Now someone tells him that bond is the most important thing, who would believe it? In the early stage, his father died, and in the later stage, his gay friend and daughter died. Friends, master and master's wife died. If there was no intimate paradise for him to vent, Kakashi would have turned evil directly. But Obito couldn't do it. He only had a heart to help others, no other hobbies, and couldn't find a way to vent. He kept it in his heart, and he despaired of the world when his first love died. So, it's not good to hold it in all the time. How important it is to cultivate a hobby. For the sake of peace in the ninja world and for his business, Fuyu patted Obito on the shoulder. If you have time, cultivate a hobby. If you really can't, when you are under too much pressure, tell your dad and he will take you out to have some fun. 4 faces with black lines on their foreheads. But Uchiha Fuyu didn't care. He took out a stack of detonating tags from his arms, estimated to have thousands of them, and stuffed them into Obito's pockets. Here, take it. Don't worry if you encounter an enemy, just smash it. Don't rush up stupidly. Who wants it? And don't recognize random people as your sons. Bastard. The corners of Minato and Kakashi's mouth twitched. Which ninja would use so many detonating tags to perform a mission? They were all 4 or 5 at random. If it didn't work, they would use more than 10 or 20 to make a trap. With so many, aren't you afraid of not being able to recover the cost? Don't be embarrassed. Fuyu stuffed it directly into Obito's hand, and then said hello to Minato. Then I won't bother you. There are still many things to deal with in the village. After that, he said hello to the other 2, and walked towards the store with his guards. Minato looked at Uchiha Fuyu's back, smiled helplessly, shook his head, and then looked at the stack of detonating talismans in Obito's hand, and said with emotion, "Your father treats you very well." Teacher Minato. Ha ha ha, just a joke. Minato laughed loudly, and then said seriously, "Take this detonating talisman. I don't know which guy was crazy about collecting detonating talismans some time ago. The price of detonating talismans has increased several times. 1 piece is almost as much as a bowl of ramen plus a portion of barbecued pork. This price." He lowered his head and looked at the detonating talisman. Could it be that Fuyu did it? After collecting his son, Fuyu also came to the streets of Konoha. In fact, if Fugaku wasn't his brother, he would have wanted to adopt Itachi as his son, and all the stupid ones as his sons, and let them inherit his legacy. Becoming a prodigal son is his dream. Although maybe they are dead, and he is not dead yet. But it doesn't stop him from being our father. What a pity. His brother might be mad if he adopted Itachi as his son and trained him to be a prodigal son, and he would directly throw a fireball at him. When he came to Fuyu Barbecue, he looked at the store that was 3 times the size of the milk tea shop, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards Fuyu Milk Tea. As soon as he entered the store, he saw Uncle Sato, who was busy. "Is the boss back?" Uncle Sato shouted happily. "I'm back." Fuyu smiled slightly and looked at Sato. "It seems that you are very busy today." "It's quite busy. Because of the war, the outside world is becoming more and more tense. Many ninjas want to relax with a cup of milk tea after returning." Uncle Sato sighed. There were many ninjas who came back after the rotation some time ago, so there are more orders these days. Of course, the average daily order has also decreased. Alas, War. Uchiha Fuyu sighed leisurely. "Can you still do business properly?" Just as the words fell, "Fuyu." Ling Yan's voice came, and she ran over happily, looking at Fuyu. "You're back." "Just back." Fuyu looked at the hands holding the documents and the unique pride of the Hyuga clan, and nodded. "Nothing happened recently, right?" "No." Ling Yan smiled slightly. "Everything is going according to your instructions, and the barbecue bar store has been completed, just waiting for you to come back." "Well, then open the store in a week." With his current worth, at least he has to have a ribbon-cutting ceremony. If it weren't for the war period, he would have wanted to invite the third generation to cut the ribbon together to show his identity as a merchant of the will of fire. If it really didn't work, he could only invite the Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Biwako. Although they didn't meet every day and were not very familiar with each other, but last time when they were still students, an article on the sublime sense of the third generation Hokage and the graceful sense of the Hokage's wife was written. According to Sister Kushina, the Hokage's wife has a very good impression of him. Of course, the opening event still needs to be planned. Uchiha Fuyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly saw a sneaky, tightly wrapped figure at the door. He was surprised and frowned. Teacher Jiraiya, Before he finished speaking, suddenly a ray of light flashed by, and then he was covered with a hand. How can 021 be considered plagiarism? Jiraiya has not been feeling well recently. What are the identities of those dancing uncles and aunts? Most of them are not simple, and have many children and grandchildren, so when they have nothing to do, they tell their sons and grandchildren at the dinner table good guy. The village is so big. So almost the whole village knew about it the next day. What my mother and my grandmother were once beautiful, but now they are old. I didn't expect Jiraiya to be like this. Of course, Jiraiya didn't care about these rumors at all. It was just a peek. What can he do? This is the material. This is the object of this material collection. His fame as a toad sage. The student of the third Hokage, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, one of the leaders of the contemporary ninja world, peeped at an old woman dancing. This is simply killing him. Jiraiya sighed, looked at Fuyu who was trying to hold back his laughter, and glanced at him. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Jiraiya with a smile. I don't laugh under normal circumstances. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, Jiraiya would be so tough. I admire you. I admire you. As for why I don't have anything to ask Jiraiya to be my teacher? This has to start from when he persisted in taking the first generation's thoughts as the center, the second generation's theories as practice, and studying for the prosperity of Konoha under the leadership of the third generation. He is handsome, firm in thought, talented, and good at writing the will of fire. Konoha has been established for so many years, and there has never been such a person like him. Naturally, he also walked into the eyes of the creator of Theory of Will of Fire, the third Hokage. He originally wanted to become Tsunade's apprentice, and with Kushina in the middle, he could learn a good medical ninjutsu, not because she was big, white, and bold. What a pity! The Uchiha family inherited Indra, and the yin escape was strong. As for the yang escape, although there was a little bit, it did not meet Tsunade's requirements for taking a disciple, and he had no patience, so what medical ninjutsu to learn? Therefore, due to his innate reasons, he could only give up with regret. After all, apprenticeship is a matter for both parties. And the clan hoped that he could become Orochimaru's disciple. After all, Orochimaru's reputation has been quite good in recent years, and he is a popular candidate for Hokage. If he is chosen, then they, the Uchiha, will be able to take advantage of the wind and rise to prominence. What a pity! Uchiha Fuyu was worried that one day he would lie on Orochimaru's operating table, and in a few years, Orochimaru would defect, and then the Uchiha family would have another handle in the eyes of the upper class, which was really not worthwhile. So, in the end, if you want to have someone to rely on, Jiraiya is the best. Unexpectedly, he went into business after graduation. What a twist of fate! In the end, the apprenticeship was not completed, and Jiraiya did not mind, so he still called him Jiraiya teacher like Minato did. Of course, Jiraiya did not know that his dream teacher was Tsunade. If it were not for business, he would have almost become a medical ninja. Rumors stop at the wise, Jiraiya teacher, don't worry, maybe after a while everyone will understand that Jiraiya teacher is not that kind of person. I hope so. Jiraiya nodded with emotion, took the lingyi and poured tea on the side, I will be going out to avoid the limelight in a few days. The atmosphere in the ninja world is getting heavier and heavier. I'd better go out and prepare as soon as possible. This Konoha. It doesn't matter if I don't stay. If it weren't for the 3-year period, he wouldn't want to come back if the old man asked him to come back. Then Jiraiya teacher asked me to come today. Fuyu didn't say much. Anyway, when Konoha fights 4 people, Jiraiya will go, so it doesn't matter if it's 1 day earlier or later. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya laughed and said confidently, I saw you returning to the village just now, so I came here specially. When he said this, he took out a thick stack of paper from his arms, which was almost the same as the manuscript, and handed it over, with a slight smile on his lips. This time it's a confident work. Minato also said it was good after reading it. Come and take a look and give some suggestions. A new work? Is it the Intimate Paradise that will be popular all over the country? Uchiha Fuyu was stunned and took the manuscript. Then, under the expectant eyes of Jiraiya, he carefully flipped through the pages. The office reception room suddenly became quiet. Time passed by little by little. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Fuyu twitched his mouth and closed the book. This story is a bit familiar. It tells the story of a genius boy in a remote ninja village, the Vunin village. As a result, for some reason, the boy suddenly couldn't use ninjutsu one day, and his chakra was running slowly and decreasing every time. He became a useless person and was divorced by his fiancée. After that, he was determined to follow the ninjutsu with a sentence 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, and found the reason for the disappearance of chakra. It turned out that the peerless ninja in the Warring States period was devouring his chakra. As a result, a few days later, the village was destroyed by the enemy. In order to take revenge, he embarked on a journey. From then on, he became a strong man under the training of the peerless ninja. Uchiha Fuyu silently picked up the hot tea on the table, looked at Jiraiya who was full of confidence, and hesitated for a moment. Teacher Jiraiya, plagiarism is not good. When he was popularizing cool novels to Jiraiya, he said this similar. How can the author's work be called plagiarism? This is a reference, a reference. It makes sense. Teacher Jiraiya just wrote the same type, which is a bit similar. How can it be considered plagiarism? The characters are different. His protagonist is Uzumaki N. Uchiha Fuyu lowered his head and glanced at the title, Ninja Perseverance Biography. It has been changed so much, but it can still be named like this. I admire it. After a pause, why not call it Ninja Breaking the Sky? That's not good. Jiraiya rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly. Changing this name is a bit like plagiarism. Whatever, let's call it Ninja Perseverance. By the way, what do you think of this book? Good book. It will definitely be a masterpiece, and this heroine is. Of course I want them all. I wrote this book just for fun. What's the point of being so coy and giving it to others? Teacher Jiraiya, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect your writing skills to have improved so much. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed embarrassedly. Then this book. I'll publish it. I'm familiar with all the publishers in the Land of Fire. Fuyu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't let Teacher Jiraiya suffer. Thank you for your help. Just like that, Jiraiya's confident work Ninja Perseverance was also handed over to Fuyu, and then he went out with a smile, and even his walk was like the wind. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyu seemed to remember something. By the way, the roast bar will open in a few days. Will Jiraiya come? No problem. After getting Jiraiya's answer, Uchiha Fuyu smiled and shook his head. Inviting one of the 3 ninjas to be the opening star should help. Stretching, he took the tea handed to him by Hinata Suzuan, took a sip and said, Is there any problem with Uchiha? After the words fell, Suzuan paused for a moment, then smiled slightly and shook her head. It's okay. The elder also helped Suzuan a lot. The elder Uchiha Fuyu was stunned. Elder? That old stubborn? 022. It's a big loss. I am Uchiha Shiin. The elder of the Uchiha family has been watching the development of the Uchiha family silently behind the scenes. Now his dream is to see the Uchiha family regain its former glory. After a busy morning, Uchiha Shiin dragged his tired body and sat on a rock beside him. I am old, I am old. Now I feel backache after twisting a few times. You should know that the physical skills of their Uchiha family were able to compete with the Senju family for a long time, and he was able to survive to the position of the great elder, which also shows his strength. What a pity! Time is ruthless. With a long sigh, he took the cup beside him, snorted coldly, and drank it all. He admitted that he was wrong that day. He had a reason to hire a ninja who specialized in physical skills. Otherwise, ordinary people could not carry so much water. Of course. Waste is waste. No matter what, it can't cover up that he is a waste ninja who can't even take the task. However, just as Uchiha Shiin looked down on him, a dignified old woman with cloudy eyes came over. It's good that someone pours water for you, and you look disgusted. Hayagabewa said with a sneer, the Uchiha family is like this, a bit of quality. Much better than the old stubborn Hyaga family. Uchiha Shiin said, not to be outdone, we Uchiha family don't have as many shitty things as the Hyaga family. You're old, why don't you shake me to death? Same here. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Shiin laughed, it's just an old man's dance, my eyes pointing at his own eyes, you can learn it with just one look. Plagiarism. No one can compare to the Uchiha family. But Hayagabewa didn't look angry as he thought, instead she looked at him with her plain and turbid eyes, and said lightly, you're old, but still so childish. That's right. She is her. The proud Hakuha of the Hyaga clan back then, even though she is shorter and has wrinkles on her face, she is still the elegant orchid in a white kimono. What a pity! How can he, Uchiha Shiin, be the same Uchiha Shiin of the past? Uchiha Shiin knocked the ground with his cane disdainfully and snorted coldly, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, he took out 2 coupons for Fuyu barbecue from his arms and said coldly, do you dare to go with me tomorrow? Let me show you the secret of my Uchiha family. Boring. Hyagashiwa looked at the barbecue restaurant in his hand speechlessly and sneered, you want me to help Uchiha Fuyu to gain popularity? After all, she is also a big shot of the Hyaga clan. If she appeared on the day of Uchiha Fuyu's opening, the meaning would be different. She saw his intention at a glance. After saying that, she looked at Uchiha Shiin, you old guy can play tricks. After saying that, Uchiha Shiin was silent for a while, then sighed with emotion, sure enough I can't hide it from you, Hayagabewa. That's right. That's what I think. Dare to go. Why shouldn't I dare? Opening promotion. Opening promotion. Over 3,000 taels, free beer, and a special snack to go with the wine. Recharge now, the first 100 people will get 5,000 for 10,000, and 10,000 for 20,000. Free upgrade to Fuyu Dining VIP, anyone who consumes at Fuyu Dining can enjoy a 15% discount. Get 100 yuan off coupons for every 1,000 yuan you spend. Only one coupon can be used for every 1,000 yuan you spend. Come and get it. Fuyu Barbecue will open tomorrow, and the streets are full of children holding flyers. These are a group of children who came out of the orphanage to work part-time. In order to maintain the operation of the orphanage, Uchiha Fuyu will often provide some help or work to the orphanage. With the childish shouts, many villagers stopped and watched. After all, they knew about Fuyu Barbecue. For some reason the day before yesterday I suddenly had the urge to go in and consume when I passed by, but it was not open at that time. I didn't expect it to open tomorrow, and the event is so big. He is really worthy of being Master Fuyu. Master Fuyu is rich, generous, and kind. He never bargains when buying things, and he buys a lot at a time. Many store owners like this generous customer very much. Some people say that Fuyou is from the Uchiha family and is a genius ninja. He almost worshipped one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya-sama, as his teacher. This is simply a joke. It's just a lie. Who would refuse to become a ninja? And the Uchiha don't be ridiculous, those guys who always have a cold face and look at everyone as if they owe him millions of taels? How could such a generous rich man come from the Uchiha family? As for taking the three ninjas as his teachers? Although Jiraiya-sama's strange XP was discovered a few days ago, he is still a famous ninja in the ninja world. How could he take a businessman as his disciple? It's just a joke. This must be a rumor spread by other merchants to attack the rich master. It's better to listen to it. It's better to line up tomorrow morning to see if you can get into the first 100 and get 5,000 for every 10,000. What a great discount! It's really worthy of being a rich master. Many people felt a sense of emotion in their hearts, thinking that this wave of rich masters must have lost money to gain publicity. But don't say it. Taking advantage is comfortable. At the same time, Fuyou, are you losing money? Jiraiya also looked at the coupon in his hand, get 100 for every 1,000, and free beer for every 3,000. If Tsunade knew about this, she would be drunk, do you know? Although Tsunade's drinking quality is just average compared to that of the Toad Sage, her drinking capacity is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It is rumored that when she was 6 years old, she learned to gamble and drink under the subtle influence of the first generation of Hokage, so she is so terrible. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. It's a loss. Uchiha Fuyou took a sip of tea with emotion, sighed and said, it's a big loss. It's a huge loss. But for my family. I will pay for it myself today, thank my family for their continued support. Jiraiya teacher, why don't you top up 100,000, that's 150,000. It's a big loss. I can only buy a Ferrari because of the loss. Oh, there is no Ferrari here. He patted his chest generously and said heroically, just think of it as a return to Konoha's upbringing. Don't be polite to me. Top up as much as you can. This is not good. Rich. Willful. We are all family. Don't be polite. Uchiha Fuyou said without hesitation, Jiraiya teacher, how much do you want to top up? Young master, I'll get you a membership first, and you can use the back door. How about 1 million first? After the words fell, Uchiha Fuyou was silent. Jiraiya looked at him hesitantly, too much? How about 100,000? No, no. What's too much? Uchiha Fuyou said generously, it's all for the teacher, just top up 1 million, don't be polite to me. It's a big loss. If it goes on like this, maybe I can lose a Rolls-Royce. Oh, there is no Rolls-Royce here. But Fuyou still said with emotion, teacher, remember to tell other good friends that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you are a bastard. It's all for the family. 023 Just call me dad. You think you have made money, but I will never lose money. This is the way of doing business. If the time is not right, do you believe that I can put the advertisement in the Chunin examination hall? What a pity. There is still some time before the Chunin examination. It is too late now. After the first barbecue bar is successfully established and reaches the required turnover after opening, the barbecue bar module can be activated. At that time, you can use the current money to open branches outside. The first turnover of the barbecue bar must reach 80 million taels. At this rate, at least 80 Jiraias will consume. And you can't cheat. For example, it is not okay to use your own money to invite others to consume to brush performance. The system has its own algorithm. Cheating will be detected and useless. As for how to calculate, Uchiha Fuyou said that he didn't know. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was already the opening time of the next day. At this time, there are also red ribbons and a special red archway. In order to grab the benefits of the first 100 people, people started queuing up early in the morning. Uchiha Fuyu was dressed in a formal suit, with some hair wax on his hair, standing at the door. This was his second time to open a business in Konoha, and he felt a little emotional. The first time was a milk tea shop, but because he was expelled from the Uchiha family, he was not optimistic about it, and could only wait for the guaranteed turnover of the milk tea shop to reach. Starting a business is hard. But now, Master Fuyu is rich. Which of the major families doesn't give Mr. Fuyu a face? Anyway, he has been expelled from Uchiha and is no longer a ninja. Even if you make friends with him, it won't make the upper echelons think too much. For example, the man with white eyes who is walking with a woman with white eyes not far away. The current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, is also the biological father of the future crown princess. Uchiha Fuyu glanced at Hyuga Suzune, who was also wearing formal clothes and had a calm face, and then, looking at Hyuga Hayashi walking over, he laughed. Come. Welcome. Hyuga clan leader. Now he is a businessman, and he still has to have the temperament of a businessman. The ninja world is not his era. The more you scold, the more popular your store will be. It is so popular that normal people can't understand why so many people are looking for scolding. A cheap skin? After being scolded, he still laughs happily, shouts with admiration, "The boss is so honest, I like him so much. Isn't this really cheap? If you scold customers here, you will probably be beaten up by the ninja, and then the store will go bankrupt the next day." Hinata Hayashi saw Uchiha Fuyu, and a smile appeared on his cold face. He asked his followers to take out the flower basket, and there was even a congratulatory message on it. "Boss Fuyu." Hinata Hayashi smiled faintly, wearing the exclusive clothes of the Hyuga clan, and nodded, "Congratulations. Congratulations." Uchiha Fuyu made an invitation, and after Hinata Hayashi and his wife went in, he sighed, "Sure enough, respect is mutual. I guess Hyuga Hayashi wanted to thank him for the gift that Suzune gave him at his wedding ceremony. He didn't give much at the time. It was just a little bit of money, but now it seems that he is quite satisfied." Next is the family of the Hyuga branch family, that is, Suzune's second brother. It can be seen that Suzune has a better relationship with her second brother, and Hyuga Hayashi is also a gentle person. After a simple greeting, Fuyu arranged for them to be in a slightly farther place so that they can eat easily. The system of the main family and branch family of the Hyuga clan is simply a pit. Compared to it. In fact, except for the many psychopaths who would exterminate the entire clan if they disagreed with each other, the rest of the Uchiha clan is also pretty good. At least those who have opened their eyes can be members of the Uchiha clan, and those who don't have opened their eyes can also live in the Uchiha clan. Although the next thing is left to him, although Suzune was asked to accompany her brother, she refused and continued to entertain guests with him. Time passed by. People from all the major families came, saying "rich boss" one after another. The guests were all happy. There was no other way. He, Uchiha, was rich and had a wide range of friends. Then Jiraiya came, laughed loudly, said congratulations, and went in. Then, young Asuma and his friends, as well as the leaders of each team, also came to the opening event. What a pity! Team Minato had not returned from their mission, so they did not see Team Minato. At this time, the business started inside, and many guests sat down and started grilling. The fresh meat sizzled on the charcoal stove, and in a moment, the aroma of meat filled the air. Products from the system must be top-notch. No, there is not only the ingredient bonus, but also the cooking bonus, so people with similar skills can grill delicious barbecue here with the secret sauce of the system. He also arranged professional grillers to wait around, and customers in need can grill for free. After a week of special training, they are already competent for this job. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, and the turnover is also rising. At this time, a familiar family of 3-4 people came over. His brother, his sister-in-law, his nephew, and who is this guy with delicate features and admiring him? Uchiha Shisui. Mikoto seemed to see Fuyu's doubts, and explained with a smile, many people in the clan think he looks like Fuyu. He has good talent and likes reading like Fuyu. I saw him when I went out, so I came together. It turned out to be you, this idiot. It was Danzo who caught your eye, but what did you say to Itachi? Instead of seeking revenge on his enemies, he stabbed his parents with a knife and shouted, "The Uchiha family is hopeless." Is it a scam? It's just like when your phone was stolen by someone, and you didn't call the police or arrest the person, but ran home to steal the hard-earned money of your parents and called them poor. No conscience. Uchiha Fuyu twitched his mouth and looked at Uchiha Shisui, who seemed very excited to see him. What's going on? Do you want to learn business from him? Senior Fuyu, I have read your masterpieces Konoha Boy's Story, My Konoha My Hokage, What is the Will of Fire, Persistence in the Will of Fire. Every time I read it, I have a different understanding and gain of the Will of Fire. Uchiha Shisui said admiringly, you are really worthy of being Senior Fuyu. The profound Will of Fire is really admirable. Of course, I personally think that the article on the admiration of Hokage and the grace of Hokage's wife is a bit inferior to Senior Fuyu's literary talent, too deliberate. Child, you have narrowed your path. That article is the most important, just listen to the others. Fuyu looked at the admiring eyes, and then looked at the faint satisfaction on Fugaku's expressionless face, and his stomach suddenly twitched. He sighed, lowered his head and looked at Uchiha Shisui seriously, and said earnestly, Child, now there is an opportunity to become the richest man in the ninja world in front of you, as long as you call me Dad. The words were not finished. Uchiha Fuyu was directly black, roll. Then, he walked with his wife and the baby. The stupid Ozu Doubter really wanted him to be a brother. Uchiha was looking at the back of them. As a result, a crutch was stunned, and the old lady in the Uchiha family was wearing the Uchiha emblem. The door was greeted by the major families. He followed the bell sound to the shop quietly and found a secret place, just watched curiously. Elderly people, please grill it. Can you chew it? It's better to go to a karaoke bar than to grill it. Oh, right. The karaoke bar is not open yet. After a pause, he looked at Hinata Suzune, who had already started grilling. Suzune blushed shyly because of his gaze. I'm a little hungry, Fuyu wants some. That's right, I've been busy for so long, I'm a little hungry too. Fuyu nodded and said with a smile, thank you for your help. Yet, hearing that Fuyu also wanted to eat, Hinata Suzune smiled happily and started to get busy. Uchiha Fuyu took Suzune's appetite into consideration and asked the waiter to bring more. It's fat in the right places, and the nutrition is indeed supplemented in the right places, no problem. Then he looked at the elder, who also started grilling by himself, with the wrinkled face still showing the pride of the Uchiha family. It looks particularly annoying. His mouth opened and closed as he said something, and he kept pointing at the grilled meat on the charcoal stove. His expression was like he was showing off his child's excellent grades. After a while, the great elder had finished grilling, and he seemed to have snorted coldly, and raised his head to pick up some for the old woman with white eyes, with a face that I, Uchiha Shion, gave you to eat to give you face. Is Uchiha arrogant? And the old woman Hyaga seemed to have been used to it. With an elegant sneer on the corner of her mouth, she picked up the meat with a charming movement and slowly put it in her mouth. After a while she nodded lightly, and seemed satisfied. This time, the great elder was even more proud and arrogant, with a smug smile, raising his head at a 45-degree angle. Seeing this, Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched constantly. This relationship. It's really a bit unusual. Even without opening the 3 megatama, he could smell the rancid stench. The stomach even twisted and felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Rich, it's done. The ringtone was as soft as a mellow A sound like water rang out, and Uchiha Fuyu came back to his senses. He looked at the pile of barbecued meat on his plate, was slightly stunned, and didn't say anything. He picked up the chopsticks and tried some. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious. Although the store has a bonus, the barbecue he tried a few days ago was not so delicious. The words fell. Really? Ling Yin seemed very happy. She held the meat clips with both hands, tilted her head slightly, and smiled with curved eyes. That's great. You eat too. Uchiha Fuyu directly held the plate, and continued to look at the elder while eating, ready to see what the old stubborn Uchiha wanted to do. He pondered for a while, without turning his head, and asked, Ling Yin, that old lady is from the Hyuga clan. The elder of the clan. Ling Yin's movements were like after images when Fuyu couldn't see her, and meat kept disappearing in front of her. His face was slightly red, but seeing that Fuyu didn't notice, he breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, Grandma Beiwa, you have a very high status in the clan. No wonder. Being able to chat with the elder, he must be an old acquaintance of the elder, and they have a special relationship. Uchiha Fuyu leaned sideways, with his right knee directly on the sofa, eating and watching, but why did he feel that he couldn't finish the meat on the plate? He turned his head in confusion and immediately saw Hyuga Suzuan filling up his plate again, and was surprised. What's wrong? Suzuan blushed slightly. Fuyu doesn't like it. No. I like it. She stuffed some into her mouth and glanced at the elder. At this time, it was no longer the elder who was roasting, but the old lady Hyuga Beiwa who took the meat clip. Her turbid eyes seemed to be a little disgusted. Although they were all white eyes, Fuyu was still familiar with white eyes after staying with Suzuan for so long. The great elder also had a bit of anger on his face, and he held his head up stubbornly, as if he was saying, I don't want to argue with an old woman like you. It's really curious. What's the relationship between the two? What a pity. If you get too close, you'll be easily discovered. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and asked without turning back, does Ling Yin know what their relationship is? As soon as he finished speaking. Senior Beiwa and the great elder used to be enemies. Uchiha Fu was stunned. This plain voice immediately made a paralyzed face appear in his mind. He couldn't help but turn around and really saw his brother, his sister-in-law, his eldest nephew, and his little fanboy Uchiha Shisui, as well as the couple of the Hyuga branch family leaders next to him. Why are they all here? Fuyu looked at Suzuan, who was grilling meat with his sister-in-law and Suzuan's sister-in-law, whose face was slightly red, and then looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was eating barbecue with a blank face. Why are you here? He didn't even plan to disturb his eldest brother's family, so why did they come over instead? After the words fell. Interesting. Uchiha Fugaku said lightly, I came to take a look. Hisashi beside him also nodded with a smile, after all, it's the main family's business, so I came to take a look too. It's really interesting. Sure enough. Don't look at his eldest brother's blank face all the time, as if others owe him hundreds of millions. But there is still the curiosity. As for Hisashi, the branch family looks at the main family, it's reasonable. It's just that the head of the main family Hinata Hayashi didn't come. This guy is now a heavy burden as the head of the family, and he probably can't do such a thing. He will only release his nature after being changed by Naruto later. But Fugaku just said. Enemy. Uchiha Fuyu frowned slightly and looked at Fugaku, then turned his head to look at the two old men, not like. Are they really enemies? During the Warring States period, all the major ninja families were basically enemies. Fugaku wiped his mouth and said calmly, it was only later that the first generation ended the Warring States period and established the ninja village, and the relationship between the major families became much smoother. I see. Uchiha Fuyu probably understood in his mind. That must be a moving and tragic love story of the Warring States period. The love nurtured in war is not available until old age, and then you can sit down and eat barbecue together. The elder is not an ordinary person. I underestimated him. I underestimated him. Uchiha Fuyu sighed with emotion, and gave a large bowl of greasy fat meat to Itachi and Shisui, showing a kind smile of an elder. Come on. The children are still growing. Eat more. Don't waste it. Since they can't be prodigal sons, let's raise them to be fat otakus. It's all the same. Uchiha Fugaku took a look and said nothing this time. It's good to eat more. He put a piece of meat in his mouth, looked at Uchiha Fuyu and Hyaga Suzun who was happily grilling meat, and said lightly, girls of the Hyaga family cannot marry outside the family. If they are recognized, they can only marry into the family, especially those from the branch family. Marrying into the family is still controlled, and the Uchiha family cannot marry into the family. In addition, the deaths in the war may have made the elders do this. After the words fell, there was a sudden silence around. Hyaga Suzun's hands trembled slightly, but she quickly recovered her smile and continued to grill meat with her head down. 025 Believe in our friendship. Finally left. Uchiha Fuyu looked at the two groups of people leaving, shook his head with emotion, and then looked at Suzun who was not in high spirits, and said puzzledly, what's wrong? No, Suzun smiled and shook her head. It doesn't look like nothing happened, otherwise, why didn't they eat the meat on the side? It doesn't look like Suzun's appetite. Of course Fuyu probably guessed what happened. It's probably because of what Fugaku said just now, the shitty business of the Hyaga family. The branch family has been protecting the main family all their lives, and their life and death are in the hands of the main family. So, to a certain extent, there is no freedom at all, let alone other things. And it's very simple to solve this. Just be strong. If Hinata marries out, ask the Hyaga clan if they dare to put her and her child in a cage. I guess when I just had this idea. Naruto, Zoer, someone wants to put my wife and child in a cage. Sasuke, what are you going to do? Naruto, remember the blood shed by the Uchiha clan on a dark night? This Hyaga clan may have the same fate as the Uchiha clan. Fuyu touched her head and said with a smile, don't worry, you are my man, nothing will happen to you. Dare to compete with Uchiha Fuyu for people? Have you seen what happened to Danzo now? Recently, he has rarely been seen. Since the establishment of the route, that guy has been suspicious. And with this bounty order, he probably feels that everyone around him is greedy for his body. Who knows, he might even think that his gay friends also want to exchange his head for money. So, he has been keeping a low profile recently. After he came back, he didn't hear any strange news in Konoha. Suzun heard Fuyu's words, especially the familiar feeling, which made her face blush slightly, and she remembered that time she sat alone silently and looked at the front with envy, and then a little boy came over and asked her happily, do you want to play together? She seemed to be relieved a lot in her heart, nodded, and said softly, I'm fine. Are you full? If you are full. Fuyu hasn't finished speaking yet. Still a little short. Lingyan lowered her head, seeming a little embarrassed, and whispered softly, did I eat a little too much? Fuyu looked at the plate beside her in silence, then laughed and said, no, how can it be too much? I'm not full yet. Come on, let's continue eating. Time passed in a flash. People who had finished the show left one after another, even Jiraiya was drunk and staggered out, and even smiled and prepared to invite Fuyu to the next show before leaving, to do some happy things, which made Lingyan stare at him covetously. This old man! How could he, Uchiha Fuyu, be such a person? After asking about the location, he was ready to criticize him next time, and then kicked this old pervert out. He actually wanted to invite Master Fuyu. He was simply looking down on Uchiha Fuyu. The elder and the old woman from the Hyuga family also left. They came quietly and left quietly without making any noise. Uchiha Fuyu thought that the elder would come to talk to him about supporting the Uchiha clan, but he didn't expect that he was just accompanying the old woman to eat barbecue. I underestimated him. I really underestimated him. After eating, it got dark. For many people, this might be the time to be happy, so one group left and another group came, and the store was still very popular. Uchiha Fuyu was amazed at Ling Yan's appetite again, and then, he was too full, so he took the opportunity to walk with Ling Yan on the way back to digest the food. At the same time, two old men dressed simply appeared at the door of Fuyu barbecue bar. One of them was holding a pipe in his hand and looking around with a smile, and beside him the man wrapped tightly in bandages also scanned the surroundings. But there was vigilance in his eyes. As if there was a diner around who would rob him of his money. "Hello, please come this way." At the waiter's invitation, the two chose a slightly hidden corner seat to sit down. "The decoration here is quite good." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been simply disguised, nodded, picked up the menu, and said with a smile, "There are quite a lot of dishes, that kid really has a talent for business." After that, looking at Danzo who was still vigilantly staring at the surroundings, he sighed helplessly and said, "Don't worry, no one in Konoha will do anything to you." Humph. Ninjas must always be vigilant. The old shady Danzo didn't care about Hiruzen's words at all, snorted coldly, then took a sip of the hot tea handed over by the waiter, and said seriously, "Hiruzen, you are really old. Still being stubborn." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled helplessly and opened the menu again. "What are you going to eat?" "It's up to me, hurry up and finish eating, I should go back, this is just a waste of time." Although he is in Konoha now, for some reason, he doesn't think anyone is a good person. Although it was like this before, it was not as serious as it is now. Sure enough, Konoha is getting worse and worse under Hiruzen's management. Even Chimura Danzo began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, Danzo seemed to see someone peeking at this place from time to time, and it has been 3 minutes, and his heart suddenly condensed. Is it a hunter who is targeting me? Looking at one place for a long time, not daring to look at me, sneaking around, there must be other plots. Are they targeting his head? Root. Root. Where is the root? Why don't you send someone here quickly? However, his strange action also attracted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ordering, "What's wrong? Someone is targeting me. We must quickly send a root ninja to catch him. Maybe there is another conspiracy." Where? Spies? Hiruzen also became serious. When he saw the direction Danzo pointed, he was speechless. They are just a group of ordinary people. They are the family that runs the bathhouse at the head of the village. Sure enough, Danzo has been too nervous recently. Is it a spy? How could he, the Hokage who keeps a crystal ball and cares about everything in Konoha, not know? As for why he was looking at Danzo, it was probably because this tightly wrapped windbreaker was too strange. Many people around him looked over from time to time. He shook his head helplessly, closed the menu, and after ordering, he called the waiter over. When he walked away, he said, "Don't be nervous. We are here to relax today. A mere 360 million taels is not enough for people to risk coming to Konoha." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden noise next to him. It was a group of Konoha ninjas. "Do you know? I heard that there is a person with the highest bounty in history on the black market recently. Even the first generation is not as high as him. I heard that it seems to have been rising recently. Now it has risen to 370 million. This is too high. Who is it? How about we join forces to do it? Such a high bounty must not be an ordinary person. It is higher than the first generation. We, a group of ninjas, should not joke. Maybe it works? Don't forget the famous saying of the rich master. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? That makes sense. Then our dream is to kill him and get the highest bounty. After the words fell, there was a burst of cheers, daydreaming, and toasts. Didn't you say there would be no danger? Danzo turned his head with a dark face and looked at Hiruzen, who was looking at him silently. His eyelids suddenly raised and he felt uncomfortable all over. Hiruzen, you. It's nothing. Don't worry. It's only 370 million. Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, looking at Danzo affectionately. You know. How could I attack my former best friend? After saying that, a part of the meat had been handed over, and he quickly greeted Danzo happily. Come on. Let's eat. Let's eat. Do you want to drink some beer? If you spend more than 3,000, you can drink for free. It's a rare break. Otherwise we won't go home until we are drunk. A mere 370 million. It's too much to underestimate the friendship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Believe it or not, even if Danzo got drunk and fell beside his third-generation Hokage, he would not touch his best friend. It's only 370 million taels. However, no. Shimura Danzo refused without hesitation. Ninja. Drinking can easily lead to mistakes, so he plans to quit drinking from today. But who dares to offer a bounty to me? If I knew. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Hee. As late autumn arrives, the night in Konoha is also a little chilly. At this time, after sending Hinata Suzune home, Uchiha Fuyu looked at her back as she entered, smiled and shook his head, sighed, then turned around and prepared to walk towards his house. Result. Stupefied. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the back that looked particularly lonely under the night light, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly, muttering, "Is he back?" 026 Obito on the road of no return. My name is Uchiha Obito. The genius ninja of Konoha, thinks so, the man who will become Hokage in the future, thinks so. How can anyone be so disgusting? The world is big, there are always some weirdos. For example, there are even people who want to destroy the world when their girlfriend dies. Of course, these are not important. Uchiha Fu sighed with emotion, shook his head, and looked at Obito. So, although the mission is completed, you are embarrassed. Well, Obito. Before he turned evil, he would fail to challenge anyone. It's not that he is not strong enough. His strength is okay, not that bad, but there will always be some accidents. After he turned evil it was relieved a lot, maybe it was also because he changed from a spirited guy to a crazy guy. The strength of the Uchiha clan is very strange. You are a waste in the early stage. Once you open your eyes, you are an elite at the same level. For example, even if you are a genin, you are an elite genin. If the stimulation is too great, good Fami Liman, even if you are a loser at the beginning, as long as you open the Manjiki you will be a great figure in the ninja world. Of course. Except for his second nephew, he will be beaten whether he opens his eyes or not. Even in the tattoo era, as long as he starts to show off, the final outcome is to be beaten. That guy must be cursed. Is it because of the fire escape stuck in his throat, or the kunao intervened, or he was scared to pee his pants when he saw the enemy? You are so annoying. However, Uchiha Fuyu ignored the angry Obito, but said earnestly, you must remember that you are not nothing. If you can't be a ninja anymore, you can come back to inherit your father's legacy. Asshole! Who is your son? Obito said with a black line on his face, I am the man who wants to be Hokage. If he is a ninja, this uncle will definitely let him know how powerful the genius ninja Uchiha Obito is. He snorted coldly. He was originally feeling a little disappointed after coming back and went out to relax. But now he is even more depressed and wants to challenge that self-righteous guy. Let him understand. This mission was just what he asked him to do. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, put his hands in his pockets, and shook his head. I'm going back. Boring. Still pretending to be cool. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, narrowed his eyes, and seemed to think of something. He pressed his head directly. Do you want to become stronger? He touched Tu's head. As the younger brother of the head of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fuyu felt that he had the responsibility to care about the psychological construction of these orphans. Help them establish a correct outlook on life, values, and worldview, understand that although there is darkness in the world, there is also light, and treat the sadness in their hearts correctly to prevent the tragedy of the Uchiha family from happening again. If you want to, I'll teach you. Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes and looked at Uchiha Fuyu with contempt, as if to say, just you? Just an ordinary person? Are you underestimating me? I was a genius ninja who graduated earlier than Kakashi, but I refused. Uchiha Fuyu said with a stern look, but I can still teach you. No need. Uchiha Obito said unhappily, turning around and leaving. Are you still worried about failure? Are you still sad because you can't defeat your rival? Are you still confused because you can't attract the girl you love? Now just stop and wait for a few minutes, listen to my advice patiently, and all your worries, sadness, and confusion will be gone. Uchiha Fuyu's voice was full of temptation, and he said slowly, what are you waiting for? This is the only chance. You don't have to spend any money, you will earn money if you hear it, come quickly. After the words fell, Uchiha Obito's shoulders trembled, and he stopped, with some hesitation in his eyes. After all, he also wanted to become stronger, to defeat Kakashi, and to attract Lin's attention. But he had no choice. Kakashi was really a genius. But he felt that if he stopped, he would have a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, this guy was annoying. Just when Obito was struggling. You are moved. Uchiha Fuyu's leisurely voice came again, believe me. I was also a genius ninja in my time. Uchiha Obito was silent, took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Fuyu, and said seriously, you really won't lie to me. Of course Uchiha Fuyu showed a businessman-like smile, I am a businessman, and integrity has always been my business principle. Then tell me. What do you want to teach me? Don't be in a hurry. First you have to learn the ninja theory compiled by a great ninja. This is what I found from the ruins of the Uchiha family. I was shocked when I saw it. Ordinary people can't write such a supreme theory at all, so I suspect it should be passed down by the legendary strongest ninja back then. Obito was shocked. As an Uchiha, he certainly knew who the ninja was. Hearing that it was not done by this guy himself, but the secret book left by the strongest Uchiha, he was even more excited. But Fuyu covered his mouth, hushed him seriously, and said solemnly, now please listen to me slowly. After seeing Obito also become serious, he let him go, and said slowly and heavily in a voice like a green pine, kunao stained with shit, the god of ninja is alive, take the balls with bare hands, the 6 paths are in trouble, detonate to kill the anus, the tailed beasts are in trouble, touch his lower abdomen, fall to the ground and wail, spit in his mouth, the gods come down to earth, don't talk too much, you will definitely win. All in one go. Then, looking at the stunned Obito with satisfaction, did you remember it? After the words fell, Obito came back to his senses, his face full of black lines, and he slapped Fuyu's hand directly, I actually believed your words, I am such an idiot. How could the legendary ninja say these words? That is a strong man who can fight with the first generation of the god of the ninja world, how could he say such second-rate words? It is absolutely a lie. I want to go back. Don't disbelieve me. That is really the secret book of the strong that he left behind. That's why I became a genius ninja. It's just that you don't understand the deep meaning now. Just write it down. One day you will understand the mystery and become a genius ninja like me. However, how could Fuyu let go now? But since you can't train him to be a prodigal son or a fat otaku, then train him as a gangster. As long as your mentality is strong enough, you won't collapse in the face of despair. He said earnestly. He left behind a set of matching peerless forbidden techniques, but the lethality is too strong and can't be used easily. The bewitching voice sounded again, "Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I will teach you." After the words fell, Uchiha Obito really stopped, looked at Fuyu with suspicion and desire, and was silent for a while. Really? Really? I can teach you. But you must remember not to use it easily. Okay. So cautious, it seems that he should not be lying. Under Obito's expectant eyes, Fuyu put his hands together and crossed them, then, quickly extend the index finger, middle finger, and thumb of both hands, and overlap them together. Tiger seal, I remember this. The starting position of a powerful ninjutsu. Obito was excited. It's true. Fuyu nodded with satisfaction. You are a teachable boy. After saying that, his tone changed again, with a serious tone. Now you see it clearly, you must remember it. After saying that, Obito stared at him seriously. Then, see. Uchiha Fuyu made a tiger seal with both hands, then quickly poked it upwards, then retracted his hands, and smiled at Obito. Have you learned it? I'm learning from a turtle. 027 Come on. A few days later, Minato's team set off again. During this period, the situation in the ninja world became more and more tense. Most of the ninjas in the village began to perform missions outside. At the same time, Jiraiya was happy for a few days and set off for the battlefield. It can be said that the village has become much quieter. It is said that the ninjas in the front line Uegakure Ninja Village are sneaky and seem to have some strange movements. There are also spies in the Kumagakure Ninja Village above. There are also news that there are frequent big moves in Kumagakure. Therefore, after receiving the news, Konoha immediately arranged for defense. Uchiha Fuyu's deal lives his life peacefully. He has reached the turnover, received the upgrade reward, and has become much stronger physically and mentally. He can start opening branches in the land of fire. Although the economy is sluggish and consumption is low due to the war, there is still a bottom line in general, so it is good to open early. And the war between ninjas, except for the sneak attack by the hidden mist ninja village, there has never been a war in the land of fire. Basically, the battlefield is arranged in other countries or on the border. So, the land of fire is quite peaceful. Now, the milk tea shop in Konoha is still managed by Uncle Sato, and the roast bar is temporarily managed by an ordinary Uchiha family member who is not open-minded. He deliberately chose an ordinary person who is not mentally ill and has a relatively peaceful personality. You should know that Uchiha mental illness is divided into two categories. One is usually smiling and nice to everyone, looking like a good person, but when the disease breaks out, it is particularly exaggerated. At the mildest, they commit suicide by jumping into the water, and at the worst, they destroy the entire clan and the world. The other type is facial paralysis, disdainful of everything, and looks arrogant. This type is okay. When the disease breaks out, they just pretend to be cool, and there is no big problem. Therefore, in order to avoid any conflicts in the future, the store manager of this station must be carefully selected. Of course, Uchiha is also very serious about his work. He has a strange obsessive-compulsive disorder, or maybe it is caused by latent mental illness. So, too serious, the Konoha Guard is doing the same as the urban management, without humane law enforcement, stubborn, and making people angry. Add to that the Nine Tails Rebellion later, and the rumors suddenly detonated the conflicts that had been buried for many years, which gave Danzo an excuse to take action. From here, we can also see the horror of rumors, and what is even more terrifying is the head of the group does not give you a chance to refute the rumors. Enjoying the massage technique of Ling Yian's soft fist, Fuyu couldn't help but moan. This technique really didn't disgrace the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. However, just after the door was opened. Fuyu the carefree Kushina appeared at the door, and then, looking at Fuyu who was blushing and blurry in front of her, she was stunned and quickly closed the door again. Sorry, I disturbed you. What are you sorry for? It's just a massage, is there any need to make such a fuss? Uchiha Fuyu adjusted his clothes without changing his expression, and looked at Ling Yian who was adjusting her clothes with a slightly red face. What clothes are you adjusting? He shook his head helplessly, opened the door, looked at Kushina who was peeking at him, and said unhappily, Don't look. We are just discussing business. Is it strange for the boss to discuss business with the secretary in the office? What do you want from me? It's too boring to leave Minato. I'm not in the mood to go to the barbecue alone. Kushina smiled awkwardly, the Nine-Tails guy has been making a lot of noise again, it's so noisy that I can't even take a nap. I said I would use my clone to play the landlord game you taught it, but it refused. So, I came to see if Fuyu is free. 2 against 1, I won't do it either. Have some shame. Fuyu sighed helplessly, You, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, always run to my Uchiha, aren't you afraid that the Hokage will come to trouble me? Don't worry. Kushina patted Fuyu's shoulder carelessly, You're not a ninja, what are you afraid of? So, why did you come to me? Landlord. Don't. It's not easy for Minato to make some money, save some for him. Kushina glared at this guy. Is she a gambling addict like Tsunade? How about a round of Pai Gao? Too fast, no fun. Uchiha Fuyu touched his chin and pondered for a moment, let's play mahjong. It can be played smaller, and 1 round can be played for a long time, just right for 3 people and 1 beast. Is Suzune coming too? It's okay. Fuyu shook his head, opened the 3 Megatama directly, and looked at Suzune with a smile, remember not to tell anyone else. Minato and Kushina also knew about the Uchiha clan, and he called Kushina his sister, so the 2 agreed to keep it secret. If he doesn't keep it secret, Kushina will beat him. Close the door. Go away. The words fell. The 2 came to a damp and dim place. Suyin looked around in shock, then came to her senses, nodded seriously, and whispered to Fuyu, I won't tell anyone. Fuyu he. Not like the rich man he showed. Although she didn't know why, Suyin still believed Fuyu. At this time, the kid from the Uchiha family. A deep and loud voice came, bringing strange people again? 4 people, but 1 more. No landlord today. Fuyu waved his hand directly, and a set of mahjong and a mahjong table appeared in front of him. Looking at the Nine-Tails in the cage in front of him, he joked with Kushina that he could try to build a good relationship with the Nine-Tails, but he didn't expect her to really do it. After a while, the 2 became card friends. Then, in order to secretly study the Nine-Tails chakra, he also became a card friend. Let's play mahjong. Mahjong. You'll know in a moment. Humph. Boring. I've lived for so long, what haven't I seen? I'm just curious. Sundara Nine-Tails snorted coldly, his eyes disdainful, but he often secretly looked at the mahjong table. If it weren't for my strength being too strong, I would have scared Hashirama Senju and fought with me for 300 rounds. In the end, he used low-level ninjutsu and was shameless. Surrounded by many ninjas, I was not careful for a moment and was sealed. Otherwise, now you ninjas, I will kill them 1 by 1. Yes, yes, yes. Although it was different from the version he knew where 999 hands stretched out 1 hand to pinch its neck like a duckling, Fuyu didn't interrupt Nine-Tails' pretense, are you still betting on chakra today? Otherwise, if you lose, let Kushina pay for you? He has a dream. He wants to play mahjong with the 9-tailed beast. The nine-tailed beast hadn't finished speaking yet. No money. Kushina refused without hesitation, and then, according to Fuya's explanation just now, she touched the mahjong with great interest. Come on. Let's start. Humph. The nine-tailed fox's face froze, and after a moment, he snorted coldly and said proudly, Come on. I have plenty of chakra. He looked like a fox, as if he had a lot of money. Then, with a crackling sound, the first mahjong game in the ninja world began in the sealed space. At the same time, Team Minato was also in crisis. Obito held up a kunao, and together with Kakashi, he protected Rin, looking at the enemy in front of him vigilantly. After carrying out so many missions, he also grew up, and was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning when facing the enemy. But now, Teacher Minato led the enemy away, but he didn't expect there were still enemies. Now they are facing two jonin from the enemy village. You know, they are just genin, it's dangerous. What should we do now? The words fell. No one responded to him. Now facing the enemy, it was useless to say anything. And Obito also knew that his hand holding the kunao was shaking a little, and he kept thinking of ways in his mind. Suddenly, he saw a black thing behind the earth ninja in front of him that didn't look like something a human could pull out. He was slightly stunned and remembered what that hateful guy said to him that night. 028 like a hero. Just 3 little ghosts, still want to carry out the exploration mission? It's a joke. After their jonin captain was led away, their fate was doomed. What a pity. Now the situation is tense, and time can't be wasted, otherwise, his uncle Yunsha really wants to tease these cute children. Yunsha showed a ferocious smile on his face, looking at the black-haired boy with goggles in front of him, especially the round fan on his clothes. The little ghost of Konoha Uchiha? It's really interesting. Speaking of this, he took a step forward, showed a ferocious smile, and licked his lips. It seems that I can still recover your body. Uchiha Obito's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Minato teacher was led away, and it seemed that he would not be able to rescue them in a short time. So, they can only rely on themselves. Just a jonin. The jonin of the Hidden Rock Village. It is impossible to kill the opponent under normal circumstances with only the 3 of them. Of course, if Kakashi glanced at Kakashi, Kakashi should be able to leave alone. This bastard always talks nonsense about mission first, he should run away by himself. Glanced at Lin, who was also alert. Obito knew that he couldn't go on like this, and remembered what he said that day. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight." After saying that, under Yunsha's disdainful eyes, Obito took the lead in launching an attack, turning around and running around the jonin, using his hands to use Uchiha Obito's unique throwing method, throwing it casually, and suddenly more than a dozen kunao flew towards Yunsha without any pattern. In the blink of an eye, do-do-do. It stuck on the floor and trees. Where is the outline? There was a moment of silence at the scene, and Kakashi sighed with a sense of rightness and helplessness in his eyes. Ha ha ha, this is the Uchiha throwing technique. Yunsha came back to his senses from his daze and laughed wildly. That's it. After saying that, suddenly, the other Yanin who was confronting Kakashi changed his face slightly and shouted loudly, "No! It's a detonating tag." That's right. Obito wrapped the detonating tag in the kunao, a very common method used by ninjas. However, when Yunsha heard his partner's words, he was alert and shouted in his heart, "I underestimated the enemy." As a result, when he saw the kunao at a distance, his face froze again. What's the use of such a long distance? He dodged casually. Just when he was about to distance himself and avoid the explosion range, the detonating tag exploded. But he ignored it. As he said, the aftermath of the explosion at such a distance could only bring him a little impact and could not hurt him at all. Yunsha laughed, "Uchiha brat. Go back to the ninja school. before he finished speaking. Except for Obito, no one noticed. A black thing with a strange stench hit him directly, and in the blink of an eye it immediately covered his eyes, mouth, nose, the whole face. Everyone was stunned again, watching the disgusting things falling like rain. Even Kakashi had a black face and quickly avoided the explosion range. But the firecracker blast pit, how could this range be so easily avoided? It was still within the attack range, just the size of the lump, the strength of the attack. While everyone else was dodging, there was only one person under the gaze of everyone, like a hero, facing the challenge, and still not caring about the oli on his face. In his mind, he only recalled the rich teachings that night, and rushed towards the enemy. Physical skills? Physical skills are not good. Ninjutsu? Ninjutsu is not good either. So, there is only one way. The legendary forbidden technique left by the legendary Uchiha ninja, that guy said. But Uchiha Obito still felt a little disgusted, so he decided to use kunao instead. With a pious face, he held the kunao tightly in both hands, ignored the flying black matter, and quickly came behind Yunsha. And Yunsha, as a senior ninja, is not a vain reputation. Although he was disgusted and even his mouth was full of it and he wanted to vomit, fighting is fighting. What a pity! His eyes were covered with blood, how could it be so easy to clean? Just when he was about to turn around, Obito had come behind him at lightning speed, with his legs arched, recalling the posture that Guy taught him that day, holding the kunao tightly, taking a deep breath, his face condensed, and rubbing forward. Suddenly. Ah! A moment later. Accompanied by a scream, a figure stood there, facing the flying alligator, like a real man, holding a bloody kunao in his hand, looking at the rock ninja in front of him who was arching his body, sticking his butt up, and there seemed to be a trace of scarlet blood flowing out, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He won. With the right time, place, people, and wisdom, he defeated a jonin from the enemy village. Everyone around was shocked by him, Uncle Obito. At this time, Obito seemed to have an indescribable feeling in his heart, that was the sense of accomplishment of killing an enemy above his level. It is indeed a forbidden technique left by the legendary Uchiha who can fight the god of ninja world. It works. He shook his head and looked at Kakashi, who was also stunned. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was about to taunt. Suddenly, a black ball flew over. It hit his mouth directly with a pop sound. What's wrong? Phew. Nothing, maybe I've been fighting for too long, and I suddenly feel nauseous. Uchiha Phew shuddered all over, threw out 3 lines, looked at the red fox eyes, and hesitated for a moment. How about we stop here today? After all, it's normal to use chakra and spirit to get in, and it's normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Small gambling is fun, big gambling is harmful. Just be moderate. However, I'm just getting started. After losing several games in a row and getting angry, Ninetales was getting annoyed and rejected Phuya's suggestion. Do you want to run away after winning? Keep going. Sure enough, this guy is going crazy here. Every time he starts gambling, he's like crazy, especially after losing several games in a row. It seems that even his eyes are red. Uchiha Phuya glanced at Ninetales' thin tail bald. In the sealed space, the chakra flow is restricted, so a single tail is now much thinner. He sighed and shook his head. A little gambling is fun. If you keep losing, you'll become the 8 tails. Humph. A mere Uchiha kid dares to speak so arrogantly. Ninetales felt that I underestimated him. The fox hair formed by chakra exploded. It's just a little bit of chakra. Did you see my tail? Keifo looked at Uchiha Phuya with a dignified look. Kyucho. It will recover by itself. You have only won a little bit from me so far, and you are so arrogant. Okay. Whatever you want. You can't persuade a gambler back. Now he is a little worried if Naruto really becomes a Jinchuriki in the future, then that simple and kind young man will become a gambler. How great it would be. 3 gamblers, Konoha will definitely prosper. Uchiha Fuyu sighed with emotion and nodded, come on. Come on. And Suzune on the side has not come back to her senses until now. She is numbly rubbing mahjong and looking at the 9-tailed beast with 2 fingers sticking out from the ceiling fence, stunned. This is the 9-tailed beast? 029. The reputation of a legendary ninja is harmed. The 9-tailed beast. That's the 9-tailed beast. The strongest tailed beast. The first Hokage, a ninja as strong as him, said that the 9 tails was very scary. This is recorded in the history of Konoha. In the end, the first Hokage's wife had to seal it personally. You can imagine how scary the 9 tails is. But now, he just lay on the ground, scratching his head with one hand and touching the mahjong with his fingernails with the other hand. The scary fox face seemed to be a little distressed. Is this really the 9 tails? Could she be under Fuyu's illusion? Thinking of Fuyu's eyes just now, sure enough, Fuyu is really a genius. Even if he didn't become a ninja, he still opened the Sharingan. As for why he had to hide it, Suzune didn't think much about it. Since Fuyu wanted to keep it secret, she would definitely keep it secret. And at this time, the 9 tails fired again, doubling directly, and the fox's face was twisted with anger. Kushina had to comfort him. After all, the 9 tails chakra was also quite scary. If she didn't pay attention, she would lose herself as a human pillar. Then let's end it today. Uchiha Fu used the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique to seal up some of the 9 tails chakra. This sealing technique was not learned from Kushina, but from Kana. Kushina also knew that she had 2 more clansmen. Although she wanted to meet them, considering her identity and the current situation of Konoha, it was difficult to pretend to be confused. After all, Kana's physique was not ordinary, and Nagato's eyes were even more exaggerated. Once they came to Konoha, they were in the middle of a war. My goodness, someone would definitely come to promote the will of fire. Kana was okay, she was soft-hearted and believed it once she was fooled, but Nagato was not. Konoha was the enemy who killed his father and mother. If there was a Shinra Tensei at that time, it was estimated that he would be directly attacked. So, it was best not to be known by Konoha. Let's play next time. Maybe he can open a mahjong parlor, or hold a mahjong competition, but because of the war, and because it is not a system, there is no guarantee, no security, and it is dangerous, so he has temporarily given up. Uchiha Gai, don't blame me for not reminding you. The 9-tailed fox also retracted its claws and snorted coldly, quite arrogant, as if it was not the one who fired the cannon just now. Although I don't know what you want my chakra for, the chakra of the tailed beast is not so easy to control. Don't blame me if it goes crazy. Don't worry, I'm just doing some small research. This is a complete 9-tailed fox, with yin and yang chakra, and its research value is second only to the cells of the god of ninja realm. Next time, you can give it to Channa for research. Uchiha Fuyu waved his hand, then let's. Before he finished speaking. Wait a minute. The 9-tailed fox roared again. Uchiha Fuyu looked at it in confusion. What else? Remember to make this mahjong bigger next time. 9-tailed fox turned its fox head proudly. I just made contact this time, if next time I will definitely not let you. Hey, fox! At the same time. On the other side. Minato, who came back quickly, was relieved to see that the team was fine, especially when Obito proudly talked about the slightly pungent record and the indecent posture of the rock ninja. He was also a little shocked. That was a senior ninja. He actually killed it. Then. Still nodded with a smile, well done, Obito. Ninjas use any useful things around to kill the enemy. Although it was a bit pungent, it was not incomprehensible. Looking at Obito, who was smug and had a face, not only his face but also his whole body was covered with black. Minato's mouth twitched. Now he could imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. It was definitely beyond his imagination. The indecent posture of the rock ninja and the scabs on his buttocks made him sigh inwardly. It seems that they are not easy either. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Obito. Then Obito, why don't you take a bath first? Take a bath? Obito was stunned, and came back to his senses from the single kill of the Jonin. He also lowered his head and looked at himself, and suddenly he vomited directly while holding onto the tree. Minato and Kakashi were immediately upset. Could it be that this guy didn't notice it until just now? Lin wanted to go forward to help, but she felt a little disgusted and it was hard to go forward. Especially after calming down, I always think of recalling the scene just now. Oli was flying all over the sky. Obito rushed towards the enemy alone like a hero, and then used a physical technique that a girl like her was too embarrassed to talk about. Blood spurted out. Obito was still standing behind the rock ninja with a smug look on his face. Rin found that she could no longer look at the simple, kind-hearted, and helpful Obito. She seemed to not recognize him. Under the frowning faces of everyone, Obito was relieved a lot at this time, but the vomit plus that the whole face or the whole Obito was unrecognizable. They also felt a little uncomfortable in their stomachs. No problem. Obito raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and gave a thumbs up confidently, but the teeth he showed were black with strange colors, which really made people's stomachs churn. I just fought too hard just now and I feel a little dizzy. Don't say it. Obito Minato hesitated for a moment, and finally, he said with a smile, Obito, if you can, don't use this move easily in the future. If all ninjas use this move, that picture is too beautiful, he can't imagine it anymore. If everyone does it, what kind of ninja is it? It goes against the way of ninjas. After the words fell, Obito looked at Minato teacher in confusion. Why? This is a powerful forbidden technique left by the legendary Uchiha ninja. That the lethality is too great. Minato seemed to have thought of something, and said seriously, don't use it easily. I understand. Obito immediately understood, it was true. Just when he was about to nod and promise. Idiot! Kakashi next to him couldn't stand it anymore and rolled his eyes. Obito, his lifelong enemy, was so angry that he shouted, I killed a Jonin alone. Idiot! Kakashi was disdainful. Obito was unhappy. Every time he saw Kakashi like this, he was very unhappy. Therefore, he challenged him again, let's fight now. And this time, Kakashi didn't ignore him directly like before. Instead, he hesitated and even couldn't help but clamped his thighs together, saying lightly, boring. Ha ha ha. You don't dare. Obito laughed with his hands on his waist, Kakashi, you don't dare. Obito Minato rubbed his forehead helplessly, go take a bath first. The relationship between these two little guys is really good. However, teacher, don't worry. This time I will let this arrogant guy see how powerful I am. Obito smiled slightly, quite arrogant, dare you? Kakashi. I don't dare. When you see me in the future, remember to call me Uncle Obito. After the words fell, Kakashi stopped, turned his head and looked at Obito with disdain in a calm manner, wait until you take a bath. After that, he ran forward without looking back. But he didn't know what a terrible disaster this sentence brought him. 030 was attacked. A few days later, it was sunny and cool in autumn. Except that the atmosphere in the village seemed a little depressed due to the war. Today was a good day. Fuyou, who got up early, had a bowl of ramen in Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant and discussed the business philosophy with the boss of Ichiraku. Although Ichiraku Ramen is not as big as his milk tea and barbecue restaurants now, it is still good to exchange business experience. Especially him. Uchiha Fuyou. Legendary businessman of Konoha. In just a few years, relying on himself, the system in his body has laid such a huge business group, and it is still booming, and the future is promising. Therefore, for many people, he, Uchiha Fuyou, is simply a business idol in their eyes. Maybe when the time comes, any business theory of his will be a big seller. As for whether he relies on the system and where does his business experience come from, does it matter? As long as he succeeds, people will applaud him even if he says some poisonous chicken soup. Just like now. I have benefited a lot. Boss Ichiraku put away his notebook with emotion, and looked at Uchiha Fuyou with admiration. Mr. Fuyou is really a genius who has become a wealthy businessman in Konoha in just a few years. The VIP recharge concept really opened my eyes. Exchange with each other. Exchange with each other. Uchiha Fuyou smiled awkwardly, drank a bowl of soup, wiped his mouth, and said, "I'm done, I won't bother Boss Ichiraku. Ichiraku ramen at that time, I won't be able to punch in and get a bowl of it a month. Or recharge 100 and get 50. Maybe we can see Ichiraku ramen chain stores in the future?" Uchiha Fuyou waved his hand, rejected Boss Ichiraku's retention, and walked slowly towards the milk tea shop. During this period, except for the need to build branches everywhere, there is nothing to do. In addition, ninjas have been frequently entering and leaving the ninja village in recent days, and it seems that it is not safe outside, so if there is nothing to do, he decided to stay in the village. I will go back to Uchiha in a few days and bring some high-calorie snacks to my nephew. After all, he is also an uncle who loves his nephew. I still hope Itachi can eat white and fat. Fuyou. Hearing someone calling him, Uchiha Fuyou stopped in surprise, turned around, and really saw the Minato team coming back. Just. Why is the little cold man Hitaki Kakashi being carried by Minato? Even Obito was not injured, but Kakashi was injured? No ninja. Back. Uchiha. Fuyou smiled, then said hesitantly, "Kakashi, this is..." He didn't finish his words. Lin's face flushed, Obito lowered his head guiltily, Kakashi turned his head away and didn't want to explain, Minato smiled awkwardly and didn't seem to want to say anything. So, what happened? He was injured while performing the mission. Minato said seriously, "I was just about to send him to the medical department." On the surface it seems that he didn't get hurt. And isn't Lin a medical ninja? It's so serious that he has to go to the medical department for hospitalization? Uchiha Fuyou was stunned, and now he was even more curious about our future 6th generation. Where is he injured? Ha ha ha! Minato laughed, his eyes seemed a little floating, and then he ran forward with Kakashi on his back. "Sorry, Fuyou, let's talk next time. Kakashi's injury is quite serious, he must be sent to the medical department as soon as possible. It's hard to tell whether it's serious or not, but that cold little face looks quite aggrieved." Uchiha Fuyou touched his chin, looking at the Minato team running away and Obito who didn't follow. "Your best friend is injured, why don't you go with him?" "And what kind of injury was he injured?" "It will go later." Obito smiled awkwardly, and there seemed to be a trace of guilt in his eyes. "I'm going to buy a cup of milk tea and visit Kakashi later." "Is that so? You are really a best friend." "Who is his best friend?" Obito, who was particularly proud when entering Uchiha, raised his head and said, "I just bought it for him because I felt sorry for him." "That's right. That's it. Apologize just for the sake of apology. What did you do to let him down? Why does this sound weird?" Obito looked at this annoying guy speechlessly, but fell silent and hesitated. "What you taught was really taught by the legendary Uchiha ninja. Can I still lie to you?" Uchiha Fuyou said confidently. "What? You still don't believe it?" At this point, thinking of Kakashi's aggrieved look just now, he stared at Obito who felt a little guilty. "You wouldn't use it on Kaka?" He didn't finish his words. "No." Obito refused without hesitation, laughed, and said with floating eyes, "How is it possible? How could I, Uchiha Obito, do such a thing? I tell you. No. No. Don't get excited. Fuyu patted his shoulder, shook his head with emotion, and said, I just want to remind you again that this technique is too lethal and can't be used easily. Uchiha Obito anally fucked Hitaki Kakashi. What a bad fate. Could it be that in the future Kakashi saw the shadow of Obito in Naruto and anally fucked him back? With a serious tone, you need to know what kind of personality that legendary ninja has. He is so domineering and stays here on purpose. He also hides a very secret forbidden technique. It must be very difficult. How can he use it easily? Of course I know. Obito raised his neck and said proudly, just asking. Remember the formula passed down by the legendary ninja. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly again, Kunao is stained with shit, the god of ninja is alive, take the balls with bare hands, the 6 paths are in trouble, detonate to kill the anus, the tailed beasts are in trouble, tease his lower abdomen, fall to the ground and wail, spit from his mouth, the god of heaven descends to earth, don't talk too much, you will definitely win, there is no woman in your heart, the ninjutsu is God's own. How terrible! Why is there one more sentence? I just didn't finish what I said last time. You are talking nonsense, right? How could this be possible? What's wrong with having a girlfriend? Think about the legendary ninja. Did he have a girlfriend after his death? Uchiha Fu raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his eyes full of emotion, that's why I gave up becoming a ninja. Then Obito panicked. The ninja path is broad and profound. Women will only affect the speed of your ninjutsu. If you can't devote yourself to training, how can you become a powerful ninja? But the first generation has a wife. The third generation also has a wife. Think about it, did the first generation spend more time with his wife or with that ninja? According to the history of Konoha, the first generation left not long after he left. This is a bond. Didn't they say that the first generation left because of a serious illness? That's just to cover up. The god of ninja realm, Sage Mode, is it so easy to die with a strong physique? Uchiha Obito was stunned. Is it really like this? Don't lie to me. 031 No. I'm not. Perhaps because his words were too shocking, after arriving at the store, Uchiha Obito still looked dazed. Fuyu didn't expect this guy actually believed his random nonsense. Unlike Nagato, not cute at all. If Obito really saw Madara at that time, that picture would be too beautiful. I don't know if Madara would be so angry that he vomited blood and left because of his reputation being damaged. There are quite a lot of people in the store today. Asuma's group of little guys are also here. Boss Fuyu. Guy was the first to greet him when he saw him come in. After all, Kai had delivered food here to supplement his family income. Although he now has a team and needs to go out to perform tasks, he is still very grateful. And seeing Obito, everyone glanced around. Hey? Kaka, where is Kakashi? Kakashi is in the hospital. Obito's eyes were a little floating, as if he didn't know how to explain. That's right. I was excited and a little arrogant at the time. Thinking about it afterwards, it was embarrassing to use that kind of physical technique in front of Lin. After listening to Fuyu's words, Obito decided. He will never use it again in the future. He, Uchiha Obito, is a man who wants to become Hokage. It's just a physical technique. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not. As soon as the words fell. Hey? Is your mission very dangerous this time? The second generation of the playboy, Asuma, looked at Obito while sipping milk tea. Even Kakashi was injured, but you are fine? You are not a ninja. Obito raised his eyebrows and shouted, I am very strong. You know, this uncle killed a Jonin alone this time. Hee. Except for Kai, who was shocked, the others looked unconvinced. Okay, since you're here, can your dad get a 50% discount on this cup today? Asuma pinched his nose. It's been a while since we last met, Obito, you're bragging so much. Before, you just brag a little, but now you're bragging about killing a jonin alone? Who gave him the courage? Rin? My dad died a long time ago. Bastard. Obito, who was rarely so powerful, was looked down upon in the end, of course, and was angry. I really killed a jonin alone. If you don't believe me, ask Minato-sensei. After the words fell. This time, everyone was really surprised. After all, they were asked to ask Minato-sensei, it couldn't be it was really true. You really killed a jonin alone? Shiranui Genma picked up the senbon that had fallen on the table in shock again. Impossible. Even if the kunao was thrown randomly this time and really hit the enemy, it's impossible. We have been classmates for several years, who doesn't know who? Obito was able to throw the kunao, and nothing unexpected happened, it was the Hokage's blessing. Humph. I am going to be the Hokage, and he is just a jonin. Obito raised his head proudly, I killed him easily. Sure enough. It is still the same Obito. So. They don't believe it. Only Might Guy was full of blood, clenched his fists, and shouted, I didn't expect Obito to become so strong. I want to challenge you. He believed it. Originally, I was going to challenge Kakashi this time, but I didn't expect Obito to become so strong, so I will challenge Obito first, and then challenge Kakashi later. Kakashi will definitely be stronger. As soon as the words fell. Okay. Kai. Obito must be just an accident. Asuma put his arm around Kai's shoulders, let's not bully him, let's just ask him to buy us milk tea. What he said. Obito, who was originally ready to refuse, raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I accept your challenge. It's time to show you how powerful the future Hokage is. You're really going to fight? Many people looked at Obito in surprise, forget it, it's rare to come back, let's drink milk tea? It's not good to get hurt later. How can I get hurt by just a genin? Obito refused, come to the training ground quickly. We are afraid that you will get hurt. However, it seems that it can't be stopped. It's quite spacious in the back. Phew, who likes to watch the fun, said with a smile, you can go to the back. If Obito wins, you can order whatever you want today, and I'll treat you. You are really worthy of being Obito ahem, you are really worthy of being Phew Senior. Asuma decided not to tease the mad Obito. Just fight. No one will die in a fight with Obito. After a while, the group came to the courtyard. On the left was Kai, on the right was Obito, both of them looked at each other. Then start. As the referee Shiranui Genma's casual words fell. Ah! Both of them roared, and rushed towards each other like children fighting. After running halfway, Obito quickly stopped and made seals with his hands. Everyone saw it at a glance. It was the great fireball technique. They looked at Obito in shock, could it be that Obito can already use the great fireball? The words were not finished. Obito's face suddenly turned red, as if his throat was stuck, and at this time, Kai had already rushed over. Ah! Jumping in the air, he stretched out his right foot with all his strength, and under the stunned eyes of everyone kicked Obito in the face. With a bang, Obito was kicked out. Everyone covered their faces. The atmosphere was quiet for a while. The breeze blew slowly, but it couldn't blow away the embarrassment. Is it still like this? Asuma said unhappily, that Jonin, could it be a kid named Jonin? It's possible. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hong said helplessly, let's go see how Obito is doing. However, just when everyone was about to go see how Obito was doing, they saw Obito stood up firmly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth neatly. Humph! I didn't expect you to become stronger, Kai, I just let you do it. Speaking of this, come again. Come again? Everyone was speechless. This is youth. Kai was excited, and before others could stop him, he rushed up directly, Obito, you really became stronger. In the past, it was clear after one kick, he couldn't get up. Now he can stand up. This is getting stronger. He rushed forward suddenly. However, this time, Obito didn't spit out the fireball. He threw shuriken all over the sky. The shuriken that suddenly hit him made Kai's speed stagnate for a while. He didn't pay attention. Obito, who had long been accustomed to it, rushed behind Kai quickly. With lightning speed. His legs were arched, his forebody was straight, his hands were in union, and he thrust forward angrily. Before everyone could react and Uchiha Fuyu was stunned. A scream came out. Kai lay down directly, covering his butt with his right hand, his face was distorted, his eyes were full of disbelief, and his left hand trembled as he pointed at Obito. You don't have the virtue of ninja. After the words fell, everyone came back to their senses, looked at the proud figure in horror, trembled all over, and looked at Kai again. Quick, quick, quick. Where is the medical ninja? Sunset. The sun sets. The afterglow of autumn shines on Konoha, as if it has really been burning. A golden glow. At this time, the Konoha Medical Department. In a ward. Kakashi looked at the sunset outside the window with emotion, sighed, and shook his head. He was going to see if he could apply to the Hokage for a change of team. Being with Obito, he definitely couldn't feel the bond that Minato teacher said. Suddenly, the door was opened. A bed was pushed in, and a familiar figure was seen, hunched over, sticking out his butt, lying on the bed. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Could this familiar scene be? Are young people playing so hot now? It turns out that they are getting old. The medical ninja shook his head. Lie down, you can lie down in an hour. If you don't understand anything, ask the one next to you, he came before you. No. Don't ask me. I don't understand. I want to be discharged from the hospital. Just when Kakashi felt a stomachache and wanted to go home, Yokai turned his head and said happily when he saw Kakashi, "It's Kakashi, are you?" Before he finished speaking. "No. I'm not." Kakashi roared and interrupted Kai's words directly, turning over and covering himself with the quilt. "Sure enough. We still have to change teams. 032 at least 7 cups of milk tea a day. Today we return to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has not been forced to move to a remote place yet, so the clan is still quite large, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a village within a village. The 3 major families in Konoha, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju, all have too many clan members, so they basically live in a family style, forming a village within a village. But later, the Senju clan disappeared for various reasons, leaving only a bunch of empty houses. If Tsunade hadn't sold them later, they should have been able to stay in Boruto and become landlady. Unlike the Uchiha clan, they were all confiscated, and the only Uchiha heir had to pay the mortgage in the end. So, what a prodigal son! He's a prodigal son who doesn't have any prodigal skills at all, making him want to beat up his eldest brother's children every time he sees them. What can't we talk about properly? Killing Shimura Danzo and betraying the village is much better than exterminating your clan. And the Sarutobi clan during the Fourth World War, they were really in the limelight, even more so than the only remaining wealthy family at that time, the Hyuga clan. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, the more I want to rub this 2-year-old kid. Why not be a ninja at such a young age? Can you be a ninja? Uchiha Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Itachi. Children should eat more, at least 7 cups of milk tea, 6 bags of potato chips, and 5 hamburgers a day. Here are the new snacks in the store. Don't be polite. I will arrange someone to deliver them to you every day. Look at how much you have lost weight." "Thank you, uncle." Itachi, who was still ignorant and had not been devastated by the war, nodded and said as Fuyu rubbed his face. He only knew that Uncle Fuyu brought him delicious food. It's just that it's a little too much every time. They don't know the dangers of the world at all. Some roommates and best friends are like this: eat, 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 as long as you get fat, it means I'm thin. How insidious. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who was ignored, raised his eyebrows and said lightly, the Uchiha family is not the Akimichi family. Or even the kid from the Akimichi family would not eat so much when he was 1 or 2 years old. Do you really treat him like a pig? The Akimichi clan eats so much food that they can use secret techniques to store it as energy. When in danger, they can use secret medicines and secret techniques to burst out terrible energy in an instant. So, Fugaku folded his hands and looked at Itachi with a serious expression like a father. If you want to be an excellent ninja, you must have a reasonable diet. I know. Itachi said seriously like a little adult, father. No wonder he understood the true meaning of peace when he saw the war at the age of 4, and was praised for having the thinking of a Hokage at the age of 6. It's really not good for boys to mature too early. Brother, this is your old idea. Fugaku looked at Fugaku seriously, and said earnestly, now what matters is a relaxed education, allowing children to develop freely, and you can't even eat some snacks. Big brother, the longer you hold it in, the more likely it is to get into trouble. Otherwise, let your brother teach you. He patted Itachi's back and showed a kind smile. I promise to train my nephew into a pillar of Uchiha. After the words fell. Hat. Fugaku didn't he snorted lightly, his expressionless face was full of contempt, but he said nothing. As for the relaxed education, this is the ninja world. There is only a powerful force of life and death. If you want to enjoy freedom, you must have strong strength. Otherwise there is only one way to go. He took a sip of hot tea, glanced at the rich man who went the wrong way, and said nothing more. What if there is a lot of money? Will you still be at the mercy of others? Uchiha Fuyu ignored him and brought Itachi a cup of milk tea, and then watched him drink it with a smile. And Itachi is still a child now. With his uncle's kind smile and his father's no objection, he also drank milk tea. Actually, it tastes pretty good. It's just that his father doesn't let him drink it all day. And the potato chips and hamburgers taste good. It's as small as a groundhog, but it doesn't eat all over the floor like other children. It's still quite quiet. You know, Obito still eats like a child. Thinking of Obito's rubbing the day before, Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched again. Uchiha Obito. What a ruthless man. I heard that Kakashi and Kai have not been discharged from the hospital yet. Assuming that the time is about right, Uchiha Fuyu stood up and looked at Ling Ian who was chatting with Sister Mikoto, and said, it's getting late, let's go back first. After saying that, tonight is the clan meeting. Uchiha Fugaku put down his teacup, frowned slightly on his expressionless face and looked at him, you won't participate? No. I've been kicked out of the Uchiha clan, what's the point of participating in this Uchiha clan meeting? Uchiha Fuyu said happily, besides, the bonfire party is meaningless, so I won't join in the fun. The Uchiha clan holds a clan meeting every other year to connect the feelings between the families. Usually, they worship their ancestors, dance and brag a little, and the Uchiha clan dance looks quite interesting. Unparalleled domineering. Of course, it was later. As the Nine Tails Rebellion ignited conflicts, the conflicts became more and more intensified, and the clan meeting became a complaint meeting, secretly saying bad things about the third Hokage. Of course, it hasn't reached this level yet. During the Third War, Uchiha is still Uchiha, the wealthy family of Konoha. Other ancient families also have similar family festivals, for example, the Hyuga family. I heard from Ling Ian that they would hold clan meetings and talks every once in a while, and the Hyuga main family would also hold a grand birthday celebration for the third-year-old. At that time, general things would not prevent the main family from holding the third-year birthday celebration. Very important. After the words fell, Fugaku snorted again, but didn't say anything else. He lowered his head expressionlessly and continued to drink tea. On the contrary, Sister Mikoto smiled helplessly and said gently, "Don't you want to stay for dinner?" "No," Fuyu shook his head happily. He just came back to sit. Then he said hello to Suzune and said he was sorry for disturbing her. When he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, and took out another stack of money and stuffed it into Itachi's hand, which looked puzzled. "Here. Take it. This is the pocket money your uncle gave you. Buy whatever you want. Don't worry about your dad. This guy is really..." Fugaku's mouth twitched, his eyelids raised, and he snorted coldly, "Get out of here." "Okay. Fugaku, don't be so gloomy all day long. It's not good for your health. If you feel depressed, tell me. I'll take you to have fun and relax next time." Who would go back to that kind of place? Fugaku looked at Fuyu, who slipped out speechlessly. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly on his expressionless face and murmured, "This stinky boy." Then, he glanced at Mikoto beside him calmly. Suddenly, Mikoto understood, smiled helplessly, stood up, walked to Itachi's side, gently touched Itachi's head, who was looking at the money in her hand, and said softly, "Itachi, you are still young." On the other side, after walking out of the clan leader's place, Uchiha Fuyu and Ling Yin also walked outside. On the way, people kept calling him Master Fuyu, which was still quite pleasant to hear. Although he had been expelled from the Uchiha family, as the current clan leader Yukin's younger brother, he also had a high reputation in the clan. However, at this time, Uchiha Fuyu, who had not walked for a long time, suddenly pulled Ling Yin, then smiled at the hunched old man in front of him and said, "Second elder, is there something wrong with Fuyu?" 033 What a sin! Uchiha Ishizawa, the second elder of the Uchiha family. This guy is also a diehard in the clan. Like the eldest elder, he has always wanted Uchiha to restore its former glory. It's just that the great elder is now, for some reason, addicted to square dancing for seniors, and we rarely see him. The power of love. Of course, he is not optimistic about this sunset romance. Not to mention the ancestral reasons of the two families, it is estimated that the people above will not support the union of Uchiha and Hyuga. And he was also taken care of by the second elder back then. The second elder is devoted to the clan, so he is very good to the talented children in the clan, hoping that Uchiha can produce another legend. What a pity! Later, there were many talented Uchiha, but they were either indecisive or mentally abnormal. They just played with Uchiha. Rich, no matter what you say, a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ishizawa snorted coldly, "Now that you've made a little money, you don't take the Uchiha clan seriously, and you don't take me seriously. So, what does that mean? When did he stop taking me seriously?" Uchiha Fuyu looked at him with a puzzled look. Is it a poor relative who came to ask for help? Before he could ask, Uchiha Ishizawa snorted again and said, "You actually wasted money on such a boring thing. Do you know that for you, the elder, who is old, has to go out early in the morning every day to clean up the mess you made, and can only go home when it's slightly dark?" The more he spoke, the gloomier his tone became. "Do you know how old the elder is now? But he has to drag his tired body around, and this is all the trouble caused by you, a stinky boy. So what happened? Why do I get more confused the more I listen? Isn't the great elder having a good time?" Uchiha Fuyu was confused. "Second elder, I..." Before he finished speaking. "Oh. We are all here today." A vicissitudes of life voice came from behind, and the tone seemed a little anxious. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and as soon as they turned their heads, they really saw the figure hunched over with a cane. "Great elder." The great elder said happily, "Are you here to attend the clan meeting?" "Great elder. Fuyu shook his head, I just came back to see Itachi. After a pause, he frowned and looked at the elder. Just now the second elder said mmm. Before he finished speaking, he was covered by the elder's mouth. I didn't see it. At his age, the elder who looked trembling moved quite quickly. Why are you just covering my mouth? Elder, what are you doing? Fuyu directly pried open the elder's hand, frowned and said, Second elder, he said mmm. Old man, I understand, old man, I understand. The elder said with emotion, if you don't want to attend the clan meeting today, don't attend. Don't talk too much nonsense. You are not relaxed either. You should go back and get busy. I'm not talking about mmm. This time. The two were silent and looked at each other. The elder looked at Uchiha Fuyu calmly, do you understand? Uchiha Fuyu nodded. I understand. The problem is not with him, but with this shameless and arrogant old man. So, he said seriously, I suddenly remembered that there are some things in the business that have not been dealt with. After that, he pulled Ling Yi and ran forward. Go, go. The elder nodded with satisfaction. This brat is quite smart. And the strength just now, it's not like the strength of an ordinary person. After watching Uchiha Fuyu and the other two leave the clan, Uchiha Shion sighed and shook his head, second brother. Brother, you the second elder frowned and looked at the elder, his face seemed a little hesitant, wanting to say something, but before he could speak. Don't underestimate Fuyu, Fuyu has always been very smart and has his own ideas. The elder said earnestly, hunched over and patted his shoulder, I've told you, the water here is deep. At this point, he was still melancholy, get ready, the clan meeting is about to start, and the ninja world is not peaceful this year. Don't do anything unnecessary. After saying that, I ignored Uchiha Ishizawa and turned around and walked inside. Because of the clan meeting, he deliberately came back early. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, I think without my cooperation, the old woman would be in a mess. Humph. And Uchiha Ishizawa stood alone in the courtyard, looking at the elder's back as he left. So hunched, so staggering. Finally, he also sighed, looking at the sun that was about to set in confusion, is the water deep? Deep. Really damn deep. Too deep. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head as he walked. He understood. So the clown, it was him and the second elder. Fuyu, Yusuzun next to him saw Fuyu like this, and for some reason, he had been cursing since he came out. What's wrong? Nothing. Fuyu shook his head, sighed with emotion, and looked up at the setting sun. What did you see from there? Suzun was stunned, looking at the half-fallen sunset, and pondered for a while, is it time for dinner? It's really late. Fuyu was silent for a while, nodded, and then continued to sigh, it's just that's the lost youth. Sunset red. Old Sundara. Let's go, we're going to have dinner, what does Suzun want to eat? Ramen. Reinyan smiled quietly, a little embarrassed, and said softly, it seems that I haven't eaten ramen with Fuyu for a long time. I suddenly want to eat ramen. Okay. Let's eat ramen today. At the same time. In Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Minato looked at Kakashi, who had been discharged from the hospital. Although his walk seemed a little unnatural, it seemed that he should be fine after a few more days of recuperation. And Kai, it seems that he will be discharged tomorrow. What a happy occasion! He smiled slightly, trying to make his smile as gentle as possible. Come, eat ramen? Teacher, please. Originally, I was going to invite you three to go to Fuyu Barbecue to eat barbecue today, but the doctor said you can't eat spicy food recently. He paused, looked at the resentful little eyes, and laughed. Come on. Order whatever you want. Today, the teacher is treating us, even if it's an exception, it's okay to add a portion of barbecued pork. However, Kakashi didn't order directly. He ran over when he was discharged from the hospital, and didn't stay for a quarter of an hour, because he had something important to do with Minato. So, he looked at Minato very seriously, and took out a piece of paper he had prepared on his body and handed it to Minato. "Teacher, I apply for a transfer." Minato was silent for a while, took the paper, looked at the transfer application on it, and then looked at Kakashi seriously. "Don't you think about it again? You have to know that the team can't be changed at will, and Obito didn't do it on purpose. He will apologize to Kakashi, and there will definitely be no second "yesterday guy slept next to me." Kakashi looked at Minato expressionlessly. "Haha." Minato laughed. "Come on. Eat noodles first, eat noodles first, I'll ask the Hokage later, you can also consider it." As he said, looking at Kakashi who had difficulty sitting on the chair, his heart trembled. "Really Sin? 034 has increased again. Is that so?" "Yes, Hokage." Kakashi is wronged. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly and fell silent. It was also the first time he encountered such a thing, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. In the end, he reluctantly took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, sighed, and shook his head. "How is Kakashi now?" "The injury is not serious, but because it is the first time, I am still a little uncomfortable." Minato smiled awkwardly when he saw the Hokage like this. As the leader, he also blamed himself a little. "Don't worry, Hokage. It was him who didn't teach Obito well. So the once kind child has become like this now. That's good." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said with emotion, "Obito is a good guy. I originally thought that Kakashi could feel an important bond with Obito, but I didn't expect this to happen." "So, what happened to make the originally helpful and optimistic young man do such a shocking thing? Could it be love?" He pondered for a while and looked at Minato. "Minato, what do you think? Do you agree with Kakashi's swap?" "I think let's wait and see." Minato pondered for a while, then showed that sunny smile again. "In fact, they have become the most important partners, and Kakashi knows it in his heart. Otherwise, how could he accept Obito's challenge?" It was just that the development and process of the matter at that time were beyond everyone's expectations. This was really an accident. "I will also teach Obito well and tell him not to abuse that." "Minato, you have become a qualified teacher, and Jiraiya will definitely be pleased with you." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, looking at Minato with a kind smile. "In fact, my opinion is to wait a little longer." At this point, he took another puff of cigarette with melancholy. "The situation in the ninja world is a little tense now, and Iwagakure and Kumagakure are also secretly mobilizing ninjas. As everyone guessed, a new ninja world war is coming soon, and it is really inappropriate to change teams at this time. Affecting tacit understanding." Hokage-sama Minato opened his mouth, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, the Chunin exam is coming soon, and there won't be a large-scale war during this period, or there won't be a war at all. That's just my overthinking, ha ha ha." A reassuring laugh sounded, and Minato's heart was much calmer. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped a piece of paper from the table and said, "Then there is another commission here, and it is also designated for Minato to complete." Paused, seemed a little hesitant. "If Kakashi is not well yet, please let him rest for a few more days." "Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Minato." Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Minato's back as he left. After the door was closed, he sighed and shook his head. Kakashi still has to be careful. Danzo had been watching him from the beginning. There is darkness in his heart. Originally, I wanted Obito to use optimism to guide Kakashi to the right path, but now he just did it. I hope Kakashi won't add more darkness to his heart. Then the next focus is preparation for war. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up another document with a slight smile on his face. The daimyo's government is much more generous. The funds were issued so quickly. Could it be because they noticed that the atmosphere in the ninja world was not right? Of course. It's good that the money has arrived. As for the rest, it's none of his business as a Hokage. Glancing at the bounty next to him, he was silent for a moment, then smiled lightly and didn't care, continuing to handle government affairs. It's just 370 million taels, how could he do something to his best friend for that? You know, they are old friends. They have been partners since they were very young and have always protected Konoha. So, in a way, Danzo is his beloved relative, brother. Isaratobi, how could Hiruzen attack his companions just for a little money? Ridiculous. Lord Danzo. Danzo shuddered slightly, came back to his senses, looked at his respectful subordinates below, and said lightly, "Have you found out which guys dared to offer a reward to me?" Ever since he was offered a bounty, he has always had a bad feeling. I always feel that everyone looks at him with ill intentions, especially just now. I don't know why I suddenly feel a little flustered and feel a little cold all over. Sure enough, there is definitely someone who covets his body. So, the guy behind the scenes must be found. Of course. He is somewhat suspicious whether the guy behind the bounty is that guy. The root ninja who was sent out that day disappeared without a trace, and then a few days later, there was a bounty on him again. Therefore, Danzo was quite suspicious of him. It's just that he couldn't find the opportunity or reason to do it. After all, he has been staying in the village, donated a lot of money to the village in the past few years, and didn't do anything else out of the ordinary. If he acted rashly, it would definitely make other families feel uneasy, thinking that they were killing merchants for money, which would be detrimental to the development of Konoha. Especially now that the ninja world is still very unstable, other things have to be put aside for the time being. After a moment of silence, looking at the root ninja who lowered his head and said nothing, how could Danzo not know what was going on? He said lightly, "Waste." Then he pondered again, because this reward really delayed him a lot. He wanted to go to the Rain Country to investigate the legendary Samsara Eye. That demigod of the ninja world is not a good guy. The once mighty and heroic Hanzo of the Salamander has become like this now, which really makes Danzo worried. He is worried that the guy will go straight to he broke the contract and opposed his action. Danzo sighed inwardly, but on the surface he looked at his subordinates calmly. It's safe here. After the brainwashing of the root, these guys have become his excellent subordinates, so a little money is not enough to overthrow the superior. However, just as the inner words fell, with a swish, a root ninja ran in, knelt down respectfully, and said with some hesitation on his face, "Danzo-sama. What's the matter?" Danzo raised his eyelids, and suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. After the words fell, the root ninja respectfully took out another bounty order from his arms, with a familiar introduction, familiar photos and... Danzo's mouth twitched suddenly, his face turned red, and he looked at the bounty amount below. 10, 2 zeros except for the 4 characters at the beginning, all the following are zeros. 400 million? Old man fuck. How dare you tease me like this? Shouldn't it be increased by 10 million? Now, the guy who offered the bounty behind the scene, she must die. 035 lifelike painting. What to do after making money? Of course you have to celebrate. So, he casually increased the bounty for Danzo. And thinking that it didn't make much difference, he might as well save some time and round it up. I think Danzo should be very happy. You know, the god of ninja world didn't have this treatment back then, and he must be happy that he surpassed the god of ninja world. But this morning, why are there so many masked ninjas hiding around? Uchiha Fuya brushed his teeth, opened the window, and enjoyed the morning breeze. He didn't care about the ninja hiding in the dark and pretended not to see it. He didn't do anything, just making money and playing with the children. He didn't break the law. They won't really catch him, will they? As for the bounty order that was issued by other places, what does it have to do with him, Konoha Uchiha Fuyu? He didn't know anything. He was just an ordinary rich man. After changing clothes, he left the apartment. Thinking about it, this apartment has been rented for a while. At that time, I went out to start a business right after graduation. The conditions were difficult, and I couldn't go back to my small house in my clan land. So, to save the startup capital, a simple rented an apartment. This small apartment is no longer worthy of his status. Of course, the construction of the house has to wait until the ninja world is calm before starting. Now is not the time. I went out and walked on the street. The village has been much quieter in the past 2 days. Recently, many tasks to clean up the village have been issued. It is probably in preparation for the arrival of the Chunin exam. Although the atmosphere is a bit tense now, the Chunin exam will still be held. First, the strength of each ninja village is explored, second, the strength is demonstrated to each ninja village, and third, the communication between ninja villages is increased. Therefore, unless there is an accident, the Chunin exam will not be stopped in general. And some ninja villages, in order to show their village in the future, some talented ninjas who have been promoted to Chunin and Jonin will pretend to be pigs and eat tigers to participate in the Chunin exam. Of course, the situation this year is a bit uneasy. The Sand Village is getting more and more active, and each village seems to be secretly paying attention to something. In general, I feel that I have grown enough and it's time to come out and have some fun. Therefore, I don't know how many ninja villages will come to this Chunin exam. But this does not prevent him from advertising to the ninjas of the previous villages, so that other ninja villages can get familiar with it first. Maybe when peace comes, his milk tea can be introduced to other ninja villages and countries. So, he is going to go to meet Okado and later. Don't look at the old Sarutobi Hiruzen team. He is not good at anything and is the #1 troublemaker, but he holds important positions. Why not ask the Hokage? It is easy to be criticized. For such a thing as using the back door, it is better to ask someone with a lower status. Looking at the fresh fruits in Konoha village, the rich man Uchiha Fuyu tasted it and found it tasted good, juicy, and sweet. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Boss, these 2 boxes are better dressed, pack them all for me." "Okay. Master Fuyu." They are all regular customers, especially rich regular customers. Unlike other rich people, they are not stingy when buying a few apples. Therefore, the boss has long been familiar with Fuyu, who is rich and never bargains. As soon as he entered the door, he hurried over to greet him and asked the clerk to pack it up quickly. By the way, he consciously gave a discount and said, "Do you need to arrange someone to deliver it to Master Fuyu?" "No, I'll take it myself." A simple gift box needs to be delivered by someone? And how can you let other people know about such a thing as using the back door? After paying, Uchiha Fuyu also walked towards the Hokage building. After a while, he came to Mizuta Manyan's office. After the ninja informed him, Uchiha Fuyu walked in directly, closed the door tightly, and then put 2 boxes of fruit on the table. He didn't say anything and sat down like this. But Mizuta Manyan raised his eyelids, glanced at the expensive boutique fruit, and then looked at Uchiha Fuyu in front of him, and said calmly, "I already know your intention. Take this thing back. You want to bribe me with just a little fruit. I am trusted by the Hokage, how can I do anything wrong and abuse the trust of the Hokage?" His tone was righteous and open, and it is impossible to advertise at the Chunin exam venue. What do you think that place is? In front of so many important guests, if you are allowed to do whatever you want, will our Konoha still have any shame? After the words fell, Uchiha Fuyu still didn't say anything, and directly took out a thick envelope and placed it on the fruit box. However, Mizuta Manyan just took a look and his face suddenly turned cold. "Are you humiliating me? Do you want me to violate my principles for just a little fruit and money?" "That's right. This gift is too bad. Won't it be easy to give people a chance to criticize? Uchiha Fuyu was shocked and spoke righteously. With Mizudaman Yan's eyebrows trembling, he took back the envelope and said, Mizudaman-sama misunderstood. I just admire Mizudaman-sama as a person, who has been silently contributing to Konoha and conscientiously guarding Konoha's noble integrity. As a member of Konoha, I just want to buy some fruit for Mizudaman-sama to take care of his body. After all, if Mizudaman-sama gets sick, it will be a huge loss for Konoha. There is no other meaning. If that's the case, why did you take the money back? Mizudaman Yan coughed and pointed at the door calmly, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Uchiha Fuyu. The attitude was very firm. The tone changed. What a pity. He also studied business systematically. So, he ignored Mizudaman Yan's words, with a smile on his face, lowered his voice, and said, I heard that Mito-sama received a painting handwritten by the first generation some time ago. In fact, Fuyu has always admired the first generation Hokage very much. Mizudaman-sama, can I take a look and admire it? After the words fell, Mizudaman Yan raised his eyebrows again. How did you know this? I heard it by accident. Really? Do you really want to see it? Yes. In that case. Mizudaman Yan pondered for a moment, as if he had made an important decision, and gritted his teeth. Since you also admire the first generation, I will let you see it. Remember, you can only look, don't touch it. After that, he opened the drawer, and under Uchiha Fu's expectant eyes, he took out a piece of paper and spread it on the table. The paper was white, nothing. But Uchiha Fu looked intoxicated and obsessed, as if there was really a peerless painting on the white paper. Good painting. Good painting. The first generation is not only a god of ninjutsu, but also a painting that is unmatched in the ninja world. Is it really that good? Mizudaman Yan frowned and rubbed his hands, as if he was very proud of his collection being seen by others. Yes. Very good. Lifelike. Uchiha Fuyu looked at him with a smile, and said leisurely, it is worth at least 5 million taels, which really makes Fuyu feel excited. I wonder. He paused, can Lord Mizudaman give it up? Give me another chance. After the words fell, another stack of envelopes was placed on the table. This is a small forest near the land of Earth. Minato, who had killed the enemy, looked at the figure with emotion, and then looked at the enemy lying on the ground motionless in an extremely indecent posture. Thinking of the brutal scene just now, he felt a little cold behind him. Why did Obito become like this now? I must find a time to have a good talk with Obito. After sighing, Minato clapped his hands, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Come on, everyone, come here, I want to tell you something. The three little ones gathered around in confusion. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, Kakashi paused and moved a little further away from Obito. Minato-sensei, what's up? Are there any other arrangements for the next mission? That's not the case. Minato smiled and shook his head, saying, don't be nervous, it's just that the Chunin exam will be held in a few days. I don't know if you want to participate. I'm going to ask you. I respect your choice. After saying that, Kakashi looked indifferent, Rin looked surprised, only Obito raised his fist excitedly, ha ha ha, it's finally here? I will definitely become a Chunin. He looked at Minato firmly, Minato teacher, I want to participate. Minato raised his eyelids, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and quickly smiled, I think you still need to practice, or this time forget it. Really? This time, I'll listen to the teacher. 036 The birth of Konoha's big tiger. The time for the Chunin exam is getting closer and closer. Therefore, the village has begun to prepare, and the atmosphere has become quite tense. In order to successfully hold this Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen also specially held a small meeting before the exam. At this time, the Sarutobi Hiruzen team gathered in a small meeting room. Of course, for various reasons their best friend Danzo Shimura did not come to this meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looking at the new bounty order with 400 million written on it. He felt a little melancholy in his heart, and took off the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Danzo, doesn't this guy not trust me? You didn't even come to his meeting, which really made him sad. Stop talking. If I see you putting my bounty on the table all day, I won't trust you either. Of course, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's close friend, Vitamin Yan, he certainly can't say that. He also sighed, after all, this increase is a bit exaggerated. It's only been a short time, and it's already 400 million. And it's still rising. It's inevitable that some wandering ninjas or assassins will be tempted. Although the village is also quite safe, but generally speaking, accidents, who knows? Maybe someone who is not afraid of death will sneak in and stare at Danzo's head. Vitamin Yan pondered for a moment. I heard that the bounty was issued by more than one place. What did Danzo do to make so many people want to bounty together? Okay. The bounty next to him, Koharu Utane, shook his head helplessly. Anyway, this bounty has affected our work. Let's find out which ninja village or which person actually paid such a high price to bounty Danzo. The first generation didn't sell the tailed beasts so exaggeratedly, and I don't know how high it will go. Speaking of this, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now we should deal with the upcoming Chunin exam. Ha ha ha, that's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the bounty order back and frowned at his old friend. As you can see, each ninja village has been secretly doing some strange actions during this period. Therefore, we must do a good job of village security during this Chunin exam. Let the guard team cooperate with the actions of the Anbu. Koharu Utane seemed to have thought about it long ago, and said calmly, the Sharingan is still quite useful in this regard. In that case, just do as Utane said, and I will call the other family leaders to come to the meeting later. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. At the same time, the reception in the village. The words were not finished. I have already arranged this. The gentleman Vitamin N pushed his glasses and said seriously, Uchiha Fuyu is a member of the Uchiha clan with a strong will of fire. No, he has been expelled from the Uchiha clan. Although he is no longer a ninja, there is no doubt that he can open a milk tea shop in the entire land of fire in a short period of time, which also shows that he is a businessman with a vision far beyond others. Paused, and from the past few years, he loves Konoha, is kind and generous, and is willing to contribute. He is an excellent Konoha person. Some time ago, he came to me, hoping to share the burden for the village, help receive some ninjas from other villages, and assist the village in holding the Chunin exam. I am very optimistic about him. A businessman involved in ninja affairs. Utane Koharu frowned slightly and pondered for a while. It's really inappropriate. It's really inappropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and nodded. He has not been a ninja for many years. And this is also an important Chunin. He didn't finish his words. He promised to provide free meals, drinking water, and parasols for each ninja village during the Chunin exam, and will provide guidance for entering the village. In addition, he hopes that this Chunin exam can be successfully held, and is preparing to donate privately 50 million ryo. As long as you agree, the money will be transferred to you tonight. After Mito Kato Yan finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, and even Udat and Koharu beside him fell into deep thought. No ninja would dislike having too much money. After all, for every extra 10 million ryo, the village can do more things. And people don't want to interfere in the Chunin exam, they just want to do their part. What an excellent Konoha person! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with satisfaction. From the rich, I feel the strong spirit of the will of fire that loves Konoha, loves the Hokage, and loves the villagers. What does Hiruzen mean? Since he has said this, how can I ignore his sincerity? Of course, I have to send ninjas to watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, and the satisfaction in his eyes did not disappear. He seemed to be very happy about Fu's love for the village. Then we will discuss it here. Next, let the clan leaders of each family and the senior ninjas who stayed in Konoha come over. At this point, he paused, and sent someone to notify Danzo. Glancing at the 400 million bounty on the side, his face was still full of worry. Kind smile, that's our important partner. Okay. Mitaman nodded to Yuta and Koharu and stood up directly, then we'll go down and make arrangements first. After the two left and closed the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information on the table and fell silent. Finally, he burned the note with a cigarette gun and sighed with emotion, the painting left by the first generation? 5 million taels. After the words fell. Looking up with melancholy, looking at the white light on the ceiling, Yan, you can't make a principled mistake. Don't forget your original intention, remember our dreams back then. As the errand ninja passed on the order, the clan leaders of the major families received the order from the third generation Hokage, and did not dare to delay at all, and hurried to the Hokage building for a meeting. Of course, it was basically the Hokage advisory group that proposed the task, and the clan leaders nodded, unless they raised their hands to ask questions when they didn't understand something. As the head of the Uchiha family and the leader of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Fugaku went there, so he waited until it got dark and the meeting was over before returning home. I'm back, said a calm tone. Is Fugaku back? Uchiha Mikoto smiled when she saw Fugaku coming back. Dinner is ready. I'll heat it up first. Please wait a moment. Yeah. Fugaku nodded, handed the ninja vest he took off to Mikoto, and sat down with a sigh of relief. It's still comfortable to be home. Looking at Itachi, who was drinking milk tea quietly, his mouth twitched again. That Fugaku is really, he didn't know what to say, he really did what he said. Just a while ago, he said he would send milk tea and snacks, but he kept sending them from the next day, and he sent a lot. It's not good to waste them. They are junk snacks, and it's not good to eat too much. Fugaku sighed inwardly, but still looked at Itachi with a stern face, and said lightly, don't eat too much of these things. Understood, father. Itachi nodded and said obediently, because I was worried about wasting them, Itachi asked my mother before eating them. Tomorrow Itachi will give them to others. He didn't finish his words. Fugaku's eyes seemed to feel something, and he frowned immediately. He looked at Itachi and said in a serious tone, come here. Father Itachi walked over in confusion. Then, Fugaku picked up his child, his eyes were still very serious, and he weighed it with both hands. After a moment, he said solemnly, Itachi, are you a little fatter? The 2-year-old child looked at his father with a confused face. 037 Obito, I understand. What's the matter if the child is a little fat? Fugaku really couldn't understand his elder brother. He came with a dark face for such a small matter and scolded him. If you have this time, isn't it good to accompany the children at home? With emotion, so, this Uchiha clan leader is really irresponsible. Children really can't eat so much of that kind of thing. Ling Yin smiled and said softly, Fuyu is really, how can you do this? Fuyu sometimes does such confusing behavior. I just want them to have a happy and complete childhood. Fuyu spread his hands and shrugged, Fugaku is too arrogant. He cares about children, but he doesn't know how to express his feelings. He won't say anything when there is something, and he won't beat the children. I am very worried about Itachi's healthy growth. The people in front understood it, but Ling Yin looked at him with some doubts. If it's right, why beat the child? This is all for the good of the children. Sometimes I don't understand Fuyu's ideas. Ling Yin smiled helplessly, but didn't ask more about this matter. After a pause, he changed the subject and said, everything you asked me to prepare is ready. What should I do next? Are you ready? Fuyu was stunned, then nodded with a smile and stretched his waist. By the way, are the flyers ready? It's ready. According to your requirements, I put up a big discount for the Chunin exam. Ninjas from each village can enjoy a 20% discount with their forehead protectors. But it's just been opened for a short time, and it's like this again. Will it lose money? Don't worry, it won't lose money. Uchiha Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up directly. Then let's go and take a look now. Okay. How to say, in order to open this road, he also spent a lot of money, so he must do his best to put the advertisement in every place where he can. If it weren't for the Konoha welcome message that had to be hung at the entrance gate, he even wanted to pull a big banner to cover the gate directly. Therefore, this idea can only be temporarily abandoned. But in every place in Konoha, or in nearby shops and houses, he hung eye-catching advertisements for Fuyu Grill and milk tea. He even advertised free napkins, chairs, tables, and public toilets. After checking it out, should I say money is really a good thing? With the approval of the third Hokage, then, go to the Hokage building to issue a few D-level tasks, and there will be ninjas to complete them for you. The reputation of ninjas in this era is still quite good, especially the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. As long as it is a reasonable task, they will do their best to complete it. So, the rich boss checked. After checking, I felt very satisfied, and then I specially invited them to the barbecue bar for a meal. Everything is almost ready, and the next step is to wait for the arrival of the Chunin exam. After dinner, the time is almost up. As a dedicated and warm-hearted boss, Uchiha Fuyu is now sending his secretary home. The two took advantage of the moonlight and walked side by side quietly. From time to time, Suzune looked at Fuyu, who was thinking about something beside her, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile. Suddenly Uchiha Fuyu stopped and looked ahead with a stomachache, which made Suzune stunned for a moment, with some worry in her eyes. What's wrong? After the words fell, also raised his head and looked not far away. A young man was clenching his fist with a sad face, staring straight ahead, and those eyes opened. Sharingan? Uchiha Obito? It's just... Why does Fuyu have a stomachache? Time moved forward a little. It was approaching night. After completing the mission, the Minato team also returned to the village. Then I will go to hand over the mission first, you take a rest these days. Minato looked at the 3 people who were looking forward to it and smiled helplessly. Since they can't be stopped from participating in the Chunin exam, as a teacher, he can only cheer them on. Great, Minato teacher. Minato teacher should also pay attention to rest. Yet, after the 3 little ones responded happily, Minato felt a little relieved in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, looked at Obito's back, and suddenly shouted, Obito, wait a minute. What's wrong with Minato teacher? Obito seemed a little impatient, turned around and ran over again. I just invited Lin to drink milk tea together. Just like the banner I saw just now, I just want to hold you in my hands. What a beautiful advertisement. I suddenly had the urge to invite Lin to drink milk tea alone. But why are there so many milk tea advertisements this time? Oh, there are also advertisements for roast bars. What happened to Hokage-sama? He actually let Konoha be covered with advertisements everywhere? That guy is too abominable. Obito sighed helplessly in his heart, and then looked at Minato curiously. Teacher Minato, is there something I need to do? Nothing. Looking at the immature friendship of his students, Minato also smiled. Did Lin agree? No. Obito said disappointedly, I always feel that Lin has changed recently. She used to go out and play with me all day. Hee. Your ninjutsu girls must be scared if they see it. It's too scary. Minato smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Instead, he took a deep breath, looked at Obito, and said seriously, if possible, don't use that ninjutsu in this Chunin exam. Ah. Obito was puzzled. Why? Shadow has a bad influence. Minato sighed and patted Obito. That ninjutsu is not a serious ninjutsu. Obito should not use it if he can. Okay. Obito nodded. In fact, he also thought so. Although he inherited the legendary Uchiha strongman, it does not look like a serious ninjutsu. Sometimes it will make your hands smelly and your body dirty. And since Kai's incident, he found that although he gained respect, he seemed to have lost some friends. Everyone saw that he no longer joked like before. So, if you don't need it, don't use it. Obito raised his head complacently and said with a smile, I am a man who wants to become Hokage. It's just a ninjutsu. If you don't need to keep it, then don't keep it. I believe you. Obito. Minato nodded with a smile, you will definitely become an outstanding ninja. After getting Obito's assurance, he was relieved. After all, the Chunin exam, if Obito messes up, he, the team leader, will be embarrassed. Then I'll leave first, Obito, you have to work hard. After the words fell under Obito's eyes, he left instantly. Obito shrugged and said nothing. With a smile on his lips, he stretched and murmured, since Lin is not going, I'll go home too. I haven't seen Grandma for a long time. I don't know how Grandma is now. Still go dancing every day? Turned around and ran happily towards home. Result. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped and stared blankly at the front. Rin? And Kakashi? The two walked into Ichiraku Ramen together. Rin refused to drink milk tea with him. Why did she accompany Kakashi to eat ramen? He can eat ramen if he wants. Why did you refuse him just now? He stood there blankly, looking ahead. The autumn wind blew slightly, brushing past the figure staring blankly at Ichiraku Ramen. Under the gaze of passers-by, this slightly immature young figure seemed particularly bleak. Why? Obito's face was sad, and it seemed that tears could not help but come out from the corners of his eyes. He kept whispering to himself, why? Why? 3 questions in life. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin had been estranged from him during this period. Already? Is it destined? He felt sad inside. My eyes suddenly hurt. Obito quickly covered his eyes, but he kept looking at Ichiraku Ramen, standing quietly. At this moment, he seemed to have realized. Without women in mind, ninjutsu is divine. Let me tell you something. Writing fan fiction is actually quite a headache. The timeline of Naruto is a pit, and there are several versions. It is also a mess to string them together. Therefore, each fan fiction is a little different. This makes some people too familiar with the book after reading it, and they regard it as the correct timeline. Then, when they see a new fan fiction book, they will directly criticize it. Of course, these are not the main points. Xianyu is not going to talk about this, just to explain. When Obito graduated from the ninja school, Itachi was probably just born, about 2 years old. Obito faked his death in the Third War. At the same time, Itachi followed Fugaku to the battlefield during the Third War, at the age of 4. It was also at that time that he wanted to protect peace. Therefore, Itachi was born in the Third War and participated in the Third War. Obito participated in the Third War and faked his death in the Third War. Obito had been to Akatsuki and wanted to join. He was rejected by Yahiko the first time. He cheated the old man of Akatsuki the second time and was accepted by Nagato when he joined again. So, it should be when the Third World War was about to end and he saw Rin dead. Don't say that Itachi was born and Obito faked his death. Of course, as I said just now, this is not important. Xianyu didn't want to follow the plot. I wanted to write a silly story from the beginning. If I follow the plot, I really can't imagine Madara using Kamui and 1,000 Years of Death. That picture is too beautiful. It is estimated that this ninjutsu can only be matched by the harem jutsu of 6 Paths Naruto. So, this is a light book. I hope everyone finds it interesting and can support it. To be honest, the results are not good. After being recommended, the recommended votes have never increased. I don't know what the recommended results are, so everyone support Xianyu and leave some votes for Xianyu. I am very nervous when the results are not good. 038 Whirlpool Blue Taro Ball 0. There are still 2 days before the Chunin exam. At this time, many ninjas have returned, ready to take part in the next Chunin exam. Especially the new generation of Konoha, most of them from Kakashi's class have good talents, and they all asked the team leader to submit the list to participate in the next Chunin exam. Even Kakashi, who had already been promoted to Chunin, was secretly manipulated by the village leaders to show the vitality and vigor of the new generation of Konoha in front of other ninja villages and the bigwigs who attended the game. Let him come to participate in the Chunin exam again. So, there are quite a lot of people in the village these days. Not only have many ninjas returned, but also many ninjas from other villages have come. Fuyu's business is really getting bigger and bigger. Minato looked at the advertising slogans everywhere and sighed, it's even hung up at the Chunin exam venue. It's incredible. How many times has Konoha held the Chunin exam? Today is the first time. Many ninjas came back and saw it, and they were all confused and unbelievable. How did you do it? With love. Uchiha Fuyu said righteously, I deeply love the spirit of Konoha's fire will and moved the Hokage-sama, so the Hokage-sama gave me this opportunity. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Really? There is no dirty money transaction at all. Minato smiled awkwardly and didn't say more about it. Those who understand will understand. As if he remembered something, he stretched out his hand directly, looking very happy and excited, saying, by the way, my ninjutsu has been completed, thanks to you visiting the back kitchen for me last time. After the words fell, a burst of chakra flowed, and the surrounding air twisted. In the blink of an eye, a light blue chakra polymer like a beautiful crystal ball appeared in Minato's hand. Uchiha Fuyu watched silently. Last time, Minato went to the kitchen to see how pearls and taro balls were made, to perfect his ninjutsu. In the end, he seemed to have learned something from the high-speed rolling taro balls, and thus completed the future shocking ninjutsu, Raise Nan 1.0. This way of learning in the future, Naruto will no longer need to roll water balls to learn Raise Nan, but will instead roll taro balls. Of course, how he learned it doesn't matter. Anyway, the limelight belongs to Minato at this time, and even Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, can't cover him. And he didn't tell Minato. In fact, a long time ago, a young, handsome and rich man had created this ninjutsu and spread it in the Rain Country. Anyway, it's not a big problem. There are no rubbish ninjutsu, only rubbish ninjas. The same ninjutsu is different in the hands of different people. For example, Obito. I heard that guy is quite active recently. The story is full of blood and filth, and even Minato sneered every time he talked about it. When Fuyu was silent, Minato thought that it was his ninjutsu that shocked him, and sighed with regret, it's a pity that Fuyu is no longer a ninja, otherwise, Fuyu can learn it. He paused for a moment, as if he remembered something, and was excited in anticipation. By the way, because this ninjutsu was learned from taro balls, do you think it looks like a large blue taro ball? And Kushina also likes to eat taro balls, so I named it Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball 0, what do you think? Not very good. I named it Dig a Hole Pill, good guy, you don't want the 3-character name, just give it an 8-character name? Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he sighed with emotion, let's change the name. He is in the unimaginable time Minato who rolled a Raise Nan and shouted Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball 0. Too embarrassing. Is it not nice? Minato scratched his head and frowned, this is the name I am confident in. Too long, not good. Is it long? Others have said so, but I think it's okay. Minato touched his chin and pondered for a while, otherwise, just call it Taro Ball Maru? Or Pearl Maru? Kushina thinks that Popamaru is also nice. Good name. Uchiha Fuyu gasped, not knowing what to say, a little toothache, Raise Nan. Just call it Raise Nan, a ninjutsu formed by the rotation of chakra. If this name continues. Teiji Taro Balmaru? Dehu Taro Balmaru? Wind style? Taro Balmaru? This ninja world is hopeless, it's better to just call it Digging Hole Maru. Just as the words fell. Minato was stunned, frowned again, and pondered for a while, Raise Nan? This name is really good, it sounds very suitable for some reason. He suddenly felt touched, and then raised his head with a smile. I'll ask Kushina and Jiraiya later. At this point, he sighed regretfully, in fact, I think Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball Zero is also very nice. It would be a pity if it is not used, or it can be used for the next ninjutsu. Good names should be saved for the last. Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, what happened to Obito recently? Thinking of that night a few days ago. The desolate back, the stubborn fist, the scarlet eyes, like a dog. Things seem to be developing a little differently. He opened his eyes now. If this goes on, Kakashi goes to third base, he must open 3 Megatama, get married with a Mangekyo, and have a child with the Rinnegan? Good guy. Uchiha genius. The anger of the spare tire? I guess even Madara would be confused if he saw this. As expected of the spokesperson he likes, he is very emotional. I guess for Obito's growth, Madara might let Kakashi and Rin have their wedding night. Obito. Minato was stunned, frowned, thought for a while, and shook his head. Nothing happened? I saw him a few days ago, he was much more stable. Is it because of what I said last time that he chose to give up that ninjutsu and grew up? What's wrong? No. Steady? This is the early symptom of a mental illness. At this time, Minato said helplessly, I don't know who taught Obito that taijutsu. He was such a good young man, but now alas, fortunately he turned back in time, otherwise, he would be spurned by the ninja world. Yes. That guy is so hateful. Uchiha Fuyu quickly condensed and said seriously, he actually taught a child these messy ninjutsu. He should be taught a lesson. A legendary Uchiha ninja taught him. Really? Obito always said that. By the way, Obito paused, also participated in this Chunin exam. Yes. Minato's mouth twitched, but he still forced a relieved smile on his helpless face. Obito and Rin are both excellent. I just don't know why. There is always a bad feeling in my heart. Maybe I think too much. After all, Obito has promised him that he will not use that ninjutsu in the Chunin exam. Minato took a deep breath and smiled brightly, I believe they will definitely. The words have not been finished. It's not good. Minato teacher. It's not good. A panicked voice came. The two turned their heads together and immediately saw Rin running in a panic. What's wrong? Minato frowned and walked over in confusion. Don't be nervous, Rin, what happened? Why, there is a bad feeling in my heart again. The words fell. Lin took a deep breath, looked at Minato, her eyes still a little panicked, and quickly said, Obito and the others, they fought with the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. 039 A terrible feeling, 3000 words chapter. 1 hour ago. Although Lin invited him out, he was very happy, but seeing Kakashi also came, he felt very painful in his heart. Even if he accidentally opened the Sharingan, he would never forget it. In his mind, he still recalled the student life between him and Lin at that time. When he was injured, Lin bandaged him, when he failed, Lin comforted him, when he was ridiculed, Lin encouraged him. And Lin was thirsty, he lined up for Lin to buy milk tea for an afternoon. How wonderful! Why didn't he drink milk tea that night? Obito clenched his fists, looking at the back of Kakashi next to him, his eyes seemed to have flames coming out, as if he couldn't control his impulse. Of course, Kakashi, a genius ninja of Konoha, also felt this burning gaze, and shuddered all over. This feeling was terrible. He took a step back and frowned at Obito. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me all the time? However, Obito shook his head lightly, nothing. But this scene in the eyes of Lin and Kakashi, it didn't look like nothing happened. After all, Obito would not make such a cold expression. Obito, what's wrong with you? Lin looked at Obito with some concern. Is it what happened? Can you tell someone? Maybe someone can help? The concerned eyes immediately made Obito raise his eyebrows, as if he was a little moved, but in the end, he said calmly, it's okay. He had already realized it. Helpless. Lin could only give up first, but she also remembered it silently in her heart, curious about what happened to Obito. She calmed herself down as much as possible, and said with a happy smile, then let's go to Fuya milk tea shop, maybe we can see Asuma and Hong and the others. Speaking of this, she blinked her eyes and looked around, there are so many people today. Suddenly, Lin stared at the group of people gathered in front of her, and said in surprise, Asuma and the others? Kumagakure? What happened? In front. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. There was a waiter next to him who was apologizing in embarrassment, but no one on both sides paid attention to him. Especially the Cloud Ninja who even drew his sword. He looked about the same age as them and should be here to participate in the Chunin exam. What happened? The three of them looked at each other, and then ran up. At this time. Hey, we found it, why are you cutting in line? Asuma picked his nose and said arrogantly as a local snake, leave quickly. We are going in. You have already left, and leaving is still considered queuing. A light yellow-haired boy on the Cloud Ninja side snorted disdainfully, is this the quality of Konoha's ninjas? They have to cut in line in their own village? I don't know why. When I passed by here and saw this barbecue bar, I suddenly felt itchy and wanted to come in and try it. I just got a coupon at the door, and I heard that any ninja who came to eat can get a discount, so I just came to try it. But I have to say Konoha is really decadent, and there are messy advertisements everywhere. Get out of the way quickly, don't disturb us eating barbecue, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Country bumpkins from Kumagakure. Do you think it's your turn just because you line up? Do you see this piece of paper? Asuma pouted disdainfully, this is the queue number, it's our turn. You are the ones with no quality. And do you see this card? He took out a fiery red card with leaves carved on it, it's a VIP card, we are VIPs, do you know what VIP is? As soon as these words fell, the Kumagakure ninjas were immediately unhappy, feeling that they were being laughed at. Monkey from Konoha, what are you talking about? When has their Kumagakure ninja village ever been humiliated like this? Tell you. This seat today is reserved for our Kumagakure ninja village. Hey, stop arguing, wait a little longer, there will be a seat. However, no matter how the waiter next to him called, no one paid attention to him. At this moment, it was not a matter of seat. Especially Asuma, his hair was just a little rougher, not like a monkey, and he was so angry that his hair stood up. This is Konoha. You will be beaten if you are arrogant. Fight? Are you kidding? Do you dare to do it? The Kumagakure ninja laughed disdainfully, regardless of his companion's obstruction. Come on. Hit me. You hit me first. You hit me first. Come and beat me. Do you think I am stupid? Konoha is a ceremonial ninja village, and generally does not take action. Asuma sneered, is Kumagakure just this kind of person? If you don't dare to do it, leave quickly. When you see me, Asuma-sama, stay away from me in the future. You guys are just good at talking. What are you calling me? You stinky monkey. Who are you calling me monkey? What's wrong with calling you? Hit me if you dare. The people around him looked helpless, and even the teacher in charge didn't stop him, because just now Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage of Konoha, it was a good opportunity to see the capacity of the son of the Hokage. Especially this time in Konoha there are advertisements everywhere, Konoha has really fallen. Just as the third Raikage said, the future of the Hidden Cloud Village is here. Anyway, the two groups are just arguing, how can they fight, just in time to get more information. However, the leader of the Hidden Cloud Ninja misjudged the youthful vigor, and saw the Hidden Cloud Ninja say, "Hit me if you dare," and then Asuma's fist went up. I've never seen such a request before. Asuma looked at the Cloud Ninja, who was stunned because of his punch on the face, blew his fist, and laughed happily. Uncle Asuma will satisfy you. Konoha usually doesn't take the initiative unless someone asks it. The Cloud Ninja was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses, and his fist holding the knife trembled with anger. You bastard! As soon as the words fell, Kakashi and Obito also stepped forward, and the helpless Shiranui Genma and Hong stood up. And Lin, just now, Kakashi secretly hinted to her to find Konoha's Jonin. There are only 5 ninjas here, but there are 3 teams on the other side, a total of 9 ninjas, not to mention the leader of the Cloud Ninja. They surrounded them directly. However, unexpectedly, Konoha did not seem to want to fight. When Kakashi and the others came over, Asuma and Shiranui Genma trembled all over and hugged Obito directly. Master Obito, you don't have to do anything, we can do it. There are only a few Cloud Ninjas, and you don't have to do anything. You just watch. If you do something, so many people are here, it will have a bad impact. What's wrong? The Cloud Ninja was stunned for a moment, looking at this weird scene, and then looked at the young man in Uchiha costumes. Is he very powerful? He was even more curious, and sneered, don't you dare? Konoha is really a group of cowards. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to me? I will forgive you. It's just for your own good. Asuma glanced at Obito, who had changed a little and became more calm, and his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling, this is not the usual Obito, and then, looking at the Cloud Ninja, I'm just worried that you will get hurt, why don't you leave quickly? After saying that, the Cloud Ninja, who had been indifferent, was almost mad at Asuma's arrogant attitude. This time, he couldn't pretend to be indifferent. Go. Let these guys know how powerful the Cloud Ninja is. You really dare to do it? Wait a minute, Master Tou, let's do it. Asuma looked at Obito, who was serious, and quickly stopped him. You don't have to do it. Konoha is too much, I want to see what this Uchiha is so powerful. As soon as Asuma and his friends were stopped, a Cloud Ninja girl with brown hair stood in front of Obito and attacked directly. It wasn't long since he broke up, and Obito, who was unhappy, wanted to vent. As for women, he didn't care. Uchiha throwing technique. However, all of them were dodged. Meow claw. The girl clawed down, bang, all the kunai were slapped away, and she rushed up. Obito reacted hastily, he didn't open his Sharingan, and at this time another Cloud Ninja appeared behind him and kicked him directly. The two attacked together. Bang! That's it. The Cloud Ninja holding the knife was stunned, looking at Obito, who flew backwards, and pouted, I thought he was so powerful. In this case, I can beat 2 people by myself. Sure enough, Konoha has fallen, and it is so scary with this strength. Even the Cloud Ninja Jonin, who was watching and recording information, was stunned, and seemed to be a little surprised at the guy's strength. Too weak. Omui, who asked you to intervene? The girl was unhappy and said seriously, he is my opponent. Sorry, I thought he was very strong. Omui shrugged, it turned out to be just like this, I'm really not interested. After the words fell. At this time? Suddenly, Obito stood up again, stood up from the dust, with a serious expression on his face, like a stubborn strong man, looking at the Cloud Ninja coldly. Asuma and Shiranui Genma's faces suddenly changed. No. Obito. Leave it to us. We will beat him later. What a pity. Obito didn't want to pay attention to them now. He felt humiliated. You know, he was an Uchiha with the Sharingan. He said lightly, you all come together. After saying that, he formed seals with both hands. A shadow clone appeared. Then, he rushed up and formed seals with both hands again. Tiger seal? Ninjutsu? But the Cloud Ninja didn't care. They just saw that this guy's strength was just like that. Fuck, stop him. Asuma's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hurry. Don't let him get close. Humph, with this kind of strength, we Cloud Ninja don't need to hide at all. Before he finished speaking, one Obito appeared in front of him, and the other flipped from above to behind him. When the Cloud Ninja saw the opening move, although he didn't know what kind of ninjutsu it was, at this moment, a chill suddenly emerged in his heart, especially the pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. He was about to flip over and use a knife to block it. But it was too late. In the midst of everyone's shock and confusion, Obito squatted down directly. However, a figure appeared between them. That's it. The ninja with golden hair like the sun held Obito's hand helplessly. Obito, didn't you say you wouldn't use this? And Sharingan? At this time, Minato said in his heart, and the bad premonition became stronger and stronger. 040 Uchiha Fuyu will go bankrupt sooner or later. When Konoha's senior ninja came, the farce ended. The leader of the Cloud Ninja team scolded his cadres to stop, and talked to Minato for a while, mostly some meaningless words, and then, this was revealed, and he led the team into the grill. No seat? After the strange black-haired young man appeared, the waiter cleared a seat. But Uchiha Fuyu? Is it that the Uchiha family has no ninja talent and went into business? But after the intelligence gathering just now, they also understood what those banner ads were all about. Being able to advertise at such an important time, that guy is not ordinary. Did he use the reputation of the Uchiha clan? Sure enough. The ninja family is doing business like this, it's simply not doing their job. Even the Konoha rich family, the Uchiha clan has fallen. It seems that Konoha has won 2 consecutive ninja world wars and has become proud and learned to be greedy for pleasure. This time, maybe it is really their opportunity for the hidden Cloud Ninja village. You know, since they were defeated by Konoha many times, their great Raikage began to work hard to govern, secretly develop the ninja village, and strengthen the training of the Cloud Ninja. As one side grows, the other side declines, their Cloud Ninja will win. Namikaze Minato, the leader of the Cloud Ninja team, murmured solemnly, what an incredible speed. Just now, he didn't notice the appearance of that Namikaze Minato at all. It is rumored that a ninja in Konoha has learned the time and space ninjutsu of the former second-generation Hokage, and his name is Namikaze Minato, and that Uchiha brat is his student. From the expressions of the Hokage's son and other Konoha ninjas just now, that Uchiha brat must have mastered very terrible ninjutsu, or his strength is really extraordinary, but from the fight with Amui and the 2 Yukato just now, he seems very ordinary. Why is that? Hidden strength? Or is he a ninjutsu genius? Although the leader of the Cloud Ninjas doesn't know whether his guess is right or not, there is no doubt Konoha has another genius ninja. After all, just now Namikaze Minato also looked at his subordinates with a serious face, as if he used that ninjutsu, something terrible would really happen. That scene was too abnormal. Even the Jonin was serious. Genius. He must be an extraordinary genius. In addition, there is the descendant of the famous Hitaki family, Hitaki Kakashi, and the Hokage's son. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. It seems that Konoha has decided to show its strength and future to other ninja villages in this Chunin exam. After analyzing the information obtained so far, the face of the Cloud Ninja leader suddenly became uncertain, and finally, he sighed with melancholy and shook his head with emotion. Konoha is really worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. Bah! What genius? Omui beside him pouted with disdain. You are still a genius with that strength? Don't joke, is this the only ability of Konoha's ninjas? Just flatter yourself. After the words fell. Shut up! The leader of the Cloud Ninjas shouted, looking at Omui seriously, and then frowned slightly at the Cloud Ninjas who were also disdainful behind him. You think so too? Teacher Grey Eye, isn't that right? Omui stared at the teacher who suddenly became serious. I kicked away even the ninja they feared the most, as for the others hee. If you all think so, you will all suffer a great loss. Stupid! The leader of the Cloud Ninjas sneered, and seeing his stunned subordinates, he took a deep breath and continued to say solemnly, remember the Konoha Jonin just now? When the Uchiha brat wanted to perform ninjutsu, even the Konoha Jonin looked serious. So, that brat must be hiding a very scary ninjutsu. At this time, the Cloud Ninja Genin came back to their senses, thinking of the scene just now. Those Konoha ninjas seemed to be really afraid of what ninjutsu the brat would use. Could it be he really hid his strength? Omui also frowned, because at this moment, he seemed to remember the scarlet eyes. At that time, he seemed to have a feeling of fear. He felt a slight chill on his back. As if something terrible was going to happen. Thinking of this, Omui muttered to himself in a daze, what kind of terrible ninjutsu is it? Insufficient information, the teacher doesn't know. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas shook his head, and then looked at the subordinates who had figured it out with a serious face, and said seriously, but there is no doubt that it must be a very terrible ninjutsu, at least above level A, and it is very likely to be a forbidden technique. To be able to learn terrible ninjutsu at that age, there is no doubt. That is definitely a genius. Then teacher us. The genin who took the exam also became serious. Don't worry. Seeing his subordinates who seemed to be a little worried, the leader of the Cloud Ninja smiled and comforted them, now that we have noticed it, then he can't catch us by surprise. Konoha's genius, but there are many ninja villages watching. Tomorrow, you will take the initiative and attack together. Don't give him the opportunity to perform ninjutsu. If there is a chance, a cold light flashed in his eyes, kill him. Genius? Only the genius who survives is the real genius. And they have a secret weapon. The leader of the Cloud Ninja glanced at the brown-haired girl, then looked at the oven in front of him with deep eyes, and murmured, Konoha's genius Uchiha Obito? Obito, you have opened your eyes. Minato looked at Obito in front of him with relief. He does look a lot more stable. Is it because he has grown up? Just. Didn't I tell you not to use that jutsu again unless there's any danger? Minato looked at Obito seriously, why did you use it again? There were so many people watching, and there were ninjas from other ninja villages. If he really used it, and used it against a female ninja from Kumagakure, do you know how serious the consequences would be? However, Obito fell silent, without explanation or answer. At that moment, he just wanted to win. If he was a genius like Kakashi, would Lin accompany him to drink milk tea? No. I'm different now. He became firm again, and thought of that philosophy in his mind, but soon he recalled Lin's sweet smile, and the whole person fell into entanglement. Woman? Ninjutsu? He began to be confused, as expected. Was he not firm enough in his heart? It's just that this look in the eyes of others, it seemed particularly entangled and helpless. Even Minato, who originally wanted to talk to him, calmed down and said softly, Obito, have you encountered any troubles? If you can't solve it, tell me, and the teacher will help you. That's right, Obito. At this time, Lin also held Obito's hand and said seriously, if you have any troubles, please you must say it, we will help Obito. This caring look made Obito more entangled. At that moment the firmness brought by the Sharingan seemed to disappear. Sure enough, Lin still has me in her heart, his heart was warmed, and the silly smile was revealed. Just when he was about to take the opportunity to confess, "Lin, I..." The words were not finished. "Pa!" The back of the head was suddenly slapped. The voice of that hateful guy suddenly appeared. "Why do you want to learn to be sentimental at such a young age? If you are unhappy, Dad will take you to have fun. If it really doesn't work, your Minato teacher is also an old girlfriend and old customer, let him take you to relax." Uchiha's psychological problems really need to be paid attention to. A good silly boy, just opened a Megatama, but he pretended to be deep? Damn it! The words fell. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in silence, Minato immediately smiled awkwardly. "You are joking, I don't know anything." "And Obito?" "Ah! You bastard, it was not easy for me to make up my mind." The familiar Obito recovered again. He scratched his hair frantically, stared at Uchiha Fuyu. "I remember. The day I become Hokage, it will be the day you go bankrupt." 041 Minato, you are crazy about killing students. Soon. Except for the Sand Village that did not participate in this Chunin exam for various reasons, the participating ninjas from other ninja villages have arrived, and even the small ninja villages, the Star Village and the Grass Village, have sent ninjas. Therefore, there are many people, and when passing by the milk tea shop and the barbecue restaurant they want to eat. Fuyu also took advantage of this time to make a lot of money, and by the way, he also made a name for himself. I think that when the time comes he should be able to take advantage of this underdeveloped business era to directly enter the industry into other countries. And now it is still a little short of upgrading. The turnover has increased a lot with the operation of the barbecue restaurant. I don't know what the next stage of the industry will be. And today, United Zone when the ninja exam begins. At the same time, the morning intelligence, cheating, exam has ended. The ninjas who are now entering the next round of exams, led by the Konoha examiner, came to the famous Death Forest in the ninja world. After the explanation, Obito also understood that he just ate ramen that night, but because he acted like he wanted to drink milk tea, Lin didn't call him. Therefore, it was all a misunderstanding. And he didn't make it clear to Lin what he wanted was to accompany Lin, not really wanting to eat or drink anything. If it wasn't for Lin, he didn't want that hateful guy to earn a penny from him, Uchiha Obito. It's too bullying. At this time, a round of applause sounded, and the group of ninjas who were bragging that the exam was too easy and they could pass it with their eyes closed were also attracted. "I am the examiner of the second exam, Orochimaru." The words fell. The reference ninjas at the scene were all stunned looking at the feminine-looking man. Legend of the Ninja World. One of the three ninjas of Konoha. Lord Orochimaru. Even Asuma and Obito, who was walking extremely arrogantly, were stunned. Lord Orochimaru. Why is he here? Hasn't he been stationed outside? But Orochimaru didn't seem to explain to the group of ninjas why he came back at this time. Instead, he licked his lips and said with a feminine smile, "This exam is very simple. You just need to pass through this forest within 3 days." The words fell. Everyone was stunned again. This sounds too simple. However, but someone just complained that this is too simple, so you should all know that I have a summoning beast called Wan Shi. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they heard the name of the 10,000 snakes. You know, that is the legendary powerful summoning beast of the 3 holy places, the kind that calls a child every time. Don't be nervous, I'm not asking you to do anything like defeating the 10,000 snakes. Of course, if you can do it, I'll be very happy. Orochimaru smiled gently, looked at the quiet genin, and continued, I put 22 stone tablets at the 10,000 snakes. Yes, just as you think, as long as you get the stone tablets from the 10,000 snakes and take them out of the forest, you will pass. So licking his tongue, Team 44, only Team 22 of you can pass. Then, ignoring the ninja who was about to collapse, he said with a smile, now those who agree to take the exam come and sign the death guarantee. Those who are afraid, it's not too late to quit. The words fell. There was silence all around. Hearing the word many snakes, some ninjas began to hesitate. After all, it would really kill people. However, at this time, the black-haired boy wearing the clothes of the Uchiha clan emblem stood up. Don't joke. I am a man who wants to become a Hokage. How can I give up my ninja way here? Obito raised his fist and said firmly, if you are afraid of this, why do you want to be a ninja? Where do you sign? Before I become a Hokage, I will never die. Suddenly, the ninjas of other ninja villages seemed to be infected by his stupidity. That's right, if you don't even have the courage to take the exam, what kind of ninja are you? Only the weak will choose to run away. That guy looks stupid, but I didn't expect that what he said makes sense. Hey, hey! Who said that? Stand up for you, Uncle Obito. White idiot! Damn it, Kakashi, come fight me if you dare. Get lost! Everyone's morale suddenly rose, only the Cloud Ninja looked at Obito, who was different from the previous few days, and his heart condensed. Sure enough, we were all deceived by him. Looking at each other, they all nodded implicitly, as if they had made some decision. Next, no one who stayed said anything, signed the death guarantee, and walked into the death forest firmly under the arrangement of the Konoha ninja. Obito's team also separated from Asuma's team. I will definitely pass it. Obito, who believed in love again, turned into a silly boy again, looking at Kakashi confidently, just lie down. Kakashi. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes, no need to use that trick. Do you believe I'll let you have one hand? However, suddenly, Kakashi's face changed, and he looked around solemnly. What's wrong? Kakashi. Obito came over curiously, are you scared? Shut up. Kakashi ignored him, still staring at the surroundings, lowered his voice, and said, we are surrounded. After the words fell. Bang! A loud noise. Kakashi and Obito's faces changed, and they turned their heads to look at the place where the explosion occurred. There it was, less than 3 meters away from Lin. Lin! X2. In the exclamation, Lin flew out directly. Not bad, it seems that the medical ninja has solved it. It's really worthy of being Hotaki Kakashi. I've heard of your reputation. A playful laugh came from a tree. Compared to that idiot, I believe you are the real genius. At this time, Kakashi and Obito, who heard the voice, immediately raised their heads and looked at the guy standing on the tree. Cloud Ninja. And it's you. Obito's eyes were red, and it seemed that even his expression was distorted. He glared at him, asshole. What have you done? I'm going to kill you. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. This is the Cloud Ninja who attacked him and kicked him away when he wasn't paying attention at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant last time. And Lin, she's injured. Although she didn't die. She reacted, but she was injured. Obito, I'm fine. Calm down. Lin's pale face, covering her right arm, said, minor injury, has been treated. However, Uchiha Obito. Everyone says you are a genius. Amu looked at Obito and still challenged with disdain, but I, Amu, don't believe it. I wanted to fight you, but unfortunately, time is running out, I won't play with you. Today, the genius of Konoha will die here. After the words fell, swish, several figures appeared, and more than a dozen people surrounded the three of them, even the Forehead Protector, even the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village have it. Don't waste time, do it. Suddenly, Obito's face also became serious, and Kakashi protected the injured Lin with his back-to-back, damn it. Cloud Ninja, Mist Ninja, I will definitely beat you up. Hehe, still talking stubbornly. Amu said disdainfully, is it the hidden ninjutsu? I heard that you have a very powerful ninjutsu hidden, use it. After the words fell. Now it was Kakashi and Lin's turn to change their faces. Obito, you. But before he finished speaking, he saw Obito with red eyes, staring at the cloud ninja with anger. He murmured in a low voice, "Teacher, I'm sorry." Hee. Brother Minato, have you caught a cold? Fuito looked at the opponent Minato, and then took the 30,000 he played, bar. You are not in a good state today. You can't even beat the Nine Tails. Although the nine-tailed fox did not appear, it was manipulating Kushina. The one beast cooperation, so many shots made Kushina almost crazy. But the nine-tailed fox was too noisy. If you don't play according to its wishes, it will make noises in Kushina's ears, which is too annoying. It's really a beast, and it's addictive. No, I just feel a little depressed. Maybe I've been playing for too long. Minato smiled helplessly, stretched, and then, looking at the cards in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, "Rich, it looks like I should win this time." After the words fell. "Touch the cards." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he held his breath. When he was about to push the cards. Suddenly, a ninja ran in with a panic. "Minato! You are here!" The Konoha Jonin saw Minato and immediately pulled Minato's hand excitedly, "Let's go! Come with me to the forest of death." "What's wrong?" "I'm taking a break today." Minato looked at the Jonin puzzledly, "Someone has something urgent to do, and needs me to take over." "No. No one has something to do." No. It's you who has something to do." "Minato, you have something to do." "What's wrong with me? Lost too much money?" With Minato puzzled, the ninja said exaggeratedly and excitedly, "Killing like crazy." "Minato! Your disciples are killing like crazy." "Hey! 042 no ninja virtue. Konoha does not have ninja virtue. Shameless. Too much bullying. Awoo." When Minato approached the forest of death, his mouth twitched. The slight tremor in the wailing had already made him guess what was going on inside. That must be the ninja world purgatory. After all, this was not the first time he had seen it. Obito. Why is it so? Why is it so? What an excellent boy he was. When the elders of Konoha heard this, they all gave a thumbs up. Why is it so now? Will it become like this? Is it my fault for educating? Minato felt deeply guilty and regretful for not guiding Obito on the right path, but in the end, he took a deep breath, thinking that he was still Obito's teacher, and immediately walked in seriously with heavy steps. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. It was a flat grassland, and traces of the explosion of the detonating talisman and the remaining kunai and shuriken could be seen around. And on the ground, 6 genin were lying on the ground with their butts sticking up and wailing. They were covered with dirty yellow stench and all around them. This move. Minato was also familiar with it. Detonating talisman exploded. It was a method that Obito often used to confuse the enemy. The effect was not bad, but sometimes it would hurt himself, so he, Rin, and Kakashi strictly prohibited Obito from using it when they were there. I didn't expect it. This time Obito actually used it. It seems that it should be a battle full of flavor and thrills. From the scarlet scab in the center of the raised butt, he was sure that the inside must be bloody. This time it was a bit fierce. Obito must have been very angry at that time. Minato sighed, looked at the medical ninja beside him, hesitated for a moment, "Are they okay?" After saying that, the medical ninja raised his head and looked at Minato with a strange look. Of course he knew this disciple of Master Jiraiya, a famous genius jonin in Konoha. But how did he teach his children? At such a young age, he actually did such a thing. He was silent for a while, then said, "It's not a big problem, I already have experience." Minato smiled awkwardly, it's troublesome. Indeed, he has experience. But Master Minato still has to guide the child well. This child, the medical ninja hesitated for a moment and said, I suspect he may have some problems in his heart. Which normal ninja would do such a thing? That's right. This is indeed a dangerous weakness, but which ninja would do such a thing? If all ninjas do this, are they still ninjas? Besides, it is not so easy to get close to the back of a ninja. Speed, eyesight, and opportunity are all indispensable. As for that child from the dirty and smelly things on the ninjas lying on the ground, we can probably guess what method he used. Is this something a normal ninja can think of? As a team leader, you should not only teach your subordinates ninjutsu, but also pay attention to their psychological growth. I will pay attention. But this is really an accident. How did Obito learn those ninjutsu? He didn't know, but under the gaze of so many strange eyes, Minato could only sigh helplessly and nodded. Mist Ninja, Cloud Ninja, did they join forces? Minato was stunned, and glanced at the 6 ninjas with their butts sticking up and the 2 ninjas who were directly unconscious, especially one of the Mist Ninjas. His eyes were blank. Is he okay? He was wrapped in bandages all over his body, with only a pair of eyes exposed. What did Obito do to him? Oh, you mean him? The medical ninja also looked over. He already had those bandages. Don't worry, most of them have no other injuries except on their butts. Is that so? Why does it sound so strange? Minato sighed, and was about to ask the ninja next to him what to do now. A feminine figure walked out. He also knew that Lord Orochimaru was back. After all, he heard that Lord Orochimaru was most likely to inherit the next Hokage. So it was normal for him to come back temporarily to preside over the Chunin joint exam. Lord Orochimaru. Oh, it's Minato. I was also very shocked when I heard that the little guy's teacher was Minato. Orochimaru licked his tongue. I thought this guy was Jiraiya's new apprentice. After all, no one else can do such a thing except that wretched guy. Hee. Minato smiled again. He didn't expect that the simple boy would actually learn such an evil ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru, now. Don't be nervous. Orochimaru saw Minato's hesitant expression, waved his hand, and said with a gentle smile, this is the Chunin exam, any accidents can happen, even if the leading ninja of their ninja village knows, it's hard to say anything. Speaking of this, he looked at the relieved Minato with a strange look, and finally smiled helplessly and shook his head, but I still have to remind that guy that this kind of ninjutsu should not be used indiscriminately, it's easy to go wrong. Hehe, I know that too. Minato smiled awkwardly, thank you Lord Orochimaru for reminding me, then I will. The Chunin exam is not over yet, I asked you to come here mainly to remind you. Orochimaru shook his head and said with a smile, as for other ninja villages, a cold light flashed in his eyes, don't worry, and you have to go to the old man in person. Then Minato pointed at the group of ninjas with their butts sticking up. Of course he has been eliminated. Orochimaru said, this is also a battle. Then I will report to the Hokage first. Minato nodded, and after hearing that everything was fine, he smiled again, I'll trouble you here, Orochimaru. After the words fell. When Orochimaru smiled he lowered his head and left the place directly. When Orochimaru looked at the place where Minato disappeared, he also smiled slightly, then lowered his head and looked at the group of ninjas with their butts sticking up with interest. I got out of bed and walked around after resting for 2 days. The medical ninja next to him pushed his glasses and said, a lot of skin and muscles are burned. It may be inconvenient to go to the toilet these days, but fortunately there is no life-threatening situation. It's just I need a while to rest to move normally. At this point, looking at the dirty yellow, he sighed helplessly, it seems that cleaning is also quite troublesome. I want to give up and run away. And this time it seems the injury is more serious than last time, and there is a burning sensation. How did it happen? After the words fell. Orochimaru next to him also squatted down and touched the center of the scab on his buttocks. He frowned slightly, was stunned, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, muttering, "Minato really taught an interesting student. Chakra. There is actually a thunder attribute chakra fluctuation on it. Hey, what are you doing?" The ninja in front of him who was staring at his buttocks saw the deep eyes staring at the center of his buttocks, and couldn't help but squeeze his buttocks, and immediately gasped again, "You Konoha ninja, what else do you want to do to my buttocks?" After the words fell, Orochimaru was stunned, his mouth twitched, then he narrowed his eyes slightly, gently patted his buttocks, licked his tongue, and said gently, "What a handsome curve." The ninjas around him looked at Orochimaru with horror. Konoha ninja? Really fallen? It's so scary. At the same time, in a cave deep in the death forest, Rin was enduring the stench and bandaged Obito's hands. Looking at Obito with a dirty yellow face, she hesitated and said, "Obito, your ninjutsu hurts too much, so don't use it." When Kakashi heard this, he couldn't help but squeeze his buttocks and nodded quickly. I decided secretly, I will never pay attention to Obito's challenge again. That scene is really too scary. 043 That's called Sen. Kakashi vaguely remembers. Just now at that time, Obito's eyes turned red. After opening the Sharingan, his speed and reaction became much faster, as if he had become the god of the ninja world. Facing more than a dozen enemies, he still did not lose the upper hand. Olige exploded when he said it would, and appeared behind him when he said it would appear. After a series of operations, the girls were immediately frightened and trembled, cursing shameless Konoha ninja. Then, he ran away without looking back. That's right. At the beginning, there were more than a dozen enemies. After Obito's show, there were less than 10 enemies left, especially the flying ones. The enemies were panicked and dodged in a hurry, but Obito was not afraid and continued to face the challenge. With the increase of one side and the decrease of the other under the siege of the three of them, they won. Especially the last Cloud Ninja Amui Obito's face was serious, and suddenly lightning jumped on his hands, like a lightning spirit, flashing non-stop. Even his speed became faster, and with the pair of Scarlet Sharingan, he directly locked the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was finished. The scream was louder than usual. Kakashi hesitated and looked at Obito. That ninjutsu? Oh, you mean that ninjutsu? Although his hands were temporarily disabled, Obito felt that he had shown off in front of Lin again, and showed a confident smile. That was something I thought of from the taro balls developed by the teacher. I tried it today and didn't expect it to work. Of course, it's not yet developed. Because of the lightning jump, it's like 1,000 birds are calling, so I named it Chien. He didn't finish his words. Shut up. For some reason, Kakashi suddenly wanted to yell like this. What's wrong? You yelled at me? Why yelled at me? Obito frowned and looked at Kakashi. Are you jealous that I developed a ninjutsu? I'm jealous. Kakashi looked at Obito who was yelling again, and sighed. Obito paused. You are such a talent. Ha ha ha. I said I'm a genius. Under Obito's arrogant laughter, Kakashi said in a complicated tone, and the corners of your mouth are a little black. After he finished speaking, Obito jumped up and looked at Lin, who turned her head away in panic. I'll go wash my teeth first. It's definitely not okay to do this every time, it will damage his momentum. We must find a way to block these things. When Obito left, Lin and Kakashi looked at Obito's back with complicated eyes, and finally, they looked at each other and nodded seriously. This is a forbidden technique. We must tell Minato teacher not to use it indiscriminately. Hehe. Minato, you look not feeling well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was interrupted by the sudden sneeze and frowned at Minato. Do you need a medical ninja to check it out? No. Minato smiled and shook his head. My nose suddenly itched. Thank you for your concern, Hokage. It's just a forced smile. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Minato's worries, so he sighed and shook his head. Thank you for taking care of Obito. I should have done it. That kid should have fallen into the wrong path of pursuing strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, and looked out the window. After all, it is natural for young people to be competitive. I hope you can guide him back to the right path. Is it because of Kakashi? Indeed. Kakashi is indeed a genius. I will. Minato nodded with a smile. I heard that he has opened the Sharingan. Yes. What a genius! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looked at Minato with a bitter smile, and smiled gently. Don't worry, Obito will definitely understand that is just an evil path. He just took it by surprise. If other ninjas know about it, they will definitely take precautions, and that is not difficult. The limitation is too great, which limits the attack range. Therefore, only the surprise attack is useful. Once it is known, it is actually very easy to block that place. Looking at Minato, who seemed to understand what he meant, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Go down. Don't worry, since Orochimaru said that, it means that everything is fine. After all, it was during the Chunin exam." Yes. Lord Hokage. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, then bowed respectfully, turned around, walked out, and closed the door by the way. And Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't seem to care. Come to think of it, it was right. A kid with a 1 Magatama Sharingan was just being clever, and he didn't care. At this moment, he was more worried about the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. They tried to intercept and kill the ninjas of Konoha from the beginning. If the two villages really cooperated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. It's really a troubled time. He rubbed his forehead with a headache. Then, turning his head to look at the best friend worth 400 million on the table, he frowned. I don't know what Danzo is doing recently. This Danzo has sent people to follow for so many days. What exactly does he want to do? Fuyu glanced outside and shook his head with emotion. You know, I'm just an ordinary rich man. He decided secretly in his heart. It's time. Price increase. Due to the rumor that Konoha Ninja and Kyumo Ninja fought for Fuyu Barbecue in the past 2 days, the business at the barbecue bar is quite good. It feels like a grand ceremony. So, he made a little more money, especially with Fuyu VIP and the special attractive function of the system. I think they will gradually accept the brand Fuyu. He succeeded more than half. The rest is to find an opportunity to open his industry in other countries. Of course. It's a bit early to say this now. And I don't know what Obito's so-called killing madness means. Could it be that Rin encountered an accident and instantly opened the Mangekyo, ready to create a world with Rin, so he started a killing spree? It's impossible. Thinking of the rumors about Obito's great power during this period, Fuyu's mouth twitched again. Impossible. Didn't Minato tell him that it was just an exam, so don't make such a big deal? It's over. If he wants to expose all of this, he really can't imagine it. I guess Obito can only follow his ancestor and walk another lonely road. Create a road that recognizes his use of the 1,000 years of death. With a sigh, Madara, the stand you chose is very good, don't worry. At this time, Kushina took the vegetable fox back. After all, he is a Jinchuriki, and he is also an Uchiha. Although he has not opened his eyes, he doesn't know what the guys above think if he stays too long. Perhaps he suspects that this rich man has ulterior motives. He shook his head with melancholy, looked at Suzune beside him, and pondered for a while. Do you want to go to watch the Chunin exam together in a few days? The first 2 games are not available, but the last one is one-on-one, which is open to the public. Many people who come to Konoha at this time are ready to join in the fun and watch this special sports meeting in the ninja world. Ling Yin was stunned, then nodded gently, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Yet. Soon." The 3-day Death Forest survival competition also ended successfully. I heard. A great ninja appeared in Konoha. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding enemies avoided him and gave up the stone tablet directly, not daring to conflict with him easily. The ninjas leading the teams in each village also expressed their understanding and did not blame them. What a strange scene! Then, after a day of rest, Fuyu Barbecue made a fortune. Today, it was sunny and windy. The last Chunin exam also arrived as scheduled. 044 Rely on Love. Welcome to watch the Chunin joint exam sponsored by Fuyu's leading brand Fuyu Milk Tea. Drink milk tea, watch the game, and cheer for the ninja. Refreshing passion, unlimited vitality. Let's welcome the lucky winners who have advanced to the third game this time. As the host cheered on the stage, the audience in the surrounding audience seats were stunned. This is a different Chunin joint exam. Especially the leading ninjas from other ninja villages, when they thought of the unfair treatment their own ninjas received in the Death Forest a few days ago, they were filled with anger. They are just children. Why did they suffer such a fate? When they heard it, they were so angry that they trembled all over, their whole body was cold sweat, cold hands and feet, especially when seeing the ninjas of their village, sticking their butts up, lying on the hospital bed, biting the sheets tightly as if they were in grief that could not be described in words, they became even more angry. Konoha has fallen. I heard that even the 3 ninjas of Konoha almost attacked them at that time. This is really hateful. They are heroes. Heroes who have sacrificed for the village. The scabs on their pants and the filth on their bodies are the symbols of their heroes. The fallen Konoha cannot bear the future of the first ninja village. They, Yun, Yan, Wu, will definitely replace it. Many ninjas from other villages raised their mouths slightly, looking at the funny scene in front of them with ridicule. The stench of merchants has filled the whole Konoha. Konoha, is it still a pure ninja village? They sighed, looked at the free milk tea in their hands, which had the words Fuyu Milk Tea written on it, shook their heads, and muttered to themselves, Konoha. Decayed. After saying that, he took a sip of milk tea lightly, with a slight sneer on his lips. And Konoha. For this opening that was different from the past, his face twitched. How did that Uchiha Fuyu do it? Would the Hokage actually agree to him doing this? This is not the will of fire. However, what everyone didn't know was that at this time, facing the eyes of the spectators, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled reluctantly. He thought Fuyu was just hanging a few banners, and the Death Forest was big, so there was no shortage of places for him to hang them, but he didn't expect he even arranged for the host to be arranged by him. On his face, he still had the indifferent smile of the head of the first ninja village, but in his heart he sighed, you collected too little. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Eat fries and fried chicken. Today is mainly to relax, don't think about anything else. Uchiha Fugaku looked at that cheerful expression, was silent for a moment, and said with the same expressionless face, how did you do it? What, how did you do it? Fugaku was stunned, then nodded with sudden realization, and looked at Fugaku seriously, I can have so much wealth now, relying on my own efforts with all my partners, without taking a penny from my family. I didn't ask you that. Fugaku's mouth twitched, glanced at him lightly, pointed at the banner expressionlessly, and then pointed at the hosting ninja below, paused, how did you do it? Not to mention that there are advertisements posted here, even the hosting ninja advertised for him? Will those guys of the third Hokage agree? It's impossible. However, Uchiha Fuyu saw that Fugaku was asking this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. With a faint smile, he said calmly, damn it. Hokage-sama felt my will of fire and was moved by my ardent love for Konoha, so he gave me this opportunity. Thank you, Hokage-sama, and thank you all the ninjas of Konoha. Hehe. I don't believe you. Fugaku sneered and didn't listen to a word this guy said now. However, there seemed to be a little complexity in his eyes when he looked at Fuyu. The former Idaudu. Obviously very cute, very serious, always working hard to study and train, why is he so slick now? What on earth did he go through? You know, the Uchiha clan are all upright and straightforward. He hasn't finished sighing in his heart. Now, the Konoha ninja, Uchiha Obito, will face the Kyuzagaku ninja. Now, please invite the ninjas from both sides to come on stage. Hearing the host's words, Fugaku's mouth froze again. He didn't say anything else. He looked at the young man wearing the Uchiha clan emblem in silence. His eyes were filled with some complexity. He sighed softly, ah. He sighed. Ah, a sigh came from the side. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the blonde young man with a strange sun mask in front of him with Kushina in surprise. He was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Brother Minato, what's wrong with you? Do you have pockmarks on your face?" Fugaku, the chief of the Fugaku clan. Minato, wearing a mask, still spoke in a leisurely voice, but there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Excuse me, we are sitting here too." Yet. Fugaku nodded, as if he had said hello, but his eyes looked at Minato a little strangely. It seemed. Sympathy? Helplessness? Anger? It's really strange. Your subordinates are competing up there. As a team leader, is it really okay for you to be a spectator here? Uchiha Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. Don't you have to go up and watch them? I'd better not show up during this period. Minato seemed to have a smile in his voice. Don't worry, I've asked other team leaders to help. If he shows up now it might cause chaos. Did you see the ninjas from other villages lying on the guardrail with their butts sticking out? That's right. They were still in the hospital bed a few days ago. Well, I guessed what happened. Uchiha Fuyu smiled politely and was silent for a while. I believe life will get better and better. After that, he was excited again, took out the snacks that he asked Ling Yian to prepare, and stuffed them directly into the hands of the two kids next to him, Itachi and Shisui. I don't know if it's been a while since I last saw him, but Itachi seems to have lost a lot of weight. Brother, did you starve the child at home? Fuyu touched Itachi's head dissatisfiedly. Look. How hungry is the child? Come. Eat more. If you want to eat anything in the future, come to your uncle. Hungry as hell. Liar with open eyes. Did you see Itachi's chubby cheeks? But Fuyu didn't say anything, continued to hold his hands, and looked down with a paralyzed face. And Itachi hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said softly, Uncle, Itachi has eaten, can't eat these. It's okay, snacks are for another stomach, don't worry about your dad, children should eat more, and they will be cute if they are white and fat. As your uncle, how could I hurt you? Fuyu showed a kind smile and touched Itachi's head. What a sensible child. Why doesn't Fuyu even give you some snacks? Look how cute he is now, why did he become that stupid later? Itachi was stunned. It's okay. Eat. If you don't eat, you're not giving your uncle face. Itachi looked at Fuyu blankly, then looked at his father who said nothing, and nodded happily, thank you, uncle. In fact, he likes to eat. And Shisui lightly refused, shook his head, smiled gently and said, I don't need it, Fuyu, I'm training now, I need to control my diet. You should eat more when you are training. You came to watch the game and still brought the theory of the will of fire? Little friend. What do you want to do? Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched, and then he continued kindly, eat more. Only then you can grow up. Come on, don't be polite, this is what my family does. Don't talk about me, eat. By the way. Uchiha Fuyu seemed to remember something, took out a book with the legend of the Perseverant Ninja written on it, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, Shisui likes reading so much, I also have a book here, it is a great writer in the ninja world, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the successor of the Will of Fire, Jiraiya-sama. The book is full of Jiraiya-sama's own views on the Will of Fire. I believe you will like it. 045 Change your hair. Child Shisui was stunned, but saw the book. The Legend of the Perseverant Ninja. Author, Traveling Toad. Written by Jiraiya-sama. Yes. Fuyou nodded with a smile. I was deeply touched by it, and I believe Shisui can also feel something from it. What's the use of reading those books without nutrition? It's better to read these meaningless books, at least it's fun to read. Like Kakashi, it's because of the company of the intimate paradise that he can indulge himself alone every night when it's quiet, so he didn't turn evil. Thank you, Mr. Fuyou. Shisui smiled gratefully. I will cherish it. The book written by Mr. Jiraiya, I must read it carefully. Good. You are worthy of Shisui. Uchiha has you in attack a crouching dragon and phoenix. The future of the Uchiha clan is promising. Fuyou laughed twice with relief, felt someone pulling him, turned his head in confusion, and looked at Minato with a strange mask of a smiling sun. What's wrong? Such a young child reading Jiraiya's book. Minato lowered his voice and said, it's not good. As a student of Jiraiya, he certainly knew what kind of books Jiraiya wrote. Although the name is quite serious, the content is actually quite non-serious. Don't worry, this is a serious novel. Uchiha Fuyou assured with a smile, I have reviewed it. It just has a little bit of indescribable scenes, no big problem. The little kids in the ninja world mature faster. At the age of 4 or 5, they started thinking about world peace. What's wrong with reading other books? Maybe chakra has the effect of accelerating maturity? As he said, he took out another book from his arms and handed it to Minato. Here, this is specially reserved for you. Fuyou bookstore prints, so he printed a lot. Now his industry can be divided into the system's milk tea shop, the barbecue bar, the bookstore he built himself, and the mahjong hall he is about to build. There is no system transformation in what he built, so there is no special ability. Of course, maybe in the future it may also be connected with the system's industry? Anyway, these don't cost much money now, and it's good to expand the industry. Looking at Minato, who was staring at the book with his eyes wide open and his ears slightly red, he smiled and said, how about it? Jiraiya's book this time is not bad. As for the face wearing a mask, at this time, nothing can be seen. Okay. His eyes flickered. Minato glanced at Kushina beside him, nodded, and said calmly, yes, right. Jiraiya's book is getting better and better. At such a young age, he touched the girl's body and peeked at the girl taking a bath. He, Minato Namikaze, must criticize him. But can children really watch it? At this time, Obito and his opponent also came on the field, and then, under the gaze of everyone, his opponent bowed slightly and ran away in a hurry. The Kyuzagaku ninja surrenders, the winner is Konoha Uchiha Obito. The audience was stunned. How did the Kyuzagaku ninja surrender without fighting? Is he still a ninja? And why was his posture so strange when he walked down just now? It's not. It seems that his body is still shaking. Is that Uchiha Obito a very powerful ninja? Of course some ninjas who know what is going on sighed and said nothing about it. No need. It's just a Chunin joint exam. If he was beaten in public, wouldn't he be socially dead? Therefore, the next scene. As soon as Obito came on the stage, the other ninja surrendered without hesitation and walked away with his buttocks clamped. Even the Konoha ninja did the same. Many people went from being weird at the beginning to being shocked now. Looking at the black-haired Konoha ninja standing proudly in the duel field in disbelief. Konoha genius. Even another Konoha genius Kakashi surrendered? It seems that he is not an ordinary genius ninja. Could he be a genius like the 3 Konoha ninjas? Konoha is really the cradle of geniuses. Many people immediately sighed with admiration. Kushina couldn't help laughing after knowing what was going on. Minato next to him laughed awkwardly, as if he felt uncomfortable all over, but he was also somewhat relieved in his heart. It's good this way, it's good this way, at least there won't be any accidents. He remembered what the medical ninja said a few days ago. He sighed in his heart and muttered to himself, is there really something wrong with Obito's heart? It seems that I have to find a time to have a good talk with Obito. What's wrong? Does the family like him? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Fugaku, who frowned and stared at Obito with a serious face. Are you going to train him? After the words fell, Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses, glanced at Fugaku lightly, then turned his head again, looked down with complicated eyes, sighed, shook his head, no. Hey? Why? Isn't the Uchiha family keen on training? For example, later Shisui and Itachi. It's just that. In the end, there was a little accident. Obito is now open-minded, and he is a genius among the Uchiha. However, this time, Fugaku did not turn around. He folded his hands and said with a paralyzed face, it's easy to offend people. That's right. Uchiha Fugaku smiled awkwardly. Now he is also a little worried that the future Obito will be like Uchiha Madara, who will go on a terrible path because he is not understood. Madara, I want to create a peaceful world without ninjas. Obito, I want to create a world where I can be free and strong. The momentum suddenly dropped several times. There was a silence around him looking down. It seems. After today, Obito will be famous. If he also relies on his own skills to gain merit on the battlefield, I guess this era will become the era of Obito and his master Minato. Brother Minato has trained an incredible student. Minato rolled his eyes, haha. This is really not what I taught. And at this time, it was Uchiha Obito's turn again. The opponent is the 2 Yukato from the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village. A young girl with brown hair, who was also seen at the entrance of the barbecue bar last time. However, just when everyone thought that this girl would be like the guy in front, afraid of the strength of the Uchiha genius, and went down with her buttocks tucked in. Shameless. Dirty. Pervert. The 2 Yukato stared at Obito in front of him. I, Yukato, will definitely defeat you. Suddenly, everyone cheered. When others retreated, there was actually a ninja who took the challenge. How amazing! The Cloud Ninjas were also stunned. Although the Uchiha genius, Uchiha Obito, was surprised that a girl had the courage to face his hands, Obito, who was resolving the misunderstanding at this time, only had Rin in his heart, so he snorted coldly, a mere Cloud Ninja. I defeated you with one hand. After the words fell. One hand. This made the 2 Yukatos blush, shameless. Have the ninjas of Konoha fallen? I will never lose to someone like you. At this time, the friends on the Konoha side panicked. Master Obito. Master Obito is so hard not to fight with women. If it doesn't work, let him use both hands. This is using that in public and this is a woman, it's over. Even they will suffer. Uchiha Fuyu sighed, looked at Minato who had fallen silent beside him, and looked at his eye-catching golden hair like the sun, patted his shoulder, hesitated, if it doesn't work dye your hair. Get out. 046 you win. Asuma, what are you doing? A hood. Asuma was wearing a square hood made of craft paper, leaving only his eyes and nostrils, wrapped tightly. He scratched his nostrils and said helplessly, after the end of the Death Forest, I guessed that there would be this scene, so I prepared it specially. He sighed, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, and looked at the ceiling with melancholy, sure enough I can't avoid it. After the words fell, the friends around were all silent. Shiranui Genma didn't even hold the senbon in his mouth, but took it directly in his hand, worried that he would accidentally rub his tongue when he angered everyone later. Looking at Kakashi who was wrapped tightly from the beginning, he was slightly stunned and frowned. Actually, have you been ready for a long time? No, I have always been like this. Kakashi glanced at him calmly, it's just that the missions during this period are too dangerous, so I changed to some thicker fabrics. This way, if you accidentally get stained with unknown substances, it won't stick to your face. Since he has been on a mission with Obito, who knows how dangerous it is? Alas! It doesn't matter, anyway, the higher UPS won't change his team. When Shiranui Genma saw Kakashi's melancholy expression, he suddenly recalled the scene of flying all over the sky that day. His mouth twitched, and he nodded in understanding, as if he understood something. But at this moment, he was also a little confused in his heart. He hesitated for a while and asked, why did Obito become like this now? He remembered. When they were still classmates. Besides being a little careless, and like to show off, Obito has no other problems. And he is also a helpful and kind person. He has been patiently helping the lonely elderly in the village and never complains. How long has it been since graduation? How did he fall into this state? Shiranui Genma sighed, looked at Obito who was fighting with the Cloud Ninja on the stage, hesitated for a moment, and asked, what on earth did you encounter after graduation? It actually made a boy who loves to laugh become what he is now. However, Kakashi was silent. You ask me, who should I ask? I guess Obito's father doesn't know. This is youth. Might guy next to him looked at the stage seriously, Obito has really become stronger, I really want to challenge again. Asuma came over with a paper mask, pinched his nose, pointed at the ninja who was looking at the game with his butt sticking out, with a face full of shame and anger, and said, do you think they look familiar now? Indeed. Obito has become stronger. The kunao is also accurate, and he can also release the fireball, and even his observation ability has become stronger. But he changed. He is no longer the simple Obito before. He sighed, his tone full of vicissitudes and insights, perhaps this is what adults say that you have to pay for what you get. This is the growth we need to experience. The others looked at Asuma, who suddenly sighed, speechlessly. Sure enough. There is a reason why Asuma failed the cultural course. And the honest man Might Guy was also silent for a while, then, he was shocked, as if he understood something, and said in a serious tone, youth is not only bright, but also hidden in darkness. So, you Asuma looked at Might Guy in shock, his eyes full of admiration for you are really brave. The words were not finished yet. Darkness is not scary. Might Guy was full of blood, clenched his fists, squeezed his buttocks, and it seemed that flames came out of him, just face the darkness, don't turn your back on the darkness. It makes sense. Asuma and the others looked at Kai in a complicated way. Kai has also changed. Become smarter. And at this time, just when everyone was wondering what Obito had experienced, a huge explosion was heard on the stage. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and even the audience around them looked at them in shock. When they saw the powerful and deep chakra that was as solid as substance, they were immediately shocked. The ninja who understood guessed what it was at once. No wonder the Cloud Ninja girl was not afraid at all when facing the Konoha genius Uchiha Obito who made all enemies fear, and chose to face the challenge. It turned out to be Tailed Beast Chakra. Kushina beside him was stunned, frowned, and said in a low voice, this is the chakra of the two-tailed beast. The Nine Tails said that Obito is in danger. After the words fell, Uchiha Fugaku looked at her with shock in his pupils, but ignored it after a moment, pretending that nothing had happened and watched the game calmly. Fuyu also shrugged and continued to look down. After a while, he seemed to remember something, raised his head and looked at Minato again, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, listen to me, change your hairstyle next time. If Obito also used that move like Naruto. OMG, this is a woman. What does it mean? Minato looked at Fuyu in confusion, but seeing that Fuyu didn't explain, he didn't want to ask now, and turned his head to look down with some worry. Originally, he was worried that the Cloud Ninja girl would be injured, but he didn't expect that she was a Jinchuriki like Kushina, and it seemed that she could also control the chakra of the tailed beasts. Now he began to worry whether Obito would be injured. Looking down seriously, his face showed seriousness. Once there was danger, he would act quickly. No matter how Obito changed, Obito was his student after all. However, when Minato saw Obito calmly take out a kunai and calmly tied a detonating tag on it, his eyelids jumped and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wouldn't. He didn't finish his words. His face changed and he rushed down quickly. The other Konoha ninjas beside him saw the scene below and seemed to think of something. They also changed their faces and rushed down. This guy is really shit. Time moved forward a few minutes. See. On the stage. Obito looked at the terrifying chakra and felt a little panic in his heart, but in his pair of Sharingan, no enemy could defeat him. So. Took a deep breath and dodged the speed that obviously increased of the Cloud Ninja attack. Shameless, perverted, obscene. The two Yukito, who seemed to be wearing a coat made of chakra and emitting a faint blue light, stared at Uchiha Obito. The two Yukito will never lose to someone like you. After saying that, he rushed up suddenly. Facing the terrible chakra, Uchiha Obito did not show any weakness. He opened the Scarlet Jade Sharingan and said arrogantly, "When you face these eyes, you have already failed." But how to deal with the substantial chakra? Even if he used his unfinished ninjutsu, he probably couldn't break the defense, and the chakra seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Finally, he touched the kunai on his waist. Obito remembered the trick he often used when facing a strong enemy. He seemed to understand something and took out the kunai and detonating talisman directly. The two Yukito saw his action and sneered disdainfully, "The detonating talisman can't break my current defense." After saying that, he rushed forward again, stretched out his right hand, as if it turned into a beast's claw. Meow meow claw. Really? Uchiha Obito stepped back and dodged the attack. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the whole person was full of confidence. He made a seal. "I said. When I use these eyes, you have already lost." After the words fell. Shadow clone technique. 3 Uchiha Obitos rushed over. "Don't joke, shameless guy." The two Yukito roared and smashed a shadow clone directly. "How could I lose to you, a pervert?" Bang! A shadow clone was broken. But Obito didn't care at all. He cooperated with another Obito. Taking advantage of this gap, he directly grabbed an Obito and threw him into the sky. At this time, in the blink of an eye, the two Yukito appeared in front of another Obito, and Obito in the air used the shadow clone technique again, and quickly fell behind her. Obito's legs were arched, his hands tightly holding the kunai, and he said lightly, "You already lost." The words fell. The two Yukito were shocked and had no time to turn around. Obito took a deep breath and was about to stand up. Swish! Everyone held their breath and watched the fierce battle. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the stage. One hugged Obito from behind, one took away Obito's kunai, and the last one, Minato, wearing a mask, twitched his eyes and stood between the two, helplessly looking at the two Yukito who was still shocked. "You won, Kumo ninja. Put away your chakra." "Hey! X2. 2 confused faces and more confused faces on the stage. "What's going on? 047 Where is Danzo-sama? What? I lost." Obito looked at the mask in front of him with dissatisfaction. The blonde hair and the voice made him understand at once this is Minato-sensei. "But how did I lose? I'm telling you. Even if you are Minato-sensei, you can't talk nonsense. With this exploding talisman and kunai, I can blow up even the 9 tails for you to see. I don't believe that a mere girl can withstand it." Uchiha Obito raised his head proudly. "Minato-sensei, I can win. Is this a matter of whether you can win or not? Exploding talisman and kunao, she's still a girl Obito, how will other girls look at you then? Didn't you see that Lin's face was pale below? Minato smiled awkwardly, and was about to say something. Bah! Shameless bastard! You win if you say so. The two Yukatos who seemed to understand something also turned pale, took a deep breath, patted the bulge with youthful breath, and looked at Obito with gritted teeth. You bastard! You actually did that to me bastard! Konoha ninja is vile and shameless. The three jonins who came up to support smiled awkwardly. Little girl, how can you be so shameless for no reason? The pineapple head biting the toothpick said helplessly, Little girl, don't talk nonsense, you have to remember, if we don't come up. He paused at this point, and did not continue, but changed the subject. And there is nothing wrong with ninjas using anything advantageous to make themselves win. It's just that the death forest is too much, and this is the third round of the Chunin exam, and this way is used on a girl in public. If it's something else that's despicable and shameless, like throwing shit or spitting, it doesn't matter, detonating talismans plus kunao, this Uchiha brat is too cruel. The two Yukato were stunned, their faces flushed immediately, looking at the complacent guy, glaring at him angrily, shameless. Despicable. Vulgar. Bastard. Pervert. Hey. Let's continue if you dare. Pervert. Bastard. Vulgar. Despicable. Shameless. That's all you can say. The two Yukato bit their tongues angrily. Bastard. I don't need you to give in. Vulgar. Throwing his hands down angrily, I lost. Then, he glared at Obito again and jumped down. Next time. I will definitely kill you, a vulgar guy. Uchiha pervert. Who are you talking about, pervert? I'm talking about you. Vulgar. Just as the two quarreled, the battle was over. Minato and the other two looked at each other with a wry smile and shook their heads helplessly, but also felt relieved in his heart. At least he was controlled in time. And at this time, the audience in the audience who didn't understand was still looking at this scene in confusion. They only remembered. The Uchiha genius made hand seals with both hands and went around behind the Cloud Ninja, making the Cloud Ninja unable to react. He was about to do something with a kunao in his hand, but before he could do it, the three Jonin of Konoha went up to stop him. Then, the Konoha ninja announced the victory of the Cloud Ninja, and then the Uchiha genius quarreled with the Cloud Ninja. In the end, it seemed that the Uchiha genius won. What's going on? Fake fight? And why was the girl who voluntarily admitted defeat so angry? Why did the ninjas who were lying on the side of the cloud in the fog village watching the game also look angry, as if they wanted to swallow the boy? It's really hard to understand. They looked at the Uchiha genius who had stepped down. As expected, geniuses are proud. He looked arrogant and looked like he deserved a beating. He walked like an idiot. It's just that although the Uchiha genius looked very happy, his companions didn't seem very happy. The look in his eyes was very complicated. Has he been excluded? The cradle of genius actually began to exclude geniuses? Could it be that, as they heard from other ninja villages, Konoha began to fall? The following game was not as exciting as the one between Obito and the Cloud Ninja girl. It was plain and simple. After a few rounds of competition, this Chunin exam also ended successfully. Welcome to watch the Chunin joint exam sponsored by Fuyu's leading brand Fuyu Milk Tea. Drink milk tea and watch the game. Cheer for the ninjas. This Chunin joint exam has ended successfully. Let's give our ninjas a warm applause. Fuyu Milk Tea. It's even more delicious with some taro balls. After the announcement of the host ninja, the audience left one after another. Especially at the end, there was another wave of advertisements. In addition, the names of Fuyu Milk Tea and Fuyu Barbecue were seen everywhere in the past few days. Many people were curious and planned to try them at the last minute. And Minato was really relieved. The last game went unexpectedly smoothly, and nothing irreversible happened. Therefore, he happily invited everyone to barbecue. On the way, Obito held his head high, swung his hands, and walked very eagerly. After walking for a while, he saw Lin behind him and ran up happily. "Lin, I..." The words were not finished. "Sorry." Lin bowed and apologized, then shrank behind Kakashi, looking at Obito with complicated eyes. "Please let me calm down. Now I don't know how to look at you." He retracted his head again. Suddenly, Obito stood there in a daze, stretched out his hand and looked at Lin. He felt his eyes hurt again. At the same time, as the current Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a divine robe and looked at the leaders of each ninja village happily. "Thank you all for participating in this Chunin League. Each ninja village is really talented, full of hope." However, this kind appearance did not make the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja smile back. The leaders of the two villages snorted coldly. "Konoha, don't talk about ninja virtue. Mouse tail juice." With a mocking sound, he flicked his sleeves and left with his ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a light flashing in his eyes. He took another puff of cigarette and sighed leisurely. "Is it inevitable?" "Don't be angry, Mr. Hokage." The leader of the Rock Ninja, a fat man, said cheerfully, "It is understandable that Kumigakure and Kirigakure suffered such heavy losses this time. I know. Alas, I didn't expect that kid to learn this kind of ninjutsu. In fact, the child used to be very kind." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with emotion, seeming to blame himself. "He is a good child. I don't believe you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, the Rock Ninja Village, would not have known that detonating talismans and kunao could be used like this. Using that thing on a girl at such a young age, is he a good child?" But inwardly, the leader of the Rock Ninja still had a smile on his face. "That's indeed an excellent child. By the way, I want to ask the Hokage something." "Oh? What do you need to ask? Why didn't I see Danzo this time?" "Oh, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, took another puff of cigarette, and pondered for a moment. "He has other things to do and is very busy, so he didn't come this time." "What do you want to see him about?" "Nothing, just I've heard a lot about Danzo, the reputation of the Lord." The leader of the Rock Ninja scratched his head happily. "This time, I came here just to admire the Dark Ninja, but I didn't expect to see it." After a sigh of loss, the chubby face smiled again and said, "Well, thank you for Konoha's hospitality this time, and we will also take our leave. Slow down on the road." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand kindly, and when they walked away, his face became serious again, frowned, and muttered, "Admire? You still want to deceive me like this?" He sighed and shook his head. "Don't you know that Danzo is my brother? How dare you covet my brother? Pa! Despicable." 048 Obito, I understand again. Iwagakure. Danzo clenched the paper ball in his hand with a cold face, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he raised his head and looked at the reward on the table. The avatar, name, and introduction remain unchanged. The only thing that has changed is the reward amount. Reward, 410 million. Sure enough. Has someone already set their sights on him? 400 million. It's enough to start a war. Especially now that the situation in various countries is tense, if he can get his Hyada. Pa! Danzo snorted coldly. Fire escape technique? The technique of burning the reward order. He immediately burned the reward order to ashes, and then sat on the high seat in silence. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at the group of trash below with an expressionless face. It's been so long. I haven't found out who dared to offer such a reward for him, and I haven't gained anything from the rich Uchiha. What a bunch of trash! But I have to admit this person is cautious enough to offer rewards from multiple places. Danzo pondered for a moment, looked at the root ninja below who seemed to have something to say, and snorted again, "Speak." After the words fell, the root ninja bowed respectfully and said, "Anbu ninjas have sent a message. To celebrate Konoha's good performance in the Chunin joint exam, the Hokage invites Danzo, Mitaman, and Yutain to celebrate at Fuyu Barbecue." Celebrate? Humph. Is Hiruzen starting to do such boring things? Although he did not go out to watch the game because of the arrival of ninjas from other villages, he was still clear about the situation outside. Konoha did perform well. Danzo pondered for a moment, remembering that he had not gone out during this period of time for retreat and had missed many team meetings. Therefore, even if the bounty on Hiruzen's desk made Shimura Danzo feel very uncomfortable, he could not stay out all the time. It's time to go out and talk to them. Especially with the Uegakure ninja village. Humph. Danzo snorted again, looking at his subordinates below with a stern look. "In that case, tell the Hokage." The words were not finished. "Danzo-sama." A root ninja hurried in. Danzo stopped talking immediately, and his mouth twitched. He had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, this scene, it was too familiar. Sure enough, as his right eyelid kept twitching, he saw the ninja skillfully and respectfully took out a piece of paper from his arms, and then spread it directly in front of Danzo-sama. Danzo watched in silence as the number 4 on the bounty order turned into 5, and then slowly sat down on his high seat, looking at his subordinates below. His lips seemed to tremble a little, but his tone was calm. "Tell the Hokage I have other insights into ninjutsu recently, and it is not convenient for me to go out, so I will not go today." After the words fell, he held the new bounty order tightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "If I know who it is, I am Shimura Danzo. I swear to kill him. Damn it." Hat. Uchiha Fuyu rubbed his nose. He didn't know if it was late autumn. Recently, he always felt a bit cold. But the surroundings were still so cool. Especially Hyuga Suzune beside him, the black silk screen on her chest was faintly visible. Sure enough, compared to other orthodox ninjas, he was just an ordinary rich man, so it was understandable that he might feel a little weak. Uchiha Fuyu stretched lazily and rubbed his body. After the Chunin exam, the full-scale war is probably not far away. Recently, it can be felt that the revenue of various branches in the Land of Fire has obviously decreased a lot, and it is only maintained at the minimum turnover set by a system. The money earned, I guess it is impossible to give Danzo a little more during this period. And this is ranked first in the bounty list. Why is there no one who is not afraid of death to sneak into Konoha? Especially a guy who loves to brag about fighting the god of ninja world when he sees Konoha forward protector. There is no reason. Isn't Danzo attractive now? How can he still hold back? Is it possible that he is still waiting for him to add more? Uchiha Fuyu sighed and murmured, "Too greedy." After the words fell, suddenly, he stopped again, his mouth twitched, and he looked ahead as if he had a stomachache. Feeling Fuyu beside him stopped, Suzune was also stunned and stopped as well. "What's wrong, Fuyu?" Looking at Fuyu standing there blankly, looking straight ahead. For some reason, this scene made her feel a little familiar, as if she had seen it a few days ago. But Fuyu didn't answer her. Suzune blinked curiously, raised her head with doubts, and looked in the direction of Fuyu's sight. Suddenly, not far away in front of her, a black-haired boy with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on his clothes was standing on the road, biting his lower lip, clenching his fists, clenching them very tightly, looking forward with a sad face, and his scarlet eyes looked a little weird in the night. This scene is so familiar. Has she seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, Suzune was stunned by the figure and said softly, "Isn't this Obito? What is he doing there? Looks like desolate, sad, angry, just like a dog." Suddenly, Suddenly, Suzune was stunned again, feeling a little cold on her face, and stretched out her hand in surprise, looking at the cold white spots on her hand, and murmured, "It's snowing. Collect after the meal. What should I do when I see the goddess who rejected me again go with the guy I hate the most to eat milk tea?" Obito invited her to drink milk tea last time, but she refused, saying that she didn't feel like drinking milk tea recently, so just now he specially invited her to eat Ichiraku ramen after eating barbecue, but she was rejected again. Turning around and running to drink milk tea with that bastard? Obito felt that he was deceived, and his loving heart was severely broken, as if his feelings were played. Rinshi has changed. It seems that he no longer recognizes her. Obito used to be very gentle, caring and warm. Why did she lie to him now? Obito clenched his fists, his face was uncertain, as if it was about to be twisted, and he stared closely at the two figures in front of him who were talking and laughing and walked into the milk tea shop. Until they disappeared in front of him. Suddenly, there seemed to be a solid black mist coming out of his body. In the blink of an eye, Obito roared and suddenly covered his eyes again. Pain. But what a familiar feeling. After a while, he showed a creepy smile on his face, ha ha ha. He laughed louder and louder, and couldn't help but let out a weird laugh, which made passers-by look over and wonder. What's wrong with this kid? But Uchiha Obito ignored these weird looks, put his right hand into his hair, and continued to laugh crazily. The more he laughed, the higher his head raised, the more his waist bent back, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. I don't know how long it took. He lowered his head, his stern face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself coldly, "Is that so?" A pair of two Magatama Sharingan looked at the milk tea shop in front. Just looked at it calmly. The cold wind blew gently, brushing his hair, rippling gently, and dots of white fell on his head, like that desolate white hair. Uchiha Obito. It seems that he has realized it again. 049 The birth of Itachi, a left-behind child. It has been a few days since the end of the Chunin exam, and the ninjas of each team have begun to go out on missions, so the village has calmed down again. Especially in the past few days, it has been snowing lightly, and the dance team in the village has stopped because of the weather, so it is indeed much quieter. Nephew can see the figure of the elder and a certain old woman in the barbecue restaurant from time to time. It is even said that they bought milk tea in the milk tea shop. He is already an old man, why does he still drink sweet things? Aren't you afraid of diabetes? Of course, it is difficult for him, an ordinary rich man, to say anything about what the old man and the old woman want to eat. Today, he returned to the Uchiha family again. After seeing Itachi for the first time in a long time and Fugaku who seemed to not want to see him, he felt relieved. Come on. Have some tea. Stop. What kind of tea should a child drink? You have to drink milk tea. It is made with real milk, nutritious and delicious. He stuffed the prepared things into Itachi's hand, looked at Fugaku who was speechless happily, and sighed with emotion, "Brother. I told you not to starve the child. Look, it's only been a short time, and Itachi has lost weight again. Get lost." Fugaku twitched his mouth, said lightly, picked up the hot tea on the table, and took a sip. Itachi will become an excellent ninja, not like you self-degradation. Why am I self-degradation? What's wrong with making money? Is making money self-degradation? You know, all the money he made was clean money. Fuyou sighed helplessly and said earnestly, you can't force the child. Brother. You have to respect the child's choice. At this point, he ignored Fugaku who wanted to hit someone with his eyelids twitching. He's used to it. Anyway, he wouldn't hit him. Turning his head to look at Itachi, whose face was indeed a little chubby, he pinched him, showed an uncle-like friendly smile, and rubbed his head again. Itachi, what do you want to do when you grow up? Be a ninja. He really didn't hesitate. What's so good about being a ninja? Don't be a ninja. Now there is an opportunity in front of you. As long as you call me cough cough. He said he was used to it. Uchiha Fuyu saw his elder brother's unkind eyes, smiled awkwardly, and looked at the confused Itachi. Call me uncle, whatever you want to buy, uncle will buy it for you. Itachi looked at Fuyu confusedly. Didn't he always call him like this? But after hesitating for a moment, he said, Uncle. Ah. Fuyu smiled kindly, patted his head again, then looked at Fugaku seriously and said earnestly, Brother, Itachi is very talented in business. He has told me that he wants to do business with uncle. Get lost. Fugaku rolled his eyes at him. Calling you uncle means you have talent in business? Do you really think that Uchiha Fugaku is blind? Okay, don't talk about anything else. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto smiled helplessly, wearing an apron, and walked out. It's time to eat, Fugaku, Fuyu. These two brothers are really right. Fuyu has changed a lot. He used to be a kid who loved ninjas so much. He studied ninjutsu every day, and sometimes Fugaku would teach him seriously. In the end, he didn't expect to become what he is now. Maybe no one expected it. Looking at Fuyu who walked happily to the restaurant, he asked puzzledly, Where's Suzune? Why didn't she come today? Oh, her, there is someone in the clan. There are some things to do, and we need to hold a clan meeting today. Fuyu said I'm eating, and picked up a little bit of fat meat for Itachi. Eat more. If you eat so much that you don't like to move, you probably won't have any random thoughts. Children. You just need to eat more. Then, looking at Fuyu who was eating quietly opposite, it should be about the war. No matter what, Suzune is also a member of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan rarely left the village because of the policy of the second Hokage at the time. Of course, later the war became more severe, so Fuyu took the Uchiha clan out to participate in the war. It was also in this war that the Mangekyo was awakened, and at the same time, a 4-year-old kid began to have some abnormal brains. Sure enough. War is still too cruel for children. They haven't read many books, and their values are not yet perfect. When they see this great disaster and cruelty, they doubt their lives. After a hesitation, will Uchiha also participate in the war? The words fell. A trace of doubt flashed in Fugaku's eyes. He didn't know why Fugaku asked this. After all, the Uchiha clan except for a few who went out on missions, basically all of them were in the guard team. Of course, it would be good if they could go out. Maybe if they made contributions in the war, Konoha would accept the Uchiha again. Unfortunately, it is probably impossible. He regained his expressionless face and said lightly, No. The words were not finished. Fugaku looked at him with emotion, sighed and said, If Big Brother wants to go too, don't worry about the family. I will take good care of my sister-in-law and Itachi. Although it sounds like that, Fugaku felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to beat this stinky boy. Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched, looking at Fugaku who was looking at him sincerely, he said unhappily, Get out. Don't worry, Fuyu is a businessman who can conquer such a large business. He emphasizes the word integrity. He always keeps his word and guarantees that you will not have any worries. Fuyu smiled at Fugaku. Itachi wants to go to the battlefield this time? Sorry. Just stay at home and eat and drink well. Seemingly remembering something, he looked at Sister Mikoto and said, By the way, I opened a mahjong parlor in the village recently. If Sister Mikoto is bored, you can come and play a few rounds. It's very interesting. Of course, you can do it, Fugaku. He sighed helplessly, but if you have a stinky face all day, you will probably only lose money. But Fugaku's eyelids jumped, he ate a mouthful of food calmly, and said, No time. The guard team has things to deal with every day. Thank you Fuyu. Mikoto also said apologetically, Itachi is still young, and glancing at Fugaku, the family also needs to be taken care of. How can I go out to play? It's okay. Fuyu smiled and touched Itachi's head, leave Itachi to me, I will take good care of him for you. Without any hesitation, Fugaku said get lost again, and suddenly he was no longer expressionless. He raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes unhappily. If he leaves it to this guy Itachi probably won't become a ninja. But, glancing at Mikoto beside him, he hesitated for a moment. Mahjong. It's a kind of gambling. It's similar to the poker last time, but this time it's played by 4 people, so everyone can communicate with each other. Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, many wives of the families are here, and some family patriarchs will also come to play a few games. Maybe after a while, as Mahjong is popularized, when the war is over, he can still hold the Ninja Mahjong Cup? What kind of grudge is there? Just use Mahjong. Misaki's sister is tired of staying at home all day doing housework, so she goes out to play a few rounds to relax. Besides, there is no dancing recently, so she is also going to find some fun for those old men. Having said this, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth. I'm full, and there are still some things to deal with over there, so I'll go back first. Get out! Fugaku said impatiently. However, the ending of the daily life is indispensable. He took out a stack of money and stuffed it into Itachi's hand with kindness. Here, take it. Itachi, buy whatever you want. Then, ignoring Fugaku's eyelids twitching again, he left with a chuckle. This brat Uchiha. Fugaku shook his head helplessly, hesitated for a moment, then returned to his expressionless face, ate slowly, and said lightly, Misaki, why don't you? No, Itachi is still young. Misaki shook her head and said softly, I will take good care of you and Itachi. Fugaku was silent for a moment, said nothing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, flashed by, and then, looking at the stack of money in Itachi's hand, he sighed helplessly. Suddenly, Misaki also understood what she should do now, and smiled helplessly, walked to Itachi, with a motherly smile, Itachi, you are still young. 050 ba. You are cheap. The Ninja World War is still here. Not long after the Chunin exam ended, the cloud-hidden ninja village went directly down from the north, with Konoha does not talk about ninja virtue as it's the reason for the war was to start. Not long after that, the hidden mist ninja village also used this as an excuse to declare war across the sea. How ridiculous! When did the ninja talk about the virtue of ninja? A ninja who can complete the task is a good ninja. Although the ninjutsu of the Uchiha Kid is a little special, it is no surprise it is a simple physical skill. You know there are many forbidden techniques that are more terrible than it. So, it was just an excuse for the war. Otherwise, let's see if Konoha can stop the Uchiha Kid from committing suicide. Stop the war? It's impossible. And at this time, the news of the disappearance of the third Kazekage was leaked out for some reason and spread throughout the ninja world, immediately pushing Konoha into this wave. After all, the first Kazekage disappeared without a trace and silently, and most ninjas suspected that this was done by Konoha in secret. Konoha has this strength. Therefore, war is inevitable. So, the Konoha Hokage team will have another meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands in front of his chin, his face looked particularly solemn, glanced at his crouching dragon and phoenix and close friends, pondered for a moment, and said, so there is no money. After the words fell, the atmosphere was silent for a while. The two sighed helplessly, but Wei raised his eyebrows. He suddenly didn't want to have a meeting. Want to go back to his cave. Until a moment later. Midaman nodded sadly, but then stopped and shook his head. It's not that we don't have money, but in the past few years, I don't know who has been secretly buying up detonating tags, kunao, and shurikens, causing the prices of detonating tags, kunao, and shurikens to be constantly raised. Therefore, the money provided by the daimyo's mansion may not be enough. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache, sighed, and said, no wonder. After all, detonating tags, kunao, shurikens, the latter two are easy to say. After use, as long as they are not damaged, they can be recycled, but detonating tags are disposable items, and the price is not cheap. Ninjas will try to use them as little as possible when performing tasks, or even not use them if they can. Otherwise, they may not be careful. The reward for completing the task is not enough for their team to share. Therefore, detonating tags have always been sufficient resources and stable prices. In addition, there have been no wars in recent years, so it stands to reason that there should be a lot of accumulation. Result: gone. They were still bought out. Who is so annoying? Other ninja villages? Will their daimyo be willing to provide so much money? Aren't they afraid that the operating funds of the village will be used up, and the whole ninja village will be left with nothing? This war has been a bit of a trap since the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, pondered for a moment, looked at Mito Kato Yan, and asked, how much is left in the logistics department? It can't reach the minimum allocation for each ninja. Mito Kato Yan said helplessly, I have ordered the people below to start making detonating talismans with all their strength, but it seems that it may not last long. After all, it's wartime now. Under such circumstances, it is estimated that there will not be many ninjas left in the village to make detonating talismans. And going out to buy from small ninja villages, those who have resources, do not need to participate in the war, and can quietly make detonating talismans. The price is a bit expensive. Can you find out who is buying up detonating talismans and kunao? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned again and asked, is it the behavior of other villages? If it is, then it will be troublesome. They have plenty of detonating talismans, but Konoha doesn't. I don't know yet, his actions are very secretive. Mizuto Kato-en shook his head, and he has been secretly purchasing them since a few years ago, but it was very small at the beginning, and then it slowly increased later. Is there no other way? Wage war against the small ninja village? No. Yutane Koharu shook her head, interrupted Mizuto Kato-en's words, and said seriously, doing this now will only increase Konoha's enemies. Looking for enemies for some detonating talismans? It's not worth it no matter how you look at it. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded with a wry smile. This method does not conform to Konoha's concept of peace. After a pause, are there any other ways? Find the guy who hoards detonating talismans, or buy them with money. Mizuto Kato-en said helplessly, if it doesn't work, we can only temporarily compress the distribution of detonating talismans among ninjas, and maintain it for a while, and then restore it when it stabilizes. That money? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This time it's a little unexpected. The funding from the daimyo's mansion last time is not enough. Mito Kato-yan hesitated, can the daimyo again? He stopped talking at this point. I'll write to ask later. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly and took another puff of cigarette, but it's probably impossible. After all, it's only been a short time. Originally the funds were enough, but I didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly. We have to find other ways. He was slightly stunned, pondered for a while, raised his head, looked at Danzo, who was not as quiet as usual, and seemed to remember something. Danzo, you. He didn't finish his words. Danzo raised his eyebrows, glanced at the bounty order on Hiruzen's desk, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly and said, shut up. Hiruzen. Don't be nervous, Danzo. I don't mean anything else, I just... Bah. You just want my body. You're cheap. I didn't. I'm not. You misunderstood. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt wronged. I didn't misunderstand. Danzo, who was originally going to be transparent, stood up and walked out the door. You will regret it. Hiruzen. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but when he saw the closed door, he shook his head with a wry smile. Ah! The sigh was full of helplessness and grievances of not being understood. After a moment, he looked up at the two people who were looking up at the ceiling, paused. Your neck is uncomfortable. Because of the war, I'm a little nervous, so I haven't slept well recently. Me too. Midaman Yan glanced at the expressionless Tsutomu Koharu, as expected of her. She knows how to say it. I really didn't mean that. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly at the two. Danzo is our partner. How could I do that? Midaman and I both believe in you. The two glanced at the bounty on the table, and nodded without saying anything else. After all, Hiruzen, you are not the kind of ninja who will sacrifice his partners for the sake of profit. Thank you for your understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt warm in his heart, took another puff of cigarette, and his face returned to a smile. Took a puff of cigarette. I just wanted Danzo's roots to help investigate who is buying up the detonating talismans so wantonly, but I didn't expect Danzo actually misunderstood. At this point, he sighed again. I'll explain it later. So now give priority to distributing the detonating tags to places where the situation is more serious, and be prepared to deal with changes in the war. I will also write to the daimyo's house to explain the situation. Now this is the only way. Understood. Konoha will never lose. Thank you for your help. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the backs of the two people leaving until the door was closed again. He sighed and looked at the bounty on the table. He took another puff of cigarette and muttered to himself, a mere 500 million, how could I do such a thing? Danzo. He actually didn't trust his best friend because of a little more than 500 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his chest. He. Very heartbroken. At the same time. On the other side. Uchiha Fuyu, who always felt a little cold, shuddered, took a sip of the hot tea poured by Hinata Suzuan, and then looked at the interface in front of him excitedly. Congratulations! You have passed the grassroots entrepreneur stage in the ninja world and become a novice entrepreneur. Now officially start the next stage of entrepreneurial goals. He finally upgraded.